Chapter 51, I Want to Learn Parseltongue. The trio stepped out of the great hall and followed a stone path leading to an open area. It was after 9 in the evening, and the night had fallen completely, casting darkness all around. What on earth is going on? Why are you acting so strangely? Harry shook off the arms of his companions and asked, annoyed. Ron glanced at him and said, Harry, you've been exposed. What? Harry suddenly choked, a profound fear gripping his insides. You mean, about speaking Parseltongue? We heard you talking to that big black snake just now, using a different language, Ron explained. Ron's words made his heart sink further, and he desperately tried to find reasons for himself. But I was trying to save Justin's life. If I hadn't told the snake not to attack him. Was that what you meant at that moment? Ron interrupted. Of course. You were there too. Mate, your facial expression while speaking, it was kind of eerie, like you were giving it orders, encouraging it to attack continuously, Ron said. Hermione chimed in with a somewhat sad tone, Harry, I think, a possible reason is that Parseltongue has an inherently sinister aura. Your voice at that moment was a hoarse hiss, accompanied by a chilling echo, making it sound unsettling. Professor Snape mentioned that Salazar Slytherin also used Parseltongue without restraint to control snakes, making them serve him. That's why in the eyes of others, he had the image of a dark wizard, she continued. Meanwhile, Felix Harp approached Dumbledore later in the evening, and the two engaged in a lengthy conversation. Felix, your keen observations surprised me. I will inform the portraits in the castle and the professors to work a bit harder for some time. During the Christmas break, most young wizards will go home, and by then, the castle will be relatively empty. We can conduct a comprehensive search. Dumbledore, have you considered the issue of Parseltongue? Yes, Parseltongue might indeed be the key to unlocking the Chamber of Secrets. But I believe you'll find a way, Felix. Of course. However, regarding the dueling club, Dumbledore neither agreed nor disagreed, saying, if Professor Lockhart doesn't object, I have no issue with it. Would Lockhart object? The dueling club was already under his purview. Felix rose with satisfaction, took a few steps, then suddenly halted. Forgive me for being straightforward, Headmaster Dumbledore, but have you not considered simply telling Harry Potter? He and his friends have been following the chamber's clues. Dumbledore fell into silence. I'm not yet certain, Felix. Harry's Parseltongue ability has reminded me of certain things. I need to be certain. That night, Harry tossed and turned, unable to sleep. He gazed through the curtain's gap, watching snowflakes drift past the castle windows, feeling utterly lost. Once again, he remembered the Sorting Hat's advice. I belong in Gryffindor, he emphasized to himself. Originally, Harry thought that this day would be the second most challenging of his school year, the first being the day Ron received a howler from Mrs. Weasley. But he was mistaken. The next morning, news had spread throughout Hogwarts, and everyone looked at him with odd glances. As if, at any moment, he might suddenly open a mouth full of fangs and snap their heads off. For most of the afternoon, Harry hid in an abandoned classroom with Ron, watching Hermione concoct the polyjuice potion. While watching Hermione throw bundles of lacewing flies into the cauldron, an idea suddenly struck Harry. Hermione, what did Professor McGonagall want when she talked to you yesterday? Ron lifted his head, stopping his doze. Hermione's expression lit up suddenly, and she announced excitedly, my paper has finally been published. Harry had almost forgotten about it, and though he had been looking forward to it, 3 months had passed, and the paper had completely slipped his mind. It took so long to publish, that's quite odd, Ron remarked. That's because it took me over 2 months just to revise the paper, not to mention the time for review. They sent me an acceptance letter along with a copy of the Daily Prophet and a sample issue of Who Determines Ancient Runes handed to me by Professor McGonagall. Her mood was cheerful as she poked a few leeches directly into the cauldron, stirring them in. Why 2 different publications? Ron asked, puzzled. The main text of the paper is in Who Determines Ancient Runes, but the Daily Prophet also reported on it, Hermione explained with narrowed eyes, clearly satisfied with the outcome. She decided to keep both the Daily Prophet and Who Determines Ancient Runes as collectibles and take them home over the summer. Having survived Friday, the weekend had finally arrived. On Saturday morning, the trio hid in a corner of the common room. Harry's restlessness grew, he felt like every person passing by intentionally glanced at him, and even the voices around them seemed to drop suddenly. Yet, the attitude of the Gryffindor students was not bad at all. If Harry were to walk out now, he could easily clear a corridor of presence comparable to that of Argus Filch, the castle caretaker. Mr. Filch had been employing a different strategy lately, staying in the shadows and waiting for rule-breaking students to come to him, especially after his cat was petrified. Armed with his familiarity with the castle, he had caught 3 pairs of students violating rules by hiding for secret rendezvous, effectively spreading fear among the students of Hogwarts. Around noon, Professor McGonagall paid a visit, collecting a list of students staying at school for Christmas. She did this every second week of December. The trio found Draco Malfoy's name on the list, and, without discussing it, they all decided to stay. After Professor McGonagall left, Harry and Ron played a game of wizard chess to kill time, accompanied by occasional sighs. Just as Hermione was about to say something, an owl flew in and landed on her shoulder. Hermione untied the letter from the owl's leg. It was a note. "It's from Professor Snape," she said, looking at Harry and Ron with a somewhat peculiar expression. "He's inviting Harry and me to his office tonight, says it's something important." Harry was taken aback. 7 o'clock in the evening. The trio walked towards the Ancient Rune's office. Ron suddenly grew a bit uneasy and asked, "Can I come too?" "I mean," Professor Snape asked for Harry. "You've asked that 3 times already. Professor Snape mentioned you as well, saying he would welcome you if you were interested," Hermione said impatiently. At the office's entrance, she knocked, then pushed the door open. Professor Snape was bent over his desk, looking at a book. A rare sardonic smile graced his face. This expression was not common, and Hermione quickly glanced at the title of the book, Armando Dippet, A Master or a Fool? By Rita Skeeter. The young witch noticed a copy of the Daily Prophet on the table too, with a photo of Headmaster Dumbledore on the front page and the headline reading, Dumbledore's Grand Blunder. Her curiosity piqued, but Professor Snape placed the book on top of the newspaper. "Hermione." "Good evening, Professor Snape," Harry greeted cautiously. "Come, the 3 of you, take a seat." Felix Harp sat on a sofa, facing the 3 young wizards. "Professor, did you need something from me?" Harry's heart raced. "Please, don't bring up Parseltongue, don't mention Parseltongue. Potter, you are a Parselmouth." "Harry." "Professor, I swear, it wasn't me who opened the chamber. There's another Parselmouth in the castle who is the heir of Slytherin." Harry blurted out excitedly, nearly revealing the polyjuice potion and the Malfoy incident. "Calm down," Felix conjured 3 glasses of orange juice with his wand. "No one said you opened the chamber. Then why did you summon me?" Harry was puzzled, but Felix nodded towards the floating glasses of orange juice. Harry took one and took a sip. Hermione and Ron followed suit, sipping from their glasses. "I called you here for a simple reason. I want to learn your Parseltongue." Splutter. Cough, cough, cough. "Professor, did you just say?" Harry couldn't believe it. If he could rid himself of the Parseltongue ability, he would pay any price. But now, someone was actively trying to learn it. Chapter 52, Persuasion and Research. The prejudices of the human heart are like great mountains, Harry. As Harry stumbled out of the Ancient Rune's office, the words of Professor Harp echoed in his mind. 2 hours prior, he had attempted to dispel the professor's terrifying idea, but now, clutching a scroll of magical runes, he found himself contemplating how to translate the sinister language of Parseltongue. He even believed he might be benefiting the entire wizarding world. "Harry, I think Professor Harp has a valid point. A person's innate abilities aren't crucial, what matters is the path they choose," remarked Ron, who had been listening to the entire conversation. Moreover, Ron added, his eyes gleaming with envy as he looked at the magical puppet in Harry's hand, "Professor Harp's gift is quite lavish." The puppet had ice blue hair and was one of Professor Harp's most prized possessions. It was the price Professor Harp had paid for the exchange a puppet of the highest caliber from his personal collection. According to him, this puppet could easily defeat a 7th-year graduate. Harry's thoughts rewound 2 hours. "Harry, we often label others and unfamiliar things too easily, but once we gain some understanding, we realize this approach is quite one-sided. Take Albus Dumbledore, for example. He accomplished much during his tenure, yet all people seem to remember are some absurd rumors, twisted by those with ulterior motives." Professor Harp summoned the book Albus Dumbledore, Genius or Fool from the table. It flipped open with a swish to a page in the middle, revealing its contents to the three. Headmaster Dumbledore improved Hogwarts regulations, abolished most forms of punishment. Additionally, he declined the Dark Lord's job offer, sparing Hogwarts students from his influence. This is the general view, but is it truly so? With the aim of uncovering the truth, the author delves into a different logic, one hidden in obscured history, steeped in political intrigue. Felix Harp calmly interjected, "This book, riddled with lies and distorted facts, has been on the bestseller list for quite some time." Harry felt a strong aversion towards the woman named Rita Skeeter and a shared empathy for Headmaster Dumbledore's plight. They both were misunderstood, he just happened to be due to Parseltongue. Fueled by a sense of camaraderie, he swiftly agreed to Professor Harp's proposal. Thus, Professor Harp handed him a dictionary and instructed him to translate accordingly. Ron and Hermione looked on with curiosity. After their initial shock, they became intensely interested in the matter at hand. In Ron's words, "This is the process of unveiling Parseltongue, we're witnessing history." Yet, the process wasn't easy. Harry opened the dictionary to the first page, hesitated for a while, and struggled to utter a single word. "Professor, I can't do it." Felix considered for a moment. "Your Parseltongue isn't proficient, perhaps it lacks direct stimulation." He waved his wand, casting a detect feedback spell on the magical dictionary. As a result, whenever someone read the book, they felt as though they were face to face with a snake. Now, Harry quickly got into the groove. Skipping the first two useless words, he emitted a hoarse, eerie sound that startled Ron and Hermione beside him. "That sound is wicked." Ron shivered, a chill running down his spine. "It's serious magical research, Ron." Hermione was also quite shaken. "Which word is it?" Felix inquired. Harry pointed to the third word on the dictionary page. "It's this one, away. How many sounds can you produce from this page?" Harry tried again, his finger moving on the dictionary, and the other three were able to gauge his progress. However, in the following moments, Harry was either struggling to speak, his face contorted, or his mouth produced ordinary English words. Ron had to remind him more than once, "Harry, you're speaking human language, and Harry, we can understand you." It wasn't until the last word on this page that Harry finally spoke in Parseltongue. "This word is eat," he exclaimed excitedly. "I'm familiar with this one, heard it on Halloween." Felix Harp rested his chin on his fingers. "So, on this page, more precisely, spanning both pages, there are 23 words, and only 2 can be converted into serpent language." "Professor, what does this mean?" Harry inquired. "Ah, the languages of animals are always less elaborate than humans, and they tend to be vague. For example, the concept of eat has a dozen similar terms for us, which is quite rare in the languages of other intelligent creatures." Felix pondered for a moment. "Let's pause for now, I need to modify the dictionary." The three followed Professor Harp to a workbench, an expansive concave table with a smooth wooden surface waxed to a shine. From Harry's perspective, Professor Harp tapped and pointed his wand at the dictionary, creating a variety of colored lights. The professor alternated between silence and murmuring to himself, and after 10 minutes, he stopped. "Professor." Harry was about to ask what he had done, but he was left speechless. The words on the dictionary suddenly came to life. Quite literally, the pages took on a gentle yellow hue, rippling with concentric circles like water. The headings of each word began to twist and turn, as if gaining hands and feet. Then, they struggled out of the dictionary and materialized in a three-dimensional world. The dictionary then rapidly flipped its pages, heading words were flung out, landing on the workbench. Hollow black lines wavered and danced, creating an animated scene. In less than a minute, there were thousands of them. This scene was incredibly awe-inspiring. Two-dimensional objects had suddenly entered the real world. "Professor, am I dreaming?" Harry asked, bewildered. "This is magic," Felix Harp stated calmly. A strong gleam erupted in Hermione's eyes. This was magic. She had always thought of magic as tangible things, spells, potions, or moving portraits. But Professor Harp showed her through action that magic was capable of far more than she had imagined. Magic was the unknown, a realm of endless possibilities. Felix Harp glanced at the army of words before him with satisfaction. Temporarily activated, they floated in the air. He gave his wand a swift flourish, and a suitcase in the corner pop opened, releasing sheets of parchment. Felix raised his wand and drew a circle, connecting them. Under the influence of his magic, the sheets stuck together. Then, Felix Harp's wand tapped the tabletop. The word army on the workbench merged into the parchment, forming distinct letters in an orderly arrangement. Once this was done, the long parchment, or rather, the parchment scroll, coiled itself up, transforming into a magical scroll. Snap! It landed on the workbench. Here you go, Harry. Fortunately, I'm familiar with some obscure magic, Felix Harp said with a smile. How do I use this, Professor? It can store your parcel tongue pronunciation, of course. Before using it, you need to tap the corresponding content with your wand. Also, I've removed some English vocabulary. You see, there are tens of thousands of words in the dictionary, but many are utterly useless. So, in the remaining time, Harry unrolled the scroll, translating word by word. This time the progress was much faster. In the office, every few seconds, a hoarse, eerie sound would fill the air. Ron and Hermione transitioned from initial discomfort to getting used to it, and finally to numbness, all in less than an hour. At 9 o'clock, Professor Harp escorted the three out. Harry, you can find a private place to record these, and if you encounter any issues, feel free to come to me. Then he turned to Hermione. Tomorrow's magical runes class is temporarily cancelled. I have some urgent matters to attend to. I need to meet someone, the professor stated. Chapter 53, Lies and Truth. On the morning of the second day, a weekend morning, Harry and Ron stumbled out of their dormitory to find Hermione already seated in a chair in the common room. As they took their seats beside her, Hermione slammed a newspaper onto the table with a resounding thwack. I knew it! The young witch exclaimed, her anger palpable. Harry and Ron immediately snapped to attention, exchanging a glance before Harry inquired, What's happened, Hermione? Do you remember the book the professor showed us? The one about Headmaster Dippet? There was a copy of the Daily Prophet on Snape's desk that day, and something just didn't sit right with me. So, this morning I collected the newspapers from the past few days. That woman, Rita Skeeter. She dared to defame Headmaster Dumbledore. Hermione's voice shook with rage. Harry quickly picked up the newspaper while Ron plopped down next to him, craning his neck to read. It was yesterday's issue of the Daily Prophet, and the most prominent feature was a photo of Dumbledore with his mane of white hair looking upward, aged and stern in appearance. The headline blared, Dumbledore's Grand Blunder. An ominous feeling gripped Harry as he began to read. Our special correspondent, Rita Skeeter, reports that the peculiar Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts School, has always been a controversial wizard. As the acknowledged greatest wizard of the modern era, Dumbledore has resided within the walls of Hogwarts Castle since his defeat of the dark wizard Grindelwald in 1945, rarely stepping into the public eye. He is widely praised for safeguarding the hopes of the British wizarding world, tirelessly supplying magical talent of all kinds. But is this truly the reality? In recent times, the author has received letters from concerned parents of students claiming alarming incidents within the school, with the culprits still at large. Mrs. Folly of Topsham writes, My child lives in constant fear at school, dreading for their life. The professors seem powerless, completely ineffective. I have no choice but to bring my child home for Christmas. Interviewing this concerned parent with an agitated heart, I found the situation to be even graver than I imagined. Attacks are not a recent occurrence, as they began over a month ago. Back then, the victim was a cat, but the information was meticulously sealed. To mitigate the consequences and avoid external scrutiny and criticism, the headmaster didn't hesitate to concoct an outlandish falsehood, attributing all these incidents to the fabled Chamber of Secrets within Hogwarts. Ironically, he employed a similar tactic over 50 years ago, when he was still the Transfiguration Professor. During that time, a hapless Ravenclaw witch lost her life. Although Hogwarts apprehended a suspect, Dumbledore's influence over then-headmaster Armando Dippet led to the matter being swept under the rug, and the suspect was merely expelled. As I pen this piece, it's been 2 weeks since the second student attack, yet the outside world remains oblivious, and the assailant still roams free. We can't help but be concerned. Is the once invincible Dumbledore truly showing his age? I shall pursue this story and present the truth to all. In our next issue, we will delve into the work of this headmaster, revealing a more authentic image of Dumbledore. The main text concluded at this point, but at the bottom of the page, a small line of text previewed the content of the next issue. Dumbledore has always been willing to hire controversial instructors, like this year's Gilderoy Lockhart and Felix Harp. But are these two individuals truly suitable? Stay tuned for more. Informants welcome. Contact Rita Skeeter, Chief Editor of the Daily Prophet, author of 12 bestsellers, record holder for bestseller appearances. How can she speak of Dumbledore like this? Harry exclaimed in anger. And the Chamber of Secrets, we saw it with our own eyes. How could it be a lie? You can't trust a single word from Rita Skeeter, Ron chimed in with a perceptive nod. A few years back, she had a major public feud with Lockhart in the papers. Mum can't stand her. We've got this woman's measure now, Hermione added with a sarcastic tone. Ron picked up the newspaper. Did you notice, she's planning a series of articles? The next one's about Professor Lockhart and Professor Harp. How do you think she'll spin them? Hermione sighed. If she's painted Dumbledore as a schemer, I can only imagine what she'll do to these two professors. I don't care about Lockhart, he's nothing but a charade. What do you think, would Professor Harp storm into the Daily Prophet headquarters and hit that woman with a bat bogey hex? Ron. That's illegal, the professor wouldn't do something like that. The trio discussed the matter at length, but their conclusions were rather grim. Harry pointed at a line in the newspaper. She mentioned that they caught a suspect 50 years ago. Who do you think she's referring to? Oh, come on, Harry, you can't believe a word that woman says. I certainly don't, but Harry's gaze settled on Hermione. Her face went pale rapidly. 50 years ago, expelled, could the suspect she's talking about be Hagrid? Ron licked his lips uneasily. Harry spoke swiftly, I believe in Dumbledore, Hagrid can't be the culprit. But if he's been named a suspect, he must know something. The three of them prepared to brave the snow and head to Hagrid's hut. Just as they exited the castle, they ran into a massive figure, Hagrid himself, his face covered in snow, his thick beard encrusted with ice, and a dead chicken clutched in his hand. Hagrid, oh! Harry bumped directly into him. Watch it. Little ones, Hagrid grumbled, his voice rough and hoarse. He waved the limp chicken, causing a few feathers to float in the air with his movements. Later that evening, Harry, Ron, and Hermione had just returned from the abandoned classroom beneath the castle, where the progress on the polyjuice potion had gone smoothly. Harry had the magical scroll given to him by Professor Harp, and he was translating the Parseltongue language word by word. In the echoing emptiness of the abandoned classroom, the eerie, sinister voice could occasionally be heard, sending shivers down Ron's drowsy spine. In his half-awake state, he could see a witch brewing a potion akin to mud and a wizard hissing like a snake. Earlier that afternoon, they had finally heard firsthand about the Chamber of Secrets from Hagrid. Now, they were huddled together in a corner of the common room. Almost everything lines up. Hermione suddenly said. What? The monster in the chamber. Wait for it. Hermione seemed to be deep in thought, and she hurried back to their dormitory, returning with a piece of parchment. The three of them leaned in, examining the words written on it, a terrifying magical creature named the Basilisk. Once Harry and Ron had finished reading the material, Hermione began to connect the dots, sharing the clues she had gathered over the past few days. The basilisk can remain dormant for long periods, its gaze is lethal, it's the mortal enemy of spiders, and it's repelled by the crowing of a rooster. What do you guys think? So, the monster in the chamber is the basilisk? Ron asked excitedly. No doubt about it. Harry exclaimed, pounding the table. The information they had received from Hagrid revolved around two key points, his chickens dying under mysterious circumstances and his history of raising acromantula spiders, creatures known to dread the monster within the chamber, yet Hagrid hadn't disclosed a single word. It all matches up. Hermione confirmed. But there's still one major problem: the basilisk's gaze doesn't petrify people. I initially overlooked this, but now, the circumstantial evidence is quite substantial. Hermione spoke with meticulous care. Perhaps I should consult Professor Harp to see if there's a way to mitigate the basilisk's gaze. She gave her head a frustrated thump. It's strange, I feel like something is right in front of us, but I just can't see it. Harry suddenly swallowed hard. Hermione, I think I've figured it out. Chapter 54, Rita Skeeter. Meanwhile, Felix Harp stood dressed neatly within the confines of the office fireplace. Sprinkling a handful of fluo powder, he uttered the words Diagon Alley with clarity and resonance. In an instant, he vanished from Hogwarts. Diagon Alley. Emerging from the public fireplace, Felix Harp dusted off the ash from his robes and pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket, a address. The next moment, Felix Harp operated directly with a patroness charm. In the London outskirts, in front of a stand-alone house, a tall figure materialized abruptly. Felix Harp checked the door number, climbed the steps amidst the wind and snow, and rapped the door with his wand. After a brief moment, an elegant woman opened the door. Her gaze peered through a pair of jewel-studded glasses, scrutinizing the stranger before her. Felix Harp introduced himself gently. Felix Harp, currently serving as the Ancient Runes professor at Hogwarts. You mentioned me in the newspaper, Mrs. Skeeter. You are Felix Harp. Rita Skeeter's eyes lit up. In the blink of an eye, her fingers, adorned with vibrant red nails, grabbed hold of Felix Harp's arm and dragged him inside, saying, "Please, come in." The furniture in the living room was arranged meticulously, and the air was imbued with the scent of magical incense. On one side of the wall stood a massive floor-to-ceiling drinks cabinet, while on the other side was a square shelf filled with various books, trophies, and newspapers. On the shelf behind the door rested an alligator skin handbag. "Those are my achievements. Felix, I've been quite interested in you. I've been wanting to interview you for a while." Rita Skeeter sat across from him. Her hair was done up in elaborate, stiff, and oddly shaped curls, which, when paired with her large-chinned face, looked rather peculiar. "Mrs. Skeeter." Felix Harp was swiftly interrupted. This woman was intimidating in her assertiveness. She waved her wand, conjuring a quick quotes quill and a roll of parchment from the alligator skin handbag. "Felix, I'm going to take notes with this quick quotes quill. You don't mind, do you? This way, I can have my hands free to talk to you more naturally." Without waiting for his response, the parchment spread out on its own, and the quick quotes quill hovered above it, its tip gently trembling. "Well, where should we begin? Let's start with the purpose of your visit today. I guess." She suddenly burst into laughter, revealing 3 gold teeth. "You're here on someone's commission, aren't you?" The long, green quick quotes quill danced rapidly, pouring out a smooth stream of words. The late-night visitor had a heart full of concerns. Faced with the journalist's inquiry, he displayed a strong discontent, but not directed towards the journalist. Rather, it was aimed at the shadow lurking behind the entire event. Felix Harp chuckled softly. He glanced at the clock on the wall. It was just 7 o'clock. Instead of responding, he took an interested look around the living room, where the floor-to-ceiling drinks cabinet occupied a third of the wall, filled with various exquisitely crafted decanters and scattered ornaments. Rita Skeeter arched an eyebrow, her expression heavily outlined. "Are you apprehensive, Felix? Don't worry, our readers adore those with rebellious spirits, they'll stand by you." "A rebellious spirit?" Felix Harp repeated. "Yes, just like those who fear no authority, those who resist power. If you're under threat, don't fret, speak up, and we'll ensure you're treated fairly." The quick quotes quill continued to jot down, but Felix Harp had lost interest. He stood up, walking to the honor shelf opposite the drinks cabinet. The shelf was filled with Rita Skeeter's personal accolades, including certificates for articles published over the years, best-selling books, and sales figures, various odds and ends. For instance, he spotted the book Amanto di Parte, Genius or Fool. He sighed, if even half of what's in this book is true, it'd make for decent bathroom reading. Rita Skeeter's brows furrowed, her hefty fingers tightly gripping her wand, her inch-long crimson nails digging into her skin. She rose quickly, standing beside Felix Harp, gazing at him intently. "Felix, I know you. One of my colleagues warned me not to mess with you." "Absurd claims. He only graduated a few years ago and got into the news system due to his family background." She alluded knowingly. "Let me tell you, our readers deserve to know the truth, like." "The truth?" Felix Harp interrupted. "Exactly, the truth." She emphasized, "Let's talk about you, your experiences, childhood. I believe it could help you find a clearer sense of self." "I believe there's no need for that, I know who I am." However, Rita Skeeter persisted. The parchment and quick quotes quill flew in front of her on the table. "Felix, you came from a Muggle orphanage yet entered Slytherin House. You must have faced bullying, haven't you? Interested in discussing it? I believe many readers would find it fascinating." "Rita, dear Rita, do you truly understand me?" "Of course." Her gaze fixed upon him, as if he were a precious treasure. "Felix, you're a known figure in the wizarding world, with many labels. Slytherin from a Muggle orphanage, faced threats during school, defeated the Shafik family, one of the 28 Sacred 28 and a group of dark wizards with Dumbledore's protection, became an expert in the Muggle realm after graduation, and now returned to Hogwarts to teach." As Rita Skeeter spoke, the quick quotes quill raced to record her words. Observing Felix Harp's indifferent demeanor, she enticed, "Your journey is nothing short of legendary. If you agree, I'm willing to write a biography about you, bringing endless galleons and immense fame. However, the label Muggle expert sounds rather feeble, our readers prefer strong-willed wizards, preferably with connections to celebrities. Let me think about how to handle this." Felix Harp chuckled, pointing at the books in front of him. "Like these kinds of biographies. Art requires a touch of imagination," she said slyly. Felix Harp grew impatient. He decided to settle the matter at hand and returned to his seat. This action misled Rita Skeeter into believing his acquiescence. She plopped down on the sofa, imperiously commanding, "Let's begin with your relationship with Dumbledore. Mrs. Skeeter, I need you to cease your false reporting. I've noticed you mentioned me in the Daily Prophet and intend to fabricate." "I'm not fabricating, at most, it's a different perspective." Felix Harp nodded. "Allow me to show you what a different perspective is." He lightly tapped the table with his finger. Tap, tap, fingertip met tabletop, emitting a crisp sound. "What are you say?" Rita Skeeter suddenly choked, realizing her world had shifted. Colors were rapidly fading, the exquisite violet teapot, the deep red robe, the golden trophies in the cabinet, the black-brown alligator skin handbag, the pale yellow parchment, the green quick quotes quill. All colors were fading away. Chapter 55, You're Blocking My Path. The entire world was left with only 3 shades, black, white, and grey. Rita Skeeter's body stiffened as she struggled to look at Felix Harp tapping his fingers on the tabletop, the fingers fair and slender, nails a healthy pale pink, the only color within her field of vision. With each tap of his fingers, concentric rings of black and grey ripples bloomed from his fingertips, rippling through both their bodies and silently expanding in all directions. "You," the woman said haltingly, her wand in her hand, yet she couldn't raise it even a fraction of an inch. "You see, occasionally I adopt this perspective to observe the world, to observe magic. It's quite fascinating," Felix explained, his demeanor unwavering from start to finish. However, Rita Skeeter didn't share the same sentiment. "What you're doing, it's illegal. Azkaban." She managed to say, each word a struggle. "Rita, dear Rita, you don't think I'd do something unpleasant to you, do you?" Felix chuckled. "Just now I asked, do you truly understand me? Clearly, you don't. Did a colleague of yours advise you against crossing me? I bet it was a Slytherin." Rita Skeeter's gaze remained locked onto him. Calmly, Felix continued, "When I was in 5th year, I took the holiday time to visit a few stubborn pure-blood families. After that, they never brought up any topics concerning me in public. Do you know why?" Her eyes widened. "Did you think I needed to rely on someone's influence to counter the threat of extreme pure-blood families?" "No, Rita," he whispered, "I merely showed them a possibility." As Felix's emotions fluctuated, the world rapidly transformed from white and grey to an ink-like, oppressive darkness. Rita Skeeter's body trembled lightly. "Yes, a possibility. If I were to become the Dark Lord." He didn't continue. The darkness quickly receded, returning to sharp black and white, like an old faded photograph. "Think about it, I'm quite reasonable. As long as you don't provoke me, I have no interest in bothering you. But sadly, you're blocking my path." Ignoring her, Felix beckoned the parchment on the table, casually perusing its contents. Unbeknownst to him, the parchment had filled with content, stretching a foot long. This left him somewhat amused. If the young wizards at Hogwarts possessed this creative skill, they'd undoubtedly burst into laughter just dreaming about it. Tisk, tisk. This part is a bit much. Did I say that? Maintain a close relationship with Dumbledore, who, me? He shook his head. Colors gradually returned to the room, a magical transformation akin to a child finding a faded photograph in an old storage space and using crayons to color it in. The world once again teemed with vitality. Rita Skeeter discovered that she had regained her ability to move. She glanced at the wand in her hand, then at Felix Harp, who was still reading the parchment. Her eyes kept darting around. But she quickly dismissed the foolish idea. "Have you made up your mind? Are you going to take action? Perhaps this is an opportunity. Capture me, and then the story that follows will be yours to weave." Felix looked up, his light blue eyes fixed on her. "You jest, Felix." "No, Professor Harp, sir." Rita Skeeter kept changing her address. "Hat." He lightly tossed the parchment in his hand, and it turned into ashes without a sound. About the purpose of my visit. I apologize. I will cease all false statements. She quickly said, wearing a pleasing smile on her face. Thank you, Rita. Felix stood up, gave a slight, polite bow, then pushed open the door, disappearing into the night. The sky was completely dark now, and the north wind blew snowflakes, causing his robe to rustle. Felix took 2 steps into the wind and snow, and in the next moment, he vanished from the spot. After a while, Rita Skeeter quietly opened the door, looked around, saw nothing outside, and quickly closed the door. A stream of malicious curses spewed from her mouth, almost using the harshest words she had ever known in her life to curse someone. Felix Harp. She shouted the name fiercely. I'll get back at him. Retribution, his secrets, yes, that's right, that damned, he doesn't even know I'm animagus, maybe, no, too risky. After cursing for a long time, Rita Skeeter's mouth felt dry, and she finally stopped. She went to the drinks cabinet, wanting to grab a bottle of alcohol to quench her thirst. However, as her fingers touched the handle, the exquisite silver piece turned to sand in her hand. Rita Skeeter froze in place. She tentatively extended a sturdy finger and tapped a purple-necked jug. It was her favorite decanter. But in the next second, the decanter rapidly disintegrated into sand, including the liquor it held. Her eyes turned fearful. Her body stumbled and bumped into a chair behind her. Then she noticed that the chair, too, was scattering into the ground, turning into a pile of sand. Rita Skeeter surveyed her surroundings. Her house, every inch of it was steadily transforming into sand, including her delicate picture frames and crocodile skin handbag. Even the floor couldn't escape. Ah, ah, ah. In terror, she ran out of the house. Under her gaze, the entire stand-alone house teetered, a sand vortex rising from its base, slowly and resolutely swallowing it. This is a lesson, a voice sounded very abruptly in Rita Skeeter's mind. Her lips trembled, as if she wanted to say something, but this time, she quickly closed her mouth. At the edge of the forbidden forest, Felix's figure suddenly appeared. Facing the wind and snow, step by step, he made his way toward the castle. December weather was bitterly cold, especially with gusts of wind carrying blizzards. Each step was a severe test. As he glimpsed the outline of the castle, a thought was triggered. He shook his head, he really had a short memory. Felix pushed open the dark brown door, shook off the snowflakes, and entered the warm castle. With a gentle wave of his wand, the door behind him closed with a thud, shutting out the wind, snow, and darkness outside. Chapter 56, Magical Linguistics Contest. As the Christmas season drew near, the festive atmosphere grew stronger, but the enthusiasm for learning among many young wizards plummeted. Although the professors kept saying that students couldn't slack off, they didn't apply too much pressure, as evident in the amount of assignments given. However, this leniency didn't apply to 5th and 7th years. They had to prepare for their ordinary wizarding levels, owls, and nastily exhausting wizarding tests, newts, respectively, which were the standard and advanced wizarding exams. Ancient Runes class, 5th year. Felix Harp emphasized once again the importance of owls. You have only 6 months left until your ordinary wizarding levels. If you subtract holidays and weekends, how much time is left? Let me calculate for you. 6 months, that's about 25 weeks. In the puzzled expressions of the young wizards in the audience, the professor began calculating, 2 classes per week, 1 double period lasting 2 hours, and 1 single period lasting 1 hour, which adds up to a total of 75 hours. Do you have that much study time outside of class? Even if I calculate, it's still less than 200 hours. Seeing Professor Harp's regretful expression, the young wizards fell silent. But Felix Harp was in a good mood today. He decided to conduct a student survey. What subject do you think you are least skilled at? A timid young witch spoke up. Does ancient runes count? No. Then it's history of magic, said the Hufflepuff girl. Professor Binns always makes us memorize a lot of content, and my memory isn't that great. He never emphasizes key points in class, unlike other professors who give some hints, a disgruntled Ravenclaw said. Professor Binns belonged to the type that thought everything I say is crucial, everything mentioned in class is a potential question. Moreover, he was known for his monotonous and unvaried tone, sounding as though he were reciting scriptures. His lectures were supremely hypnotic. History of magic. Very well, Miss Salton, Mr. Perdiz. Anyone else? I struggle with astronomy, I always mix up the positions of planets. The practical part of herbology is fun, but I can't remember the properties of magical plants. Don't you find arithmancy too complex? Divination is an absolute nightmare. Immediately, someone retorted, nonsense. Divination is the easiest. Trelawney is just a lunatic. Professor McGonagall is quite strict. Kettleburn's class is always filled with dangerous magical creatures. Professor Snape is terrifying. The young wizards engaged in fervent discussions, quickly deviating from the topic. Felix Harp promptly intervened, wondering how it had escalated into criticizing various professors. He summarized the students' viewpoints, so, in theoretical and memory-intensive courses, your performance is generally less stellar, such as ancient runes, history of magic, and astronomy. Felix Harp had a sudden idea and decided to try it out. Let's do this, we'll play a game. 2 students, please, Miss Salton and Mr. Perdiz, I need your cooperation. The 2 young wizards stepped forward curiously. The young wizards in the classroom suddenly perked up. Take out your wands. Salton and Perdiz eagerly retrieved their wands, their eyes fixed on Felix Harp. Professor Harp's teaching was always filled with various novel twists. This reputation had spread widely among other years, though it was relatively lesser known to the 5th and 7th years. Let me think. Felix Harp flicked his wand, and a 9-square grid appeared in front of each of them. In each square were 9 runic vocabulary words sparkling with magical fire. And above the heads of the 2 young wizards appeared 2 embossed golden names: Petra Salton and Warren Perdiz. Professor, what's this? Curiously, Hufflepuff's Petra Salton asked. A friend pointed to her head, making her notice her own name overhead. Strangely, next to the name was the number 0. We're having a magical linguistics contest. Next, I'll provide definitions of runic words, and you need to quickly find the corresponding runes and touch the grid square with your wand. You need to be faster than your opponent to earn a point. The first to reach 100 points wins. Felix Harp looked at the 2, let's give it a try. He uttered a string of definitions, light, illuminating the path ahead, also symbolizing the brilliance of knowledge. Petra Salton and Warren Perdiz stared intently at the floating runes in mid-air. When Professor Harp reached the second sentence, Petra's eyes brightened. She quickly tapped the bottom left corner of the grid with her wand. I know, it's Ken. As her wand touched the rune, that area suddenly turned into a bright gold, and simultaneously, a +1 symbol appeared above her head, disappearing after a 2-second delay. Petra belatedly looked at the top of her head where the initial 0 had become 1. She glanced at the professor. Did I win? In a sense, Felix Harp said. I think you both understand the rules now. Both of them nodded simultaneously. This game was indeed interesting. Warren, on the other side, couldn't help but tighten his grip on his wand. He had been a bit slow just now. Felix Harp waved his wand, causing the first grid to disappear, and a second grid appeared in front of them. The second word, reward, symbolizing victory, satisfaction. Warren quickly flicked his wand to the middle of the grid, watching that area turn into a dazzling gold. His face flushed with excitement. It's win, Professor. Correct answer, Felix Harp nodded, an A+1 symbol appeared above Warren's head, and his score became 1. The contest continued, poverty, hardship, also representing some form of misfortune. Without hesitation, Warren tapped his wand on the top left corner, but this time, the area quickly turned into a dismal grey. Wrong answer, Mr. Perdiz. Felix Harp waved his wand, an A-1 symbol appeared above his head, resetting the score to 0. Warren frustratedly clenched his fist. By now, the young wizards had fully grasped the rules of the game. Correct answers gained points, wrong answers deducted points, and the first to reach 100 would win. Harvest, crops, or a growth cycle. Petra bit her lip, and Warren fidgeted with his fingers. Peorth, Peorth. Some of the young wizards watching couldn't resist and quietly provided the answer. Petra's eyes brightened, and she tapped her wand on the correct answer. Felix Harp neither approved nor disapproved. He didn't stop the whispers from the young wizards below, nor did he give the 2 additional points. He simply replaced the grid with another. The 2 understood the professor's intention. Next, they would be competing against the entire class of young wizards. The 2 exchanged a glance, both looking a bit troubled. But the young wizards in the audience grew excited. In the following dozen or so grids, they collectively put their heads together, chirping and chattering incessantly. Meanwhile, the two on stage each only managed to earn 1 point. The bell for the end of class rang, but no one moved. The score was stuck at 99:98. The young wizards fell silent, not uttering a word. Felix Harp quickly said, "The power of the sun, conquering demons and darkness." Sigil. Petra's wand tip landed in the center of the grid, causing golden light to sparkle. "I won! I won!" Amid her jubilant scream, Professor Harp waved his wand, causing brilliant fireworks to burst forth in the classroom. Thanks to both students for their splendid performance. Gryffindor gains 10 points, Ravenclaw gains 5. Now, class dismissed. Chapter 57, Harry, show your skills. The young wizards were fervently discussing, their excitement palpable. As fifth-year students, they rarely encountered such intriguing courses. Every professor was pushing them to explore their potentials to the fullest. Of course, to some extent, this was also a debt owed for the preceding 4 years. In the corridor, Warren Parldis was somewhat annoyed as he said to his friend, "I could have won, it's just that luck wasn't on my side." "You were too aggressive, you got at least 10 questions wrong," his friend replied. The young wizards exited the classroom in a bustling crowd, and Felix Harp rubbed his slightly sore fingers. The visual effects of this knowledge competition were conjured up by his magic, one spell after another. From the 9-square grid to score changes, and even to the color feedback for correct and incorrect answers, he had orchestrated it all. Miscalculation, I should switch to a 10-point scale next time. During the afternoon's 2 lessons, Felix attempted this in both the 6th and 7th years, with remarkably successful results. Even the trouble-prone students in ancient runes were staying alert in class. This clarified his thoughts. In the future, I can incorporate more of these game-like teaching methods, but only if I prepare thoroughly. In the evening cafeteria, Felix half-heartedly speared a potato dripping with black sauce. After a whole day, he felt rather drained. Little by little, today's spell-casting tally had clearly exceeded the limit. In the common room, the Weasley twins, Fred and George, were controlling magical puppets in a duel, having completed their 2nd and 3rd sets of practical runic scripts. Their duel was highly entertaining. Every punch Fred's magical puppet threw released a circle of crackling electricity, making zapping sounds. Lee Jordan was so close that his hair stood on end. George, on the other side, was not to be outdone. His magical puppet was the popular Fire Boy, and each time he conjured the iconic big fireball, it elicited waves of applause. At this moment, Percy Weasley entered the common room from outside. He had just finished a patrol. Upon seeing him, Ron quickly turned his head away in the corner. The two of them were still at odds. "Ron, haven't you two made up yet?" Hermione asked with concern. "Unless he apologizes to me," Ron stubbornly declared. Harry sighed. He didn't have much to say, after all, Ron had shouldered the blame for all 3 of them, losing face. "Hey! Percy, heard you got a perfect score from Professor Harp today?" a Gryffindor asked. Percy proudly puffed out his chest, making his prefect badge more prominent. "Yes, Professor Harp tried a new teaching method. I have to admit, he's quite wise." "And you beat Slytherin?" Percy modestly replied, "It was just a competition." "Oh, by the way, on the 10-point scale, I was 9 points ahead of my opponent." Another round of admiration swept through the Gryffindors. Percy truly deserved his reputation as the top student with 12 OWLs. 9 points ahead. Ron repeated disdainfully. Harry quickly changed the subject. "Hermione, did you ask Professor Harp about the serpent creature?" Hermione shook her head. "I hardly see the professor from Monday to Friday. Unless she had papers to grade. But waiting until the weekend is too late." Harry protested, frustrated. "What if there's another attack in between?" He slammed the table, startling 2 passing young wizards who looked at Harry fearfully and quickly moved past. "See, they all think I'm the culprit. Harry, how about we go see Professor Harp now?" Hermione cautiously suggested. Harry glanced at the clock, it was already past 9 in the evening. "Tomorrow." He slumped in his chair, deflated like a punctured balloon. They were fairly certain that the monster in the chamber was a serpent, and about Hermione's puzzlement how the serpent's gaze was lethal despite the 2 recent attacks only causing petrification, Harry had his own theory: the victims weren't directly meeting the serpent's gaze. Madame Pomfrey had seen through a reflection in water, and Colin Creevey had captured it through a camera lens. But whether this was correct remained to be confirmed, considering the scarcity of evidence. At this moment, Ron said to him, "Harry, is Professor Harp's magic puppet in your bag?" "Yes," Harry replied weakly. He had practiced in secret a few times, but he still lacked some skills. Just now, he had managed to make the puppet walk normally. "How about we give it a try?" Ron glanced at Percy in the crowd. "Here." Harry was unsure. Hermione's eyes lit up. She had been wanting to try it since the start of term during the public class. She had a soft spot for its design. Ice blue hair, an exquisitely cute face, it resonated perfectly with her heart. "Maybe, this isn't the best choice," Hermione said with a double meaning, but she didn't stop Harry from taking out the magic puppet from his bag. "Hey! What are you doing?" Fred walked over, his arm around George's shoulder. "Oh, just a magic puppet." Ron tried to sound nonchalant. Fred saw the puppet in Harry's hand and was taken aback. "This is no ordinary puppet." Just from its appearance, there was no comparison between the two. "Given by Professor Harp," Ron said. Fred picked up the magic puppet. "This thing," he looked at George, "I can hardly sense its magical aura. It's even more refined than a Diagon Alley haunted doll, far superior to anything we've dismantled." "You've dismantled?" "Shush!" Fred raised a finger. "Lower your voice. This is our little secret with Professor Harp." George took the puppet, casually saying, "Once we accidentally damaged a magical puppet we had." "It was accidentally damaged, we were really scared at the time," Fred said. "Worried about losing points, getting detention, or being hung up and whipped with a wet belt. So we nervously apologized." "Then what happened? Did you receive any punishment?" Ron asked. "No, little Ronnie," Fred winked, a mischievous grin on his face. "Professor Harp said we had a knack for alchemy and awarded each of us 10 points. However," George sighed, "when we presented the pieces of the second broken puppet to him, he had to restrain himself from deducting points." Hermione rolled her eyes. George studied the exquisitely detailed magic puppet, occasionally uttering words of admiration. Finally, he handed it back to Harry. "Impressive work. What did you guys do?" Ron was about to speak but was viciously stomped on the foot by Hermione. The twins exchanged a glance and shrugged. Fred said, "Want us to demonstrate for you? This puppet must have a lot of new functions. I don't think you guys are quite proficient yet." "Who says?" "Harry, show us what you've got." Harry withdrew his wand and, with its guidance, the magic puppet stood up with a sway and a wobble. A few young wizards looked over from a distance. Harry struggled to control the magic puppet, but unfortunately, at best, it could only scatter a few ice blue snowflakes. "Harry, your control isn't enough," Fred pointed out. Harry pointed his wand at the magic puppet, feeling like he had touched its core. So, he focused all his attention, attempting to awaken the dormant runic circuitry. His magic connected to a world of ice and snow. The sharpness and coldness were akin to gulping down 10 ice pops in a breath, freezing his consciousness. Harry's face turned purple from the cold, and he exhaled a breath of frost. "Harry, what's wrong?" Ron stood up in a fluster. At this moment, anyone could tell something was off. However, in the next second, sizzle, 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 the magic puppet suddenly lit up, and light blue ice crystals fell one after another. The temperature around dropped sharply. She raised her arm abruptly, and a series of ice blue pillars shot up from the ground, cold air spreading out like rolling waves. The group watched in astonishment. In front of the palm-sized magic puppet, a row of half-height ice pillars extended 7 or 8 meters, thoroughly sealing the entrance to the common room. Cold mist filled the air, and the young wizards in the common room collectively sneezed. Meanwhile, in his office, Professor Harp was sipping tea with a contented smile, leafing through an ancient alchemy book. Beside him was that day's edition of the Daily Prophet. The headline read, "Good vs. Evil, Vast Discrepancy Between Two New Professors," authored by Rita Skeeter. Ahem. During the May Day holiday, everyone wants to go out and play, including the author. Therefore, there won't be any additional updates this weekend. I'll do my best to keep the updates stable at 2 chapters. Chapter 58, Unexpected Developments. On Tuesday morning, the weather was unexpectedly clear, and the winter sun cast a golden glow upon Hogwarts, the ancient castle. Felix Harp slept until 8 o'clock, waking up to the laughter of young wizards engaged in a snowball fight. Throwing back the covers, his cotton pajamas automatically disentangled, and a finely woven cardigan slipped over his shoulders. He stretched his neck, adjusting the clothing for comfort, and then, with the aid of magic, donned a pair of fleece-lined trousers. Magic does make one lazy. Felix couldn't recall when he had read that line during one of his years at school, but he found it to be quite true. Finally donning a dark wizarding robe, Felix pushed open the window and looked down upon the snowy landscape. The weather had warmed considerably. Felix didn't feel the cold. The courtyard and grounds of the castle were blanketed in thick layers of white snow, and a few young wizards hurriedly made their way to the dining hall for breakfast. Thank Merlin I don't have classes in the morning. Happiness is truly relative. Back in his office, he reviewed the tasks he had been dealing with lately. Felix pursed his lips. There didn't seem to be anything particularly urgent. Christmas was less than a week away, and he was growing a bit lazy. I could pay Professor Snape a visit and finalize the details for the dueling club assistants. Felix descended the castle's staircase, crossed the courtyard, and noticed several oddly shaped snowmen along the path, clearly the work of younger students. Limited by their magical skills, they had to take matters into their own hands. After having breakfast, he made his way down to the castle's underground area, familiarly navigating to the office of the potions professor. Knocking on the door, Felix was met with Snape's expressionless refusal to enter. I believe I didn't invite you to my office, Felix. However, Felix had long understood the professor's character. Unless you wanted to provoke him, he preferred direct speech and getting to the point, especially about the topics that interested him most. So Felix spoke, Professor Snape, I have obtained Headmaster Dumbledore's approval to oversee the upcoming dueling club sessions. Regarding the teaching staff, I need to know your intentions. He paused and locked eyes with Snape. Snape pressed his lips tightly together, his black eyes staring unflinchingly at him. After a moment, he stepped aside. Please come in, Felix. The potions professor's office was located underground, with dim lighting. Countless glass specimen jars lined the shelves against the walls. Beyond those lay Snape's private chamber. Approaching one of the shelves, Felix carefully examined one of the jars. Is this the large claw of an acromantula? The ones that inhabit the Forbidden Forest? He asked with genuine interest. Snape emerged from the inner room, trailing 2 cups of pumpkin juice. No, he said coldly, handing Felix a cup. Their conversation turned to the matter at hand. Felix, when did you snatch the dueling club from Lockhart's grasp? Professor, I must remind you that Professor Lockhart's daily duties were becoming overwhelming, forcing him to make difficult choices. I find that hard to believe, Snape sneered at the notion. What's so busy about teaching one performance-based class? Of course, he's busy replying to fans. From what I know, he spends at least an hour each day on this task. Felix Harp flashed a mischievous smile. I can understand Professor Lockhart quite well. After all, we're both authors, and dealing with fans' demands can be quite the ordeal. Besides, he's even more prolific than I am. The books he writes. Snape didn't finish the sentence, his expression conveying everything. But do you also reply to fans? That truly surprises me. I thought you wouldn't waste time on such trivial matters. No choice, Felix sighed. Most of them are officials from various magical ministries around the world. We discuss Muggle legislation and how to interact with Muggles. Snape choked on his drink. He said, Felix, don't beat around the bush with me, state your purpose. Professor, I wish to know if you are still willing to participate in my dueling club course. Your dueling club? Snape elongated the word your. Yes, my dueling club, Felix looked at him calmly. There was a distinction to be made. Snape fell silent. Felix remained composed. He wasn't sure if Snape would agree, but the information he received from Lockhart indicated that Snape had volunteered to assist with the course. This indicated his interest in the dueling club. As for the reasons, Felix wasn't sure and didn't care. However, he had heard that Snape had been vying for a teaching position in dark arts defense, but unfortunately, Dumbledore had never approved it. Was there a connection between these two matters? For instance, was Snape considering the dueling club as a substitute for the dark arts defense class? Felix speculated in his mind. I require involvement in the selection of the course content, Snape made a condition. Of course, your experience is valuable, Felix smiled, saying this. Felix placed the cup of pumpkin juice back on the table and stood up. Professor, the next dueling club session will commence after the Christmas break. I will communicate the teaching content to you then. Farewell. No need for pleasantries, Snape said with a stern face. Just as Felix was about to exit, he suddenly stopped. By the way, Professor Snape, I've already prepared your Christmas gift in advance. I believe you'll be pleased. Snape managed a small smile. I'll also prepare a gift for you, Felix. In the evening, Felix switched shifts with Professor Flitwick to oversee the routine patrols within the castle. There were always young wizards who, with various legitimate and less legitimate reasons, slipped away from the watchful eyes of professors and prefects to act on their own. What he didn't expect was to encounter a breathless Miss Hermione Granger, who seemed to be in a hurry. Professor Harp. Oh, thank Merlin, I finally found a professor. The young witch exclaimed in excitement. Miss Granger, what's the matter? Felix inquired. The chamber, the creature in the chamber. Hermione tried to speak, but after running quite a distance, she was gasping for air. Another attack. Felix's expression grew serious. Could this really be happening again? Another attack just days before Christmas break? His assistant nodded at first, but then shook her head. Indeed, there was an attack, but no one was hurt. However, Harry, he went after the serpent creature. Chapter 59, The Serpent and the Serpent Whispers. Calm yourself, Miss Granger. Felix Harp inquired, you need to tell me, how long has it been since you last saw Harry? Can you ascertain his current location? And by what means did he track the serpent? Hermione quickly responded, not more than 5 minutes, Professor. We deduced that the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets is in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, so we arranged to meet there. Harry used Parseltongue to locate the serpent. Very well, Felix interrupted her, waving his wand. A silver light emanated from its tip, coalescing into a small, graceful bird with scythe-like wings that hovered in midair. Felix proclaimed, Albus Dumbledore, Headmaster, Harry Potter is tracking the chamber's serpent on his own. Hasten to the abandoned bathroom of Moaning Myrtle, it is highly likely to be the location of the chamber's entrance. With his words spoken, the diminutive bird fluttered its wings and vanished into a streak of light. Professor, what kind of magic is that? Even in the urgency of the situation, the young witch couldn't help but ask. A patroness charm, it can shield you from dementors or deliver a quick message, Felix explained. Is it a kind of swallow? Yes, its speed is remarkable. We should head to the bathroom, Felix said to Hermione. On the way, you can brief me on the situation. As they neared Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, Felix had a clear understanding of the situation. 1 hour earlier, Harry, Ron, and Hermione swiftly finished their dinner in the Great Hall, exchanged glances, and stealthily slipped away. It's 6:20 now, Hermione said to the two before they moved, we have around 40 minutes. As long as we're back before 7 to rejoin the others in the common room, no one will notice we've been out. They intended to confront Professor Snape, gain his trust, and then report the information about the Chamber of Secrets to Headmaster Dumbledore. But their plan hit a snag halfway through. Rend you, want to kill, thirst for blood. As they passed through a dim corridor, Harry suddenly heard this voice. He yelled, it's the serpent. It's out. You heard it. Ron nervously responded. Harry dashed forward, climbing a flight of stairs, ears straining. He caught faint scraping sounds, so he sprinted, Ron and Hermione close on his heels. However, the sound was elusive, sometimes disappearing, forcing Harry to climb up and down to determine its source. After running for quite some time, they were breathless and exhausted. Did it go back? Maybe it just came out for a stroll. Ron optimistically wondered. Absolutely not. Harry declared, it wants to kill, it said it thirsts for blood. Rend you, target. Suddenly, Harry raised his head, the voice coming from above. It's upstairs. Harry raced upstairs, leaving Ron and Hermione far behind. Turning a corner, he saw Justin hurrying towards him from the other side of the corridor. Emerging, to kill, tear into pieces. Harry's expression turned to one of extreme fear. Time was running out. He shouted loudly to Justin, quick, shut your eyes, Justin. Shut your eyes, the chamber's serpent is out. Justin, who had been avoiding Harry for the past few days, looked bewildered and asked, what? Harry didn't have time to explain, he heard the distinctive click-clack sound clearly. It had to be the serpent, about to emerge, about to kill. Obstacle ahead. Harry pulled out his wand. A shield charm sent Justin flying, his face a mix of surprise and fear. Harry pounced on Justin to drag him away. This proved to be no easy task. Once Justin shook off the effects of the spell, he struggled vehemently, and the two wrestled in a tangle. "What are you doing? Harry, what are you doing? Shut up! I'm saving your life!" Harry delivered a firm punch to quiet him down. "Listen. The chamber's creature is out. Its eyes can kill, so close your eyes quickly." Rustling sounds approached, growing sharper in the corridor. Justin closed his eyes tightly, trembling uncontrollably. Harry, too, closed his eyes and used one hand to grope for his wand. During their brief scuffle, his wand had fallen to the ground. "Are we going to die, Harry?" "I don't want to die. Harry, I'm sorry for misunderstanding you," Justin muttered incoherently. "Shut up!" Harry roared, his voice echoing down the corridor. He stumbled upon a small stick, it was his wand. But he couldn't fight the serpent with his eyes closed. A door burst open. The click-clack sound grew nearer. Harry deduced the serpent was less than 2 meters away. Perhaps its head was right above him? He even caught a whiff of a foul stench. "Get away from here!" he yelled. "What?" Justin trembled, his voice shaky. "Not you, get away from here." Justin only understood the first half of the sentence. The second half, coming from Harry's mouth, sounded eerie, like a snake's hiss, but much more terrifying. Parseltongue, he instantly realized. Harry continued to speak Parseltongue, ordering the serpent to leave here and go back. It worked. The slithering sound of the serpent's movement ceased. Yet, it hadn't departed. Instead, it responded, "Kill, Master's command, tear apart, rid of Muggles. Leave here." Harry commanded in Parseltongue. "I command you, leave this place." Fortunately, he had been practicing Parseltongue using a magical scroll for the past 2 days, which made him somewhat proficient. "Master's command. My master and your master are the best of friends, we're allies. Listen. You're in grave danger right now, a powerful wizard is coming. Leave this place quickly." Harry urged incessantly. He didn't know if it would work, but Hermione had informed him from Professor Harp's teachings that Parseltongue could control snakes. He didn't know if it was true or not, but he could only hope it was. Finally, the serpent moved away. Harry held his breath, waiting for the verdict of fate. Thankfully, the sliding sounds of the serpent grew more distant until they vanished. "Cannot cease killings, next attack, soon, patience exhausted." These were the words Harry heard from above, suggesting that the serpent had returned to the pipes. Justin sat trembling on the ground, looking shell-shocked. "It's over." Harry opened his eyes. After several seconds, Hermione and Ron arrived breathlessly from behind. "Harry, what happened?" They had lost track and taken a detour. Harry said, still shaken, "The serpent was about to attack Justin. I stopped it." "What? Oh, dear." Hermione pointed at the scratched marks on the ground. "This is..." "Yeah, I confronted it face to face." Note, in the following sequence, various plot threads come together. The protagonist's direct involvement might seem limited, though not absent, but every step of the plot is a result of his participation, influence, and changes. Think of it as the butterfly effect, while also aiming to concentrate on showcasing the different traits of the trio, both the good and the bad. Reader discussions are welcome. Once this sequence concludes, the focus will shift back to the protagonist. Chapter 60, Divide and Conquer. Ron and Hermione's expressions at this moment were truly captivating. Harry struggled to his feet, saying, "Thanks to your information, Hermione, it's true that Parseltongue can control the snake creature." Hermione covered her mouth. "Harry, you nearly died, do you realize?" "Yes, I'm sorry." Justin said from the ground, "He was trying to save me." He got up, brushed his hands on his clothes, and extended his hand formally. "Harry, I'm really sorry, I've been misunderstanding you. I went to Professor Snape, and he assured me that you're definitely not the culprit, but I was terrified during that duel lesson." "It's all right," Harry put on a casual demeanor, extending his hand as well, and they shook hands. "A satisfactory outcome, isn't it?" Ron chimed in, "I don't want to interrupt this friendly atmosphere, but I think we should inform the professors as soon as possible. Wait, Harry walked to a slightly ajar wooden door in front of him. This can't be. Hermione gasped, her hand covering her mouth. It's possible, Harry said, but it should be gone by now. He pushed the door open and walked in, with Ron and Hermione following closely behind. It was a very narrow room, filled with dust, and a long trail dragged away, disappearing into a wall. Do you think there's an entrance to the Chamber of Secrets here? Hermione asked. We've discussed this, right? Harry carefully examined the spot where the snake creature's trail vanished. There might only be one entrance to the chamber, but for the convenience of the snake creature's movement, Slytherin might have left more than one exit in the castle's network of pipes. Using Parseltongue, Harry said, "Open." Justin, who had just entered, shivered. The wall showed no reaction, leaving him somewhat disappointed. Ron speculated, "Harry, if this exit is indeed prepared by Slytherin for the snake creature, he must have set specific conditions. On the contrary, that means the true entrance to the chamber must not have these restrictions." Hermione exclaimed excitedly. "What are we waiting for then?" Ron had a look of the problem is finally solved, we just need to notify a professor, anyone except Lockhart. Harry said, "No, it's you two who should notify the professors." The three of them looked at him, puzzled. "Listen, you go find someone, Headmaster Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, and even Professor Sprout. What about you, Harry?" "I'm going to stay and keep watch, to prevent the snake creature from coming out again. From my conversation with it, it's not exactly in a good mood, and if it decides to attack halfway..." Harry gave them a significant look. "We've figured out the real entrance to the chamber, haven't we? We'll meet there." Harry took a deep breath and hurriedly left. "Let's go." Ron and Hermione immediately moved. "Wait." Justin got up, "I'll help too." Hermione and Ron exchanged a glance. "All right, if you find any professor, tell them to go to Moaning Myrtle's usual abandoned girls' bathroom. The monster in the chamber is a snake creature. Make sure to warn the professor not to look into its eyes." The three of them went their separate ways. On the other side, Harry dashed towards the girls' bathroom. Just as he was about to reach it, he collided heavily with another person at the corner. Harry's glasses were knocked off, and he was in quite a bit of pain. It reminded him of falling off a broomstick during a Quidditch match. He glanced at the young wizard in front of him and recognized Draco Malfoy by his hair color. Malfoy was also not in great shape after the collision. His expression was wooden, as if he'd been stunned. A black notebook was flung out from his arms. "Potter," he said in a dazed tone, then finally snapped out of it, "Potter." Harry picked up his glasses from the ground and quickly stood up, saying, "Get out of my way, Malfoy." He left immediately. Draco, still standing in place, looked around somewhat bewilderedly. Suddenly, his expression turned to one of terror. Whoosh! Whoosh! Harry dashed all the way to the girls' bathroom, finally arriving. He pushed the door open and entered, paying no attention to the standing water on the floor. He cautiously used Parseltongue, saying, "Are you there? The monster from the chamber," while remaining ready to close his eyes. After waiting a few seconds, just when he thought everything was safe, he heard rustling sounds. It was the snake creature. Harry followed the faint sounds, carefully moving his steps. He deduced that the snake creature had returned from another pipe. Based on their earlier analysis, while Hogwarts Castle had various pipes, the Chamber of Secrets couldn't be hidden within them. So, they must have a unique connecting passage. This place was the entrance to the chamber. Their discussion had led them to believe that the entrance to the chamber was most likely where Moaning Myrtle had been killed, now the abandoned girls' bathroom. Myrtle had enthusiastically mentioned that on the day she died, she had heard a boy's voice. This boy could only be the heir of the previous generation of the chamber. Following the faint sounds, Harry reached the center of the bathroom. There was a row of circular sinks. He gently placed his backpack aside, disregarding the standing water on the floor. He crouched down and pressed his ear against the metal pipe of a sink. After a sound similar to a sticky hose sliding on the ground passed, the sound completely disappeared. Waiting in silence for about 10 seconds, Harry stood up and circled around the sinks, carefully inspecting the area. As expected, he found a small snake pattern on the side of a faucet. He could hardly contain his excitement. In a hushed Parseltongue, he said, "Open." Instantly, the faucet emitted a dazzling white light and began to spin rapidly. Then, the sinks themselves began to move. Harry watched as they slowly disappeared from view, revealing a significantly large pipe. Walking through the standing water, Harry approached it. He peered inside, inspecting, but it was pitch black, seemingly leading straight into hell. Harry was hesitating whether or not to go down. Following his usual instincts, he would have thought twice and not just jump in. But after being punished by Professor Snape and having to write lines about reckless behavior for 2 days, he felt that he could be bold. "What are you doing?" A very melancholic voice appeared behind him, close enough that it sounded like it was right next to his skull. Startled, Harry slipped on the wet floor, falling into the passage and disappearing within. The last thing he saw was a rather surprised expression on Moaning Myrtle's face. "My backpack." It contained Professor Snape's magical puppet. Chapter 61, Ron's Adventure. On the other side, Ron, Hermione, and Justin each searched for the professor's trail. After 7 o'clock, the young wizards returned to their respective common rooms under the guidance of their house prefects, leaving the entire castle empty. A few minutes later, Ron encountered a professor first. He ran over in excitement, only to show a look of despair. It was Lockhart. Lockhart was also one of the patrollers today. "Ha! Look what I've caught!" A wandering young wizard out after hours. "What's your name?" Lockhart's face lit up with surprise as he walked over, grabbing Ron's arm. "Come along, child. You must be a Gryffindor, right? Professor McGonagall won't be pleased. Anyway, come with me to my office." "No. Let go of me, Harry's in danger, we've encountered a snake monster." Ron struggled against his grip. "A snake monster? The creature in the Chamber of Secrets?" Ron roared, his anger flaring. "The Chamber of Secrets? Snake monster?" Lockhart became nervous, wiping the sweat from his forehead with a magenta-colored handkerchief he pulled from his pocket. "What are you talking about? Don't expect to deceive me with lies." "I'm not lying." Ron nearly lost his temper. He pushed hard and pulled a wand out of Lockhart's chest pocket in the process. "Hey!" Lockhart tumbled to the ground. "My wand!" Their argument quickly attracted another free presence within the castle, Peeves, who passed through a wall and witnessed Ron and Lockhart's struggle. "Students and a professor fighting! Students and a professor fighting!" Peeves gleefully shouted. Clang, clang! The footsteps of Filch approached from a distance. Ron didn't look back and ran off. In his panic, he found himself in a familiar corridor. The Moaning Myrtle's girls' lavatory, where they had brewed Polyjuice potion for a while, although they had since moved to the abandoned classroom underground. Ron swallowed nervously, carefully turning the handle of the lavatory door. Learning from Moaning Myrtle's experience, he dreaded seeing a pair of yellow eyes behind the door. With his eyes shut, Ron pushed the door open. "Is anyone here?" "Harry." "He's not here." "Oh, poor little thing," a strangely peculiar voice said. Ron recognized it as Moaning Myrtle's tone. He opened his eyes. A silver, translucent ghost floated in midair. "Harry was here, where is he?" Ron wanted to inquire further, but the scene before him widened his eyes. In the center of the lavatory, the basin had vanished into thin air, replaced by a deep black hole. He approached, giving a rather disdainful look at the bottomless, grimy pipe, and asked, "Myrtle, did Harry jump in?" "Yeah, it was so sudden, I was just about to talk to him," Moaning Myrtle said in a rather mournful tone. "His things are still here." Only then did Ron notice that one of the sinks had Harry's bag haphazardly piled on the ground beneath it. "Oh, Merlin!" Ron prayed inwardly. He opened Harry's bag. A magical puppet with ice blue hair lay quietly inside. Ron let out a cry of despair. "What's wrong?" Moaning Myrtle floated over to his side and looked at the contents of the bag with keen interest. She pointed to the magical puppet and asked, "What's this?" "A new trendy doll in the castle. Harry's in danger." Ron muttered softly. "What?" "I said, Harry's in danger." Ron took a deep breath and, gripping the magical puppet, walked a few steps toward the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. A few seconds later, he turned to Moaning Myrtle with a pitiful look and said, "Could you give me a little push?" Before she could respond, Ron jumped into the entrance, facing what he believed to be his demise. "Ah! Ah! Ah!" His exaggerated scream echoed from within the pipes. On the other side, Justin found Professor Snape. Almost simultaneously, Hermione found Professor Harp. When Felix and Hermione arrived at the girls' lavatory, they saw Peeves chasing a weeping moaning Myrtle with a box of rotten bread. What's going on? Hit the stomach, 10 points. Hit the head, 50 points. Very good, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. In the small lavatory, the laughter of Peeves echoed along with the tears of moaning Myrtle. Oh, dear, poor moaning Myrtle, Peeves, stop it. Hermione looked on with sorrow. Felix waved his wand, freezing the airborne bread in midair. Only then did Peeves notice the two newcomers. Professor, hello, he adjusted his hat, greeting. Peeves, leave this place, Felix said calmly. As you wish. The figure of Peeves disappeared. Professor, look. Hermione pointed at the entrance to the chamber. I see. Felix turned to the other presents in the room, asking, Moaning Myrtle, did Harry jump down? Moaning Myrtle's face was adorned with silvery tears, but she still answered, yes, and a red-haired boy too, with lots of freckles on his face. It's Ron! Hermione exclaimed. Indeed, you three were still here. Shut up, Moaning Myrtle! Hermione hurriedly stopped her words, not wanting Professor Harp to discover their secret of secretly brewing polyjuice potion. Then she cast a careful look at Felix. Moaning Myrtle whimpered and quickly flew into the innermost stall, not coming out again. The young witch felt a bit ashamed, apologizing to the poor ghost in her heart. Just then, a clear chirp sounded. Felix looked in the direction of the sound, and the figure of Dumbledore appeared abruptly. He was wearing grey pajamas with polka dots, and his usually neatly kept beard was disheveled unlike how he usually tied it. Apparition or? Felix's gaze fell on the phoenix on Dumbledore's shoulder. It was quite an odd sight, a silver and translucent phoenix perched on Dumbledore's shoulder, like a guardian. No, a guardian indeed. Except, within the silver and translucent guardian, nestled a tiny, palm-sized bird. This was the true phoenix. Fawkes has just undergone rebirth not long ago. Its power is still weak, so I had to use a guardian to protect it, Dumbledore explained. So, a young phoenix wearing the cloak of a guardian? Felix nodded. Headmaster Dumbledore, Potter, Weasley, and Granger encountered an attacking snake creature in the corridor. They saved Justin and later, Potter voluntarily guarded the entrance to the chamber, while the other three sought help from professors. However, for some reason, both Potter and Weasley went in. At present, it's unclear whether they've encountered any danger. Very well, Felix. Dumbledore fell into thought. But within seconds, he lifted his head and addressed Fawkes on his shoulder. Fawkes, you've done well. The phoenix, draped in a silver cloak, similar to this one, emitted a soft trill. Remember, the snake creature's greatest threat is its eyes. Chapter 62, Into the Chamber of Secrets. The phoenix flew down the pipes. Facing Felix Harp's puzzled gaze, Dumbledore explained, Fawkes is too weak now, he can't carry all three of us. If Harry is in danger and he sincerely seeks help, Fawkes will sense his location. At that moment, a cold voice came from the door, apologies, I think it's 4 people. Professor Snape appeared, wearing a dark green robe, his hair disheveled, and he was slightly out of breath. Severus, Dumbledore looked at him, you've come as well. How could I not come, Potter, a Hogwarts student's life is threatened. Snape's temper wasn't great, what are we waiting for? Planning a party here. Right you are, Severus. Dumbledore seemed to have a sudden realization, he glanced at the 4 people present, Miss Granger. I'm going down. Hermione quickly said, I won't slow you down, I can, well. She spotted her bag in the corner, her eyes lit up, she rushed over, rummaged inside, and finally pulled out a magical scroll. Headmaster, Professor, this is Harry's scroll. It contains some pronunciation of Parseltongue, I think it might be useful. What is this? Dumbledore's expression showed surprise, he looked at Felix Harp. We mentioned it. Felix Harp said subtly, and the headmaster understood. Very well, Granger. Dumbledore praised. Hermione struggled not to show a smug look. Dumbledore touched her shoulder with his wand, and she felt herself becoming weightless, rising slightly off the ground. Then, the 3 of them cast levitation charms on themselves. Are you ready? Dumbledore received affirmative responses. He waved his wand, and the 4 of them flew into the dark pipes like light soap bubbles. Next came a long underground slide, and Felix Harp couldn't be sure if it was 5 kilometers or 10. The tunnel twisted and turned, and sometimes even spiraled downward. With the help of magical light, Felix Harp could see that the inner wall of the slide was sticky and damp, with many pipes branching out in all directions. Finally, the downward slide turned horizontal. They arrived in a circular clearing, covered in standing water, with countless pale rat skeletons floating on the water's surface. At this moment, they stood atop a massive pile of skeletons. The tunnel was as silent as a tomb. Dumbledore looked around with a serious expression. This was a place he had never known about. He whispered, "A massive undertaking, it seems Slytherin spent quite a lot of time on this." The four of them headed towards the largest tunnel entrance. In the distance, Felix Harp saw a coiled gigantic creature. "Close your eyes!" he quickly shouted. Hermione obediently shut her eyes, while Dumbledore and Snape, also with closed eyes, drew their wands. Following his intuition, Felix Harp cast a blazing red light, and the thick spell struck the creature's body with a deafening boom. Simultaneously, there was an extremely discreet gust of wind. Snape's spell. Dumbledore also took action, casting a shallow golden shield around the four of them. After waiting for a moment, the unexpected hissing and movements of the serpent creature came. Felix Harp opened his eyes. The massive creature had shattered into pieces, but there was not a hint of bloodstain in sight. He and Snape approached, only to find it was a massive snake skin, shining green, but covered in a layer of dust, making it appear grayish-green. The serpent creature must be at least 20 feet long. Additionally, Felix Harp remarked, "An excellent severing charm, Professor Snape." Snape retorted, "You're not bad either, Felix. Your stupefy effects rival those of a blasting curse." Hermione and Dumbledore came closer, and Hermione carefully examined the remains of the snake's shed skin. 1/3 had been blasted into fragments, the trace of Professor Harp's magic. The remaining part had been sliced in half, the cut edges smooth and even, clearly a result of some powerful cutting spell. The young witch picked up a piece of the snake's skin, stiff and hard like metal, leaving her amazed. Dumbledore examined the shed skin closely. "It's been quite some time, likely left behind during the last opening of the chamber." Just then, a clear phoenix song could be heard from a distance. "We need to pick up the pace," Dumbledore took the lead. They turned around one bend after another, stepping on damp standing water, creating a splashing sound. Hermione felt the stickiness under her feet, her nerves trembling uncomfortably, just wanting this to be over. Finally, they encountered a sturdy wall with a circular iron door embedded in it. This arrangement looked somewhat like the circular door of Gryffindor's common room, but without any portrait on it. Instead, 7 entwined snakes were coiled on it, each with large, sparkling emerald eyes. The snake tails intersected while the snake heads spread out, completely sealing the entrance. "Clearly, we need an entrance command or to force it open," Felix Harp said. Snape waved his wand, an invisible severing charm in effect. The iron switch erupted in a dazzling green glow. When everything quieted down, the circular iron door remained intact. Dumbledore's fingers touched the twisted snake on the door. He shook his head. "I could force it open, but that would take time." He looked at Felix Harp. Felix Harp comprehended and pulled out a scroll, tossing it high in the air. The magical scroll quickly unfurled, extending to about 7 or 8 meters in length. His wand tapped the scroll, and he murmured, "Open." The writing on the magical scroll began to twist, distort, and rearrange. Soon, a whirlpool appeared at the center of the scroll. The four of them heard the magical scroll emit a strange, hissing sound. The next moment, the circular iron door moved. From the point where the snake tails intersected, a smaller snake slid out, circling around the door before a clicking sound signaled the door opening. "Professor, what's this?" Hermione was curious. She wasn't aware that a magical scroll could do this. "It can translate my speech into Parseltongue, of course, provided it holds sufficient snake language information." Dumbledore exclaimed, "This is the concept you mentioned during the interview, blending Muggle intellect with magic." Snape and Hermione's gazes landed on Felix Harp simultaneously. Calmly, Felix Harp said, "Just an experiment." "Felix," Dumbledore said, "wizards with such open minds as yours are rare." Afterward, the group proceeded, passing through the circular iron door. Before them lay a long, dimly lit space. The space was shaped like a hammer, with the handle being the broad passage before them. On either side of the passage stood many pillars carved with coiled serpents. These pillars towered, supporting the high and dark ceiling. In the shimmering green light, they cast long, eerie shadows. At the end of the space, there was an open area, resembling the square head of a hammer. Along the edge of this area was a statue, the same height as the room itself, pressed closely against the dark wall behind it. Felix Harp almost instantly recognized it as a Slytherin statue, similar objects he had seen in many books. His gaze landed on the open area where a fierce battle was unfolding. A blind serpent creature, thrashing wildly, was a full 30 feet long. With each swing of its body, it sent stones flying like rain, while a young wizard none other than Harry Potter was dodging it in a disheveled manner. Chapter 63, The Observer. Headmaster, we. Felix Harp drew his wand. Dumbledore didn't answer, instead, he seemed lost in thought, as if he had fallen asleep. Headmaster Dumbledore. Hermione stamped her foot impatiently. Dumbledore pondered for a few seconds, then waved his wand, casting a few disillusionment charms over them. Felix overheard the conversation between Dumbledore and Snape. I don't understand, Dumbledore. What is it, Severus? That child. Harry Potter, he's about to die. I'm here, Dumbledore said briefly. The conversation ended there, and Felix couldn't help but get lost in thought. Could Dumbledore be trying to nurture Potter? Between life and death lies the greatest wellspring of courage and potential for a person, especially when the old man stands by, controlling the whole situation. Or perhaps... Suddenly, he remembered Potter's Parseltongue incident and his conversation with Dumbledore. The headmaster mentioned needing to confirm something. What could that be? The group approached the battlefield silently. As they drew closer, Felix noticed shattered ice crystals scattered across the clearing. Several palm-sized, blood-stained black scales clung to a partially collapsed ice wall. The four of them reached an area near a coiled snake-shaped pillar. The effects of some of the disillusionment charms were lifted, allowing them to see each other's positions. Professor. Hermione tugged at his sleeve. Behind the pillar, a young wizard lay on the ground, beside him a small bird the size of a hand. It was Ron and Fawkes. Headmaster, we've found Weasley. Dumbledore glanced at the scene. Severus. I'm watching, Snape replied without turning his head. His gaze was fixed intently on Harry, his expression intriguing. Dumbledore and Felix crouched beside Ron. His clothes were covered in dust and scratches, but he seemed uninjured. The small phoenix at the side let out a soft chirp, seemingly claiming credit. Clearly, it had healed Ron. Thank you, Fawkes, Dumbledore said appreciatively to the phoenix. Professor, Ron, he... Hermione looked worriedly at Ron. He's fine, Felix said. He tapped a ring on his left hand with his wand, and a vial of potion flew out. He forcefully poured it into Ron's mouth. Ron's eyebrows twisted. On the open ground, Harry's battle raged on. He hid behind a large boulder, wand in hand, conjuring spells. Fist-sized magical puppets released icy attacks mixed with crystalline shards. The blinded serpent creature could not locate her and only launched sweeping attacks, its snake tail still bearing traces of white frost. Harry agilely evaded a stone the size of a head. The boulder barrier in front of him shattered upon impact. He quickly ran away, but his footsteps caught the serpent's attention. In the next moment, the thick tail swung toward him. Harry promptly directed the magical puppet to shield him, and a series of hissing sounds followed as a column of ice spikes materialized. The massive black serpent tail struck, and after a teeth-grinding crunch, the ice spikes and the magical puppet shattered. Meanwhile, Harry took advantage of the moment to run farther, tiptoeing as he went. Huddled in the shadows, the three professors simultaneously lowered their wands. Felix Harp couldn't help but glance sadly at the scattered puppet fragments on the ground. All that effort, wasted? Professor, I want to help Harry. Hermione said to him. Felix fell silent for a moment. Are you sure? Yes. Felix lifted the disillusionment charm on Hermione while pulling a small beaded bag from his ring. He handed it to her. I had planned to give this to you as a Christmas present, but you might need it now. You know how to use it, right? No need to explain, thank you, Professor. Hermione said cheerfully. She wasn't truly worried about Harry's safety, given the two professors and the headmaster present. However, she didn't want to see Harry facing the serpent alone. After all, they were the best of friends. Hermione carefully concealed herself in the shadows, stepping as lightly as possible. On the field, Harry struggled to evade the serpent's tail and the flying debris. Without the magical puppets to assist him, he found himself at a severe disadvantage. Harry hissed through gritted teeth, "Stay quiet." But the serpent had gone berserk. Blinded and on the brink of death, it seemed destined to either be killed or starve. And they had entered the Chamber of Secrets, to kill. Kill. The serpent hissed, its tail swiping toward Harry in response to his movements. Whoosh! A sharp whistle cut through the air. A verdant, wrist-thick vine shot up the serpent's tail, forcibly halting its attack. Harry's expression shifted from disbelief to astonishment. Hermione! The young witch had wrapped the other end of Devil's Snare around a pillar, using it to counter the serpent's terrifying strength. Harry, run! Harry didn't have time to ponder why Hermione was here. He quickly retreated and stumbled for a moment, almost tripping over the sorting hat, the same one the silver bird had brought him earlier. Not too long ago, the serpent had spotted him, an intruder, and decided to kill both him and Ron. At this point, the parcel tongue wasn't going to help, its master's command was everything. At that critical moment, a majestic silver bird suddenly appeared. It not only blinded the serpent but also, upon reappearing, brought him the sorting hat. He didn't know why, but he believed the sorting hat was useful in this situation. Picking up the tattered hat, he muttered softly, "Whatever it takes, please help me." No audible response came, but the hat tightened around his head as if an invisible hand was desperately clutching it. Clang! Something heavy and hard landed on Harry's head, nearly knocking him out. He realized it was a gleaming silver sword, adorned with a dazzling, egg-sized ruby on its hilt. Not far away, Felix's gaze froze. That was, the Gryffindor sword? The symbol of courage and conviction of the Hogwarts four founders? He turned his head, staring intently at Dumbledore. "Is this what you wanted to confirm?" Dumbledore didn't pay attention to his gaze, his eyes through half-moon glasses fixed on the serpent. His lips moved silently. This gave Felix an inkling of unease, a peculiar feeling. In his line of sight, 3 paces to the left, an immense source of magic burned as brightly as the sun. Dumbledore. From his feet, a line of magic extended, connecting to the ground beneath the serpent. There, an enormous magical fluctuation lay hidden. In his unique perspective, the ground appeared like rippling waves, undulating and surging. What was this? Had Dumbledore intervened in secret? It appeared to be some kind of transfiguration, but Felix had never seen such an extravagant form of it before. Felix's emotions were incredibly complex at this moment. Unbeknownst to him, Dumbledore had already trapped the serpent inside a cage. At this point, Felix cared little for the ongoing battle, there was no need. The serpent was just a colossal pawn. Perhaps its only value was to play a part in Harry's act, to make Dumbledore see something clearly. Chapter 64, The Snake Slayer. On the other side, Ron woke up under the effects of the potion. Ugh! Where am I? Harry! Hermione! Ron sat up, a bit confused, and soon he saw Harry and Hermione battling the serpent. He quickly recalled what had happened. He had chased after Harry with the enchanted puppets, and they encountered the serpent. Harry had attempted to speak Parseltongue, but the serpent attacked immediately. They had to run for their lives, not daring to look back. And then, a majestic silver bird appeared. It pecked out the serpent's eyes, only to be swatted away by the furious creature, leaving Ron in agonizing pain. He had almost thought he was done for. Ron's last memory was of Harry supporting him and the once magnificent silver bird reduced to a pitiful tiny form, perched upon his shoulder. Was it weeping, mourning for me? Ron stood up, flexing his limbs, surprisingly unharmed. He drew out his wand, prepared to step forward, but the memory of being swatted by the serpent's tail flashed before his eyes, gripping him with immense fear. "I'm going to die." He fixed his gaze on the scene before him. Harry held a foreign silver sword in his hand. Had Hermione brought it? But where were the professors, Dumbledore? Ron looked around, unable to find them. And those devilish vine-like things? Ron felt like he had woken up only to find the situation utterly incomprehensible. By now, the serpent had broken free from its third devil's snare. It seemed even angrier, spewing venom and bearing long fangs as sharp as daggers. It coiled its body, tail smacking against the pillars, sending debris flying. In the midst of chaos, Harry scrambled onto the toes of the Salazar Slytherin statue. The serpent lunged, its massive head creating a half-meter-deep pit upon impact. Hermione's beaded bag had lost its effect. She emerged, casting several red curses at the serpent, but its scales deflected them easily. What should I do? Ron trembled all over, torn between conflicting emotions. Snape's lips curled into a soundless smirk as he raised his wand. However, in the next moment, Ron Weasley charged forward, picking up a stone and smashing it onto the serpent's head. Hey! I'm over here! He exaggeratedly waved his arms, diverting the serpent's attention. The serpent's dark eye sockets turned toward Ron, making him swallow hard. Under the invisibility cloak, the professors had diverse thoughts. Foolish lion, Snape's perspective. Brave Gryffindor. Dumbledore's eyes glistened with moisture. Admirable courage, Felix said, though it would never be his choice. Ron paid the price for his recklessness. He scrambled and rolled to avoid the serpent's sweeping tail, the stones on the ground causing him pain as his fingers suffered a small cut. The serpent's gaping mouth with its deathly pale fangs was illuminated by the green light from the ceiling, truly terrifying. In his panic, Ron tossed his wand away. The wand, belonging to Lockhart, traced a graceful arc in the air, coincidentally landing in the serpent's mouth but to no effect. And in that moment, Harry had climbed the massive statue, his feet atop Salazar Slytherin's colossal head. Perched high, Harry watched the serpent's frenzied assault, gripping tightly the gleaming sword of Gryffindor. With the serpent at the center, Harry, Ron, and Hermione found themselves strategically positioned at 3 different spots. As if connected by a shared understanding, their gazes passed over the serpent and met one another's. Ron suddenly sprinted towards Harry with all his might, his mouth emitting a hissing sound. It was the only Parseltongue phrase he had learned from Harry, originally intended for a certain Malfoy. Idiot! This word instantly captured the serpent's full attention. Combined with Ron's stumbling approach, it swiftly locked onto its new target. The serpent writhed, its scales scraping the ground as it swiftly closed in on Ron. Hermione followed suit, but her distance was a bit far, and she could only see the serpent's back. Ron dashed beneath the statue of Salazar Slytherin and bellowed, "Harry!" In that moment, time seemed to freeze. The serpent reared its head, poised to strike. Hermione's mouth hung open in astonishment. And Harry, he raised the sword of Gryffindor high and leaped from the Salazar Slytherin sculpture. The 3 professors outside the scene clenched their wands simultaneously, Snape inhaling sharply. Time seemed to slow down. Harry felt the rushing wind brush past his ears. The serpent moved sluggishly in his vision, slower than a snail. He even found himself able to adjust his falling posture mid-air with a certain amount of control. It was like a peculiar game of Quidditch. Swish! The gleaming sword of Gryffindor's surface erupted with watery radiance as it effortlessly pierced through the serpent's skull. Harry harnessed his falling speed and body weight to thrust the sword completely through, leaving only the hilt. Sensing the threat of death and searing pain, the serpent went berserk. It thrashed its head violently, its tail whipping like a long whip, sweeping debris across the ground. Harry held onto the hilt, his legs scratched, but he was oblivious to the pain. Instead, he relentlessly twisted the hilt, causing the sword of Gryffindor to create a bloody hole in the serpent's head. And suddenly, the serpent's body went rigid. Felix Harp stared intently, not missing a single detail. In his field of view, the serpent was imprisoned by a tremendous magic below. It's Dumbledore! In a split second, around 5 to 6 seconds later, Harry was flung away, but Hermione arrived in time, waving her wand and casting a standard levitation charm to catch him. The serpent's vitality proved tenacious. After its skull was pierced, it writhed for nearly a minute before collapsing with a deafening thud. Ron hobbled over to them, sporting bruises and cuts, yet he smiled broadly. "We won, unbelievably, didn't we?" Harry also laughed, looking quite miserable himself. His arm had numerous scratches, and a long gash adorned his thigh, a parting gift from the serpent's final moments. He was about to say something, but his vision blurred suddenly. "Harry! Harry!" Ron and Hermione's voices seemed distant, difficult to discern. Struggling to hear, Harry faintly caught Hermione mentioning something about snake venom being potent, that even the serpent's venom was highly toxic. "Am I going to die?" Harry questioned himself, his lips moving, yet he wasn't sure if he was speaking. "Harry!" Ron shouted loudly. Hermione called towards the location where Felix and the others stood, "Professors, Headmaster!" The disillusionment charm was lifted, and Dumbledore strode forth. "Headmaster, Harry's dying," Ron mournfully said, not sparing a thought for how fortuitous Dumbledore's arrival was. "He won't die. Dumbledore's resolute tone brought immense comfort to Ron and Hermione. With a wave of his hand, Fawkes the Phoenix emitted a melodic cry and swooped down. Landing beside Harry, large teardrops fell onto his wounds. The wounds swiftly closed, healed, and vanished. Headmaster? Professor? Harry opened his eyes, staring at Fawkes before looking at his wounds. What's happening? I'm not. Harry, Phoenix tears can counteract poison and heal wounds. Harry gazed curiously at the small fox. Was this really a phoenix? But it looked so ugly, and so small, barely the size of a palm. What's its name? Fox. Harry stared at the phoenix, gratitude in his eyes. Thank you, Fox. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Harry, Harry Potter. The tiny phoenix hopped onto his shoulder, nuzzling Harry's cheek affectionately. Dumbledore introduced, phoenixes are truly captivating creatures. Unfortunately, Fawkes has just undergone a rebirth. In a short while, its entire body will be covered in wondrous red and gold feathers. They can carry heavy loads, their tears counteract poison, and they're particularly loyal pets. Afterward, they return to the castle. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were taken to the infirmary. Ron and Hermione had suffered scrapes, with Ron's injuries being more severe. Harry, on the other hand, had just been healed by Fawkes' tears. Aside from some dirt, he was completely unharmed. Chapter 65, Telling the Tale. Madame Pomfrey, the school nurse, used a few simple spells to heal the wounds, and then she gave the trio a bottle of cheering potion. This will do you good. Harry was taken aback by the strength of it. Poppy, please give us a few minutes, Dumbledore said gently. Madame Pomfrey left the scene. Present were the trio, Dumbledore and Felix Harp. Snape had been sent by the headmaster to find Professor McGonagall. Later, they would have to go to the Chamber of Secrets again to dispose of the basilisk's remains. I believe you have much to tell. Dumbledore's gaze landed on a nearby table where the sorting hat rested, along with a silver sword adorned with a ruby. Harry began to recount the events exactly as they had unfolded. He spoke of hearing the disembodied, ghostly voice for the first time in Professor Lockhart's office while he was in detention. Combining this information with what Hermione had learned from Professor Harp, he confirmed that he was a Parseltongue. But due to the negative reputation associated with Parseltongue, I kept it a secret, and besides, there were no attacks at that time, Harry admitted, a hint of shame in his voice. Everyone has their secrets, unwilling to be exposed, Dumbledore said sympathetically, easing some of Harry's discomfort. He also spoke of the incidents that followed the first attack. They discovered that the castle's spiders were fleeing, and from Moaning Myrtle, they learned that she had been the victim when the chamber was last opened 50 years ago. Harry specifically mentioned that on the day of Myrtle's attack, he heard a male voice, which became their primary evidence for identifying the entrance to the chamber. Dumbledore couldn't help but applaud lightly. It was Hermione's deduction. Harry deflected the credit, and Hermione modestly waved her hand. Then came the account of the second attack. As Harry was summoning the courage to voice their suspicions about Malfoy, Snape, and Professor McGonagall burst into the room. Seeing the disheveled state of the trio, McGonagall exclaimed, clutching her chest, "Oh my, what have you all been through? Professor Snape said you recklessly challenged the monster in the chamber. If that's true, I shall deduct points from Minerva," Dumbledore interrupted, "and Severus, you've arrived just in time. Let us hear the end of their adventure before passing final judgment." Thus, 2 more listeners joined the story session. Harry opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately held back his suspicions about Malfoy. He proceeded to share what he had learned from Hermione, that Parseltongues could control snakes, something Salazar Slytherin himself had done, and that Hagrid had mentioned the existence of the giant spider Aragog, as well as its fear of the basilisk. "And those dead roosters?" Ron interjected. "Exactly. Many of Hagrid's roosters died, and he thought it was the work of a fox," Harry added. "We pieced together the truth about the chamber with these clues. I'm more interested in knowing how tonight's sequence of events unfolded." Dumbledore nodded in approval before inquiring further. "And so," Harry continued, recounting their escape from the Great Hall and their plan to find Professor Harp to explain the situation. Snape made a derisive sound, interrupting, but they heard the basilisk's voice again, prompting them to rescue Justin. Harry entrusted others with seeking help from the professors while he kept watch on the basilisk to prevent it from attacking anyone else. "A noble act, Harry," Dumbledore whispered. "But what I saw was a reckless and arrogant adventure. Headmaster Dumbledore, you've granted them too many privileges, Snape retorted with a stern face, playing the role of a naysayer. Felix Harp observed with keen interest. Snape's disdain for Harry Potter was blatantly obvious, yet he was the first to step forward when Harry faced danger. Thinking about what he had once investigated, a faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. We mustn't jump to conclusions, Severus. Following that, Ron and Hermione each recounted their experiences. Hermione didn't have much to say. She had wandered the empty castle for a few minutes and happened to come across Professor Harp. Ron's story was far more exciting. Not only did he attack the professor, Lockhart, but he also disarmed him and, in his own embellished version of events, made a heroic exit by jumping down the chute when he realized Harry didn't have a powerful puppet in hand, cleverly dodging responsibility. By the way, Headmaster, Ron said somewhat hesitantly, Professor Lockhart's wand got swallowed by the basilisk. Should I compensate him? His own wand was only half intact. That is indeed a problem. Gilderoy has been having a string of bad luck lately. I'll have a word with him, Dumbledore said casually. If luck is on our side, his wand might still be lying undamaged inside the basilisk. All three young wizards had finished recounting their respective experiences. Professor McGonagall weakly said, what you all did tonight far exceeded your responsibilities. And I must add, you've broken over 100 school rules along the way. But how did you defeat the basilisk? Harry described meeting Ron near the shed skin and entering the chamber together, encountering the basilisk soon after. As he spoke, Harry suddenly realized that he should have paused near the shed skin, but the thought hadn't crossed his mind at the time. Am I truly the reckless, foolish lion Snape thinks I am? The story continued. Their unexpected visit triggered the basilisk's aggression. It relentlessly attacked Harry and Ron. Only when Fawkes blinded the basilisk's eyes did they find the courage to stand up to it. Professor Harp's magical puppet was a great help. Harry gratefully glanced at Felix. The professor simply smiled, saying nothing, his gaze fixed on the battered, dirty sorting hat. Harry continued, briefly glancing at Hermione in a peculiar way, not knowing when she had arrived. Finally, he recounted how, working together, they made their ultimate leap and defeated the basilisk. Thus, the tale concluded. Felix Harp clapped his hands. A thrilling adventure indeed. I believe your story is worthy of a book. Felix, Snape drawled with a prolonged tone, using his signature emotionless voice, perhaps you see a reflection of yourself in them. No, Professor Snape, Felix said lightheartedly, I am quite different from them. They are exemplary Gryffindors, whereas you and I, he looked at Snape, are true Slytherins, aren't we? The Sorting Hat can vouch for that. He casually picked up the Sorting Hat and placed it on his own head. Chapter 66, Dumbledore's Heir? As the trio emerged from the hospital wing, their faces were lit up with radiant smiles. Just moments ago, Dumbledore had rewarded them each with 200 points for their exceptional courage and had also bestowed upon them the Special Contribution Award of the school. Of course, some points had to be deducted as well. Past transgressions against school rules were left unaccounted for. However, for their recent actions, each member of the trio had lost 20 points for defying orders to stay out. Ron had lost 50 points for his improper behavior towards Professor Lockhart, and on top of that, he was assigned a month of detention. Nonetheless, they had secured a staggering 490 points for their own house all at once. This essentially meant that Gryffindor had sealed the house cup well in advance. I reckon it was worth it. Ron, even with a month's detention ahead, had no complaints. If they managed to win the Quidditch Cup as well, this year would truly be perfect. Harry couldn't help but think with a touch of greed. But there was still a chance. In their final conversation, Harry had a private exchange with Dumbledore. In this intimate dialogue, he mustered the courage to voice a lingering doubt whether he had been sorted into the wrong house. After all, the Sorting Hat had strongly hinted that if he were in Slytherin, he could achieve great things. Dumbledore's words, however, put his mind at ease. Pointing to Gryffindor's sword on the table, he said, only a true Gryffindor could have pulled it out of the hat. Harry had also learned the reason behind his Parseltongue ability. According to the headmaster, Voldemort had transferred a part of his own abilities into Harry's body that fateful night. This left Harry utterly astonished. Living by one's choices is more meaningful than dwelling on an unchangeable past, Dumbledore told him. The night had fallen completely, and the shadow that had hung over Hogwarts for 2 whole months had finally dissipated. Ron suddenly spoke up, what do you reckon Professor Harp meant just now? About Gryffindor and Slytherin and all that. Thinking of his own actions tonight, Harry responded thoughtfully, I guess it might be about the values different houses emphasize. Like Gryffindor valuing courage, and Slytherin valuing cunning. You know, I almost forgot that Professor Harp was a Slytherin, Ron muttered under his breath. Hermione remained silent, recalling her first private lesson in magical linguistics when Professor Harp had expressed particular interest in the Sorting Hat. His exact words were, perhaps I should find an opportunity to reintroduce myself to it. The young witch thought that the professor might just be looking for an excuse to try on the Sorting Hat again. Back in the common room, the three huddled in a corner, exchanging their newfound insights. Hermione's words intrigued them the most. The three professors had been standing by from start to finish. How could they just stand there? Ron complained indignantly, having felt at death's door several times. With them around, our lives aren't in danger, Hermione analyzed rationally. I wonder if Dumbledore might be testing us. Remember last year? Harry spoke thoughtfully, Voldemort didn't die, that's what Dumbledore told me then. He said Voldemort would return someday. Could it be that Dumbledore wants us to become heirs to resist the enigmatic figure? Ron's face flushed with excitement, as if the mere act of making this deduction thrilled him. Dumbledore's not exactly young anymore, you know? I mean, it's about time he started considering this, right? Dumbledore's heir sounded far more appealing than Slytherin's heir, far more perfect. The three of them found themselves breathing a bit faster in unison. The Chamber of Secrets. Dumbledore, Snape, Felix Harp, and Professor McGonagall stood beside the serpent's lifeless body. It was McGonagall's first time here, and she couldn't help but gaze around. It's like a dim and eerie lair, she whispered. Felix gently touched the serpent's eye. The majority of it had been damaged by Fawkes, and black blood had tainted much of its serpent visage. It had been quite a task to salvage a bit of clean material. He was particularly intrigued by the serpent's deadly stare talent stare and you die. This was one aspect of the serpent that he feared immensely, yet it was also just fear. He had numerous ways to avoid directly locking eyes with it. But he was curious. What would happen if Dumbledore and the serpent stared at each other? Would Dumbledore be killed by the serpent's gaze? Upon witnessing the immense and somewhat terrifying wellspring of magical power within the headmaster, Felix's conviction wavered. Against a wizard of this caliber, did the serpent's death stare truly hold any power? Just like himself, he could easily withstand one or two stunning spells. Felix analyzed Dumbledore's strength as he collected various materials from the serpent's body. Severus Snape was engaged in the same activities. Be it snake venom, fangs, blood, or scales, nothing was rejected. Meanwhile, Dumbledore was engaged in a hushed conversation with Professor McGonagall. Minerva, I believe we should take the initiative to publicize this, so that the world sees that we've resolved the Chamber of Secrets incident. This will prevent them from making unfounded speculations. Professor McGonagall naturally had seen the previous reports and was irritated. Minerva, I'm not against that idea, but we should wait a few days. Why? Lucius Malfoy has been very active in the school board lately. It seems he views this as an opportunity to have me removed from the school, Dumbledore responded without confirming or denying. How dare he? Professor McGonagall angrily exclaimed. From what I understand, Lucius has been exerting pressure on several board members. It's likely that in the coming days, he'll challenge me. Dumbledore, what should we do then? We just need to wait. Dumbledore's gaze seemed to pierce through the ceiling of the chamber, seeing a far-off horizon. Felix and Snape, in a series of exchanges, laid out a preliminary plan for dividing up the serpent's materials. Felix also found Lockhart's wand. After cleansing it several times with the Aguamenti charm, aside from an unshakable strong odor, its appearance gave away nothing of its recent history. Hopefully Lockhart wouldn't mind. Afterwards, they moved the serpent's corpse into an abandoned classroom and magically sealed the door. Once the school made the announcement, they would disassemble the serpent. When Felix returned to his office, he realized it was nearly 9 o'clock. Hogwarts was under curfew, with few people in the corridors, but it wouldn't be long before the hustle and bustle of old returned. Sitting on his couch, Felix continued pondering about the chamber. The chamber was found, the serpent was defeated, but there still remained a Slytherin heir within the castle. Or more precisely, in Felix's mind, a certain young wizard controlled by a piece of Voldemort's soul. How could they expose them? And if they stirred up serious trouble, the thought of Hogwarts being closed for 2 months for a thorough inspection was unacceptable. Felix contemplated strategies for dealing with this quandary when a hurried knocking on the door interrupted his thoughts. He opened the door to find a rather unexpected young wizard, Draco Malfoy. Strangely, Malfoy appeared quite pale, sweat beads forming on the tip of his nose. He clutched a long scarf with deep green stripes tightly in his hand. On the other end of the scarf, about 2 meters away, trailed an ordinary black book. It was evident that Malfoy was making every effort to keep his distance from that thing. "Please come in, Mr. Malfoy," Felix said, his intuition telling him that tonight would be quite eventful. Chapter 67, Midnight Conversation. Draco Malfoy sat uneasily on the couch. Felix Harp sat across from him, first summoning a cup of hot cocoa for him. "Sweets can make one feel happy," he said, his blue eyes gentle. Then, he waved his wand, causing a black notebook to float and land on the small table between them. Thud. Malfoy couldn't help but shudder. "It seems your experiences have been quite extraordinary. Would you be willing to share?" Felix asked encouragingly. "The diary." "Professor," Malfoy began, his voice hoarse. "I must request forgiveness. I think I inadvertently made a mistake." Felix's pale blue eyes fixed on him. "Go on." It's Potter and his lot." Malfoy's breathing grew hurried. "A few weeks ago, I found them breaking the rules, more than once. So, I followed them secretly and discovered they were in Moaning Myrtle's territory, the girls' bathroom." "Moaning Myrtle's territory?" Felix repeated his words. "Exactly, Professor." Felix's reaction gave Malfoy confidence, his nose slightly reddened. "They must be plotting something. Potter and his gang always do this, repeatedly violating school rules without facing any consequences." It was clear he held deep resentment for this and kept ranting about Potter. "Everyone must be accountable for their actions," Felix agreed. "Yes, Professor Harp, you're so fair, in my opinion, few see through his fa-ade. Potter is reckless and arrogant, always with that Weasley by his side, like a pair of—" "Mr. Malfoy," Felix interrupted, "let's return to our previous topic." "Of course, Professor. Potter spotted me, and I fled in a panic. When I went back later, they had already erased all traces, but I found this." His gaze landed on the black notebook. "What is it?" "A diary, a very ominous dark magic item." Malfoy said quickly, his expression a mix of disgust and fear. "At first, I thought it was left by Potter and his gang, perhaps someone's diary. But I found out it belonged to a person named Tom Riddle, a former Slytherin student. I could converse with him through it, and he taught me many things." "Tom Riddle, this name." Felix's gaze became deep. "So, you concealed its existence?" "I believe the professors have emphasized not to trust things that keep their minds hidden." Malfoy lowered his head, his platinum blonde hair easily visible to Felix. "Then what, Malfoy? According to your account, it started well, but something changed. Sometimes, I find myself in strange places, and when I try to think, I subconsciously forget about it, and my robes, my bag, and even my collar were inexplicably covered in feathers. I never touched those things. Later today, I found myself in a remote corridor on the 4th floor of the castle. When I realized this, I saw Potter fleeing from beside me. I believe," Malfoy's voice dropped, as if his previous words were a preparation for this moment, "this is a trap set for me." A quiet atmosphere enveloped the office. Felix idly played with his wand, seemingly lost in thought. After a while, he leaned down and picked up the diary with his empty hand. He briefly flipped through it, except for the first page, which bore the inked name Tom Riddle. The rest of the pages were blank. Turning to the back cover, the name of a newspaper vendor from Vauxhall Road in London was printed there. "Mr. Malfoy," Felix said, "are you suggesting that all of this was done by Potter and his friends?" "There's a possibility, Professor," he said slowly. "Then what is their purpose in doing this? Have you ever considered another possibility, like a connection between this diary and the recent Chamber of Secrets attack?" Draco Malfoy's already pale cheeks grew even whiter. He stammered as Professor Felix Harp, with his light blue eyes, looked at him. It felt as though Felix had seen through his scheming thoughts. Subconsciously, he believed the diary was connected to the chamber. He wanted to entrust the object to a reliable person's hands, but didn't want to invite trouble. Merlin knew what he might have unconsciously done. This was something he couldn't let his father know about. So, he deliberately avoided Professor Snape, who he trusted more but had closer ties to his family. As for whether it had something to do with Potter, he couldn't be sure. However, Causing a bit of trouble for Potter wasn't abnormal, was it? Professor. I'm not sure. I have no memory of that. He said slyly. Regardless, Felix glanced at him. You've made a wise choice. 50 points to Slytherin. This is the most I can do. Perhaps we should go together to see Headmaster Dumbledore. No, that's not necessary, Professor. Malfoy hurriedly said, standing up. I have only one request. Can you keep this confidential? Confidential? I mean, until we uncover the truth, it's better not to mention my involvement, and don't tell my family. It would affect the reputation of the Malfoy family. Felix looked at him. Agreed, he said. Thank you, Professor. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. With Felix's permission, he left quickly. In the office, Felix quietly looked at the diary, his fingers tapping the armrest of the chair. Tap, tap. His perspective changed. In this black and white world, a more concentrated and profound darkness lay before him. He examined it closely, but apart from darkness itself, he found nothing. Felix went to his desk, pondered for a moment, and then took out a quill. He let a drop of ink fall onto the diary. A blot appeared on the page. He waited in silence, but nothing happened. Felix. Is my approach wrong, or did Malfoy not explain clearly? He pulled out his wand and pointed it at the open page of the diary. Reveal secrets. Reveal immediately. Trace magic. Feedback status. After a series of attempts, the diary didn't respond at all. It lay quietly there, undisturbed. Felix. What's wrong with this thing? Or did Malfoy not explain it properly? Even he couldn't figure it out in a moment. Did 16 or 17-year-old Voldemort have this capability? If it were in the realm of dark magic, he dared not make hasty judgments, but magical creation. Why would he surpass me? Felix sank into deep thought, his fingers continuously tapping the desk. The quiet office filled with the sound of tap, tap. After an unknown amount of time, he finally stopped. Felix's light blue eyes became particularly bright. He thought of a possibility that made him tremble all over. Voldemort was the heir of Slytherin who opened the chamber, and there was a high likelihood that he was a descendant of that person. That's why Voldemort, during his time at Hogwarts, used Parseltongue to open the chamber. What could be inside the chamber? Would it merely be a millennia-old snake creature? That would be a terrible waste. But if viewed from a different angle, perhaps it was guarding something. For example, the top-secret research materials of Salazar Slytherin? Chapter 68, Enchantment. Felix Harp attempted to deduce the scene from 50 years ago. A clever and ambitious young wizard, upon entering Hogwarts, chanced upon the legend of Slytherin. So astute was he, that he must have noticed the shared magical talent between himself and Slytherin Parseltongue, almost implying a factual blood connection between them. He must have been exhilarated, with the same noble Slytherin blood coursing through his veins. Without a doubt, he would have endeavored to uncover the chamber of secrets left behind by his ancestors. This might have taken years, but with his intelligence, and perhaps with the help of some serpentine allies, in any case, he succeeded. As a descendant of Slytherin, he became the new master of the basilisk. He naturally inherited everything within it. For instance, a deeper hidden chamber filled with various forbidden materials of Slytherins. Slytherin excelled in bloodline research and possessed a good deal of powerful ancient magic. Crucially, during that era, dark magic was rampant, and Slytherin never shied away from studying and employing such dark arts. The young wizard received the bequests of his ancestors, secretly assimilating it all, delving deeper into the realm of magic, his ambitions swelling in tandem. Until, after being rejected by Dumbledore, he formed an army of Death Eaters, becoming the fearsome Dark Lord. Could all this be true? Or is it just my conjecture? Felix Harp's gaze seemed to pierce through time, witnessing the rise of the second Dark Lord. He stared motionless at the diary, in the quiet of the night, like a serene painting. Research material of a masterful legendary wizard, bridging past and future. Who wouldn't want it? Even a possibility alone is worth my attempt. But if Voldemort were to take away or destroy these materials, that would complicate matters. Felix had a plan forming in his mind. The first step is to establish a connection, but the Horcrux seems dormant. After contemplating, Felix quickly constructed a short memory and emotional segment in his mind. In this new memory, he was still a young prodigious wizard with remarkable achievements at an early age. The difference was his extreme arrogance and pride, with no doubt in his ability to control this mysterious diary. The art of lies is mixing 9 truths with 1 falsehood. I just need to let him misjudge my character, make him believe I can be of use to him. Felix thought to himself. He opened the diary, dipped the quill in ink, and wrote fervently on its pages. Malevolent presence, reveal your secrets, or I shall utterly obliterate you. After contemplating for a moment, his emotions aligned, yet the revealed information wasn't enticing enough. So, he imitated the tone of Lockhart and added another passage. I, Felix Harp, the most outstanding graduate of Hogwarts in a century, author of 3 magical works, in correspondence with over 100 renowned wizards, but I don't flaunt these achievements, I didn't secure Dumbledore's invitation through powerful connections. He stopped writing, 1 second, 2 seconds. An extremely subtle Legilimen's sweep occurred, a presence that didn't forcibly breach his memories, nor brazenly delve into fabricated information, but rather subtly circulated around the periphery, capturing his emotions. This actually impressed Felix, as it was a technique employed by many adept Legilimens. Rarely did they barge into others' minds to sift through memories. Instead, they perceived the current emotions and combined them with their own experience, thereby imperceptibly gathering the desired information. Under Felix's gaze, the ink on the diary's pages was absorbed. He patiently waited, and sure enough, a line of text appeared on the diary. Hello, Felix Harp. The line of text lingered for a few seconds before swiftly vanishing, replaced by a new set of words. I am not some dark magical item. That young wizard misunderstood me. There is someone else entirely who can open the chamber. Felix Harp's lips curled into a slight smile as he simply wrote, Who is it? I can show you. Dazzling white light surged from the diary, and Felix felt his body being pulled, as if he was about to fall in the next second. He quickly closed the diary. Bang! After a few seconds, he opened the diary once more. The soul within the diary seemed a bit taken aback, hesitating before forming a question mark. Felix wrote above, Don't think I'm some unreliable little wizard. I am the brilliant Slytherin, not easily fooled by you. A pause of a dozen seconds followed before text reappeared on the diary. You are cautious indeed, Felix Harp, but I truly am not a dark magical item. Like you, I graduated from Slytherin. In a way, I'm even your senior. 50 years ago, it was I who caught the culprit behind the chamber's opening. Felix grinned in satisfaction. This was precisely the impression he wanted to create for the Horcrux, a Slytherin image that was arrogant, yet astute. So, no use trying to bluff him with something mediocre. Over the next half hour, the diary filled its pages, explaining the events of 50 years ago in painstaking detail. As he watched the ink on the diary's pages fading, Felix considerately added a few drops of ink. The culprit who opened the chamber was Rubeus Hagrid, the diary concluded. But how do you explain controlling the young wizards in the school? Felix posed a pointed question. Rapidly, a lengthy passage appeared on the diary's page. The chamber was reopened. Rubeus Hagrid wasn't sent to Azkaban. He remains at the school as the keeper of the Forbidden Forest. The danger never abated, and as I expected, there's finally trouble this year. I attempted to warn, but a wizard named Draco Malfoy wasn't interested. In fact, he was more inclined to enjoy the spectacle. I had to manipulate him, attempting to find evidence against Hagrid. The diary's pages spoke with an emotive tone, even though I'm but a memory, my determination to protect Hogwarts remains unchanged. I'm still a part of Hogwarts, with the obligation to prevent all of this from happening. Felix wrote on the diary, How do I know your words are true? I come from a Muggle orphanage, unlike those pure-blood families. Their arrogance is practically in their bones. You can check the trophy room at Hogwarts, where you should find some of my awards. Sounding rather convincing, Felix wrote, yet under the protection of occlumency, he couldn't help but silently curse, You've probed me 17 times already, did you really think I wouldn't notice? Because it's all true. You're welcome to investigate. But time is of the essence, the next attack could happen anytime. My suggestion is to secretly write to the Ministry of Magic, have them temporarily remove Rubeus Hagrid. You want me to inform on him? Felix angrily wrote. No, just a test. Trust me, once he's gone, the attacks will cease immediately. Once all is resolved, you can step forward and enjoy the deserved honor. I believe a medal from the Order of Merlin Knight, as the hero who ended the chamber attacks, should be in order. However, please keep my existence a secret for now. There are those within the school who protect Hagrid. If he discovers my presence, he won't hesitate to use me as a scapegoat. This is my only request. After everything is settled, you're free to decide what to do." Felix paused for a moment, then wrote, "I will consider it." Subsequently, he retrieved an ornate box from the corner of his office, placing the diary inside. Intricate magical patterns flashed and vanished. With the diary now completely cut off from the outside world, Felix sat back in his quiet office, pondering the recent exchange of words. "Sincerely," he praised. "You sound as if it's all true." Chapter 69, Trouble at Hogwarts. In the following 2 days, the campus remained calm on the surface, but beneath the surface, hidden currents were stirring. Rita Skeeter had focused all her firepower on Professor Lockhart, and after many years, the two of them were once again engaged in a battle of words in the newspapers. Both were renowned authors with massive reader bases, making their feud the hottest news of the moment. In the small print of the newspapers, sporadic doubts about Dumbledore's inability to handle the Chamber of Secrets attack began to appear. Felix Harp sensed the scent of a conspiracy within it. Thinking back to the conversation between Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall in the chamber, he almost understood what was going on. It was probably just a ploy by some pureblood families to launch a propaganda offensive, aiming to bring down Dumbledore. But it would all be in vain. The basilisk was already dead, though its demise hadn't been disclosed. If Dumbledore wanted to fish for more, to permanently resolve the trouble, so be it. Felix wasn't interested in the matter. In the final class before the holidays, he held a piece of parchment given to him by Professor McGonagall, delivering some points to note. "Do not perform magic outside the school grounds, and do not bring your magical instruments home. You know what I mean." Laughter rippled among the young wizards below. At noon, as Felix entered the Great Hall, he unexpectedly spotted Lockhart standing by the doorway. He was about to pretend not to see him, but Lockhart grabbed his arm. "Professor Lockhart!" Felix had to halt his steps. Lockhart's expression was uneasy as he said, "Professor Harp, we need to talk." The two of them walked into a shadowy corner of the entrance hall. "Professor Harp, given that we are colleagues, you must help me out. Skeeter is driving me mad. She's spreading crazy rumors in the newspapers, desperately tarnishing my reputation. She even accused me of fabricating my adventurous experiences. Good heavens! What an absurd notion!" Felix gazed at him with a peculiar expression. "Indeed, you find it outrageous, don't you? Just because I have a splendid appearance doesn't mean you should doubt me. I'm not the sort who banishes malevolent spirits with a smile." He irritably cleared his throat. "Professor Lockhart," Felix interrupted his words, "please get to the point directly." "Oh, well, it's like this." His tone became hesitant. "I believe that our public quarrel doesn't need to consume public resources. Perhaps we could communicate privately, negotiate a resolution. But what does that have to do with me? Come on, Professor Harp. I understand what kind of person she is. She won't let you off easily in her eyes. You're an excellent source of news material for her." Lockhart said shrewdly, "In my opinion, you must have contacted some influential figure to deal with her." Felix thought, "You're quite the talent, to come up with this line of thinking." He declined, saying, "I'm not acquainted with her. However, I happened to hear Headmaster Dumbledore mention that the school will announce major news before and after the holidays. Some reporters will be invited, and she might come as well." "Really?" Lockhart's eyes lit up. "I need to talk to Dumbledore." "Thank you very much, Professor Harp. If you ever need anything in the future, feel free to come to me. I've heard you're well versed in ancient magic. Coincidentally, I possess some knowledge in that area." "We'll see," Felix said, his enthusiasm waning. Lockhart didn't notice Felix Harp's demeanor. He cheerfully bid farewell, seemingly intent on heading directly to see Dumbledore. "Oh, by the way, Professor Lockhart, I've heard about your wand." He wanted to inquire, when Dumbledore handed over the wand, whether he also cleaned off the smell from it. Felix was quite curious about it. "Ah, you've heard, haven't you? Dreadful behavior, if you ask me. Locking him in solitary confinement for a month would be a light punishment, that reckless Weasley." Meanwhile, Ron stormed back into the common room, fuming. "You shouldn't have stopped me, Harry," Ron said, having just had another argument with Percy. Harry didn't feel great about it either. They had, after all, vanquished the basilisk in the chamber, but at Dumbledore's request, they had to endure a few more days to delay the honor until the new term began. This meant that his situation hadn't improved significantly, and Ron was even facing a detention. Nevertheless, Harry tried to console Ron, saying, "Look on the bright side. If all goes well, after Christmas, we can see Malfoy get what he deserves. We'll solve all the troubles at once." His words eased Ron's heart. "You're right. I really hope Christmas comes quickly." He then exclaimed with excitement, "Harry, that's the Special Services to the School award. No one in our family has ever gotten one, not even Bill. When we get the trophy, I'm definitely smashing it in Percy's face." On the other side of the table, Hermione had been writing and drawing on parchment, not participating in their discussion. "Hermione, what are you doing?" Hermione looked up from her parchment with a sigh. "I'm planning the reconstruction of the beadwork pouch." "Oh, it's so difficult." Harry asked her with interest, "Is that the pouch that releases the devil's snare?" "Exactly. The basilisk in the chamber caused some damage to it. I applied to Professor Harp for permission to independently repair it. But it's much more troublesome than I imagined, even though I watched the professor make it from start to finish." Harry couldn't help but ask more, and the young witch enthusiastically provided them both with a basic introduction to ancient magical symbols. Harry and Ron found themselves a bit overwhelmed and mutually changed the subject. In the evening, Felix Harp took out his journal and began to write and sketch again. "Hagrid has been taken away. I don't know if I did the right thing." Felix wrote. Of course, this was just a diversion. In the afternoon, he had rechecked the prepared Christmas gifts, which included Hagrid's gift. The journal displayed flowing, elegant handwriting. "You're doing the right thing. Believe me, the attacks will stop, and you are the greatest hero." Felix remained unmoved, saying, "I won't easily believe your words. I'll remain vigilant. Of course, if another attack happens, you can always turn me in," the journal wrote. Felix changed his tone. "I'm curious, how were you created? Keep in mind that your vessel is just an ordinary book, yet it carries memories spanning half a century." The journal wasn't opposed to this question, in fact, it seemed quite welcoming. "Let's chat, and let your inner thoughts open up to me." The pages quickly filled with a cascade of eloquent words, that involves incredibly complex magic. "If you're interested, I'll tell you everything I know." So, with one person and one journal, the exchange began in a harmonious and friendly atmosphere. Initially, they discussed relatively shallow topics, but after Felix pointed out errors a few times, the journal had to present more profound material. However, it was also quite clever, often excusing key points with "I didn't infuse this information back then." That night, Felix acquired part of the technique to store memories on regular objects and some surface-level knowledge about bloodlines. At the end of the exchange, the journal strongly recommended a mind-relaxing technique to him, assuring that it had an amplifying effect on magical powers. After locking the journal, Felix couldn't help but mutter, "I don't trust you for a second." Chapter 70, Memories. Finally, the term came to an end. The young wizards lined up to board the train back home, leaving Hogwarts partially empty. The tranquility of a morning after heavy snowfall settled over the castle, wrapping it in a profound silence. Felix Harp walked through the castle, occasionally encountering a fellow young wizard. Yet, he found solace in this stillness, embracing the quietude. Near the frozen black lake, Felix chose a secluded spot and conjured a comfortable armchair with a flick of his wand. He snapped his fingers lightly, summoning a bright blue flame that floated above his head. From a ring on his finger, Felix took out a book and began reading with keen interest. The book in his hand was Ravenclaw Manuscripts, Volume 2, a compilation of materials left behind by Rowena Ravenclaw. The contents were divided into 12 volumes, each focusing on different categories. The second volume contained Ravenclaw's personal reflections and did not delve into specific magical knowledge. Through his eyes, it seemed to be filled with passages akin to poetic murmurs, shrouded in clouds of vague imagery. He randomly picked a passage. Stones turned into birds, chirping and singing. Crossing mountains and lakes, it brought back daisies from the crimson fields. Felix. He found it difficult to fathom Lady Ravenclaw's state of mind at that time. Felix himself had received an education befitting a young aristocrat during Ravenclaw's era, with a deep familial connection to learning. Thus, he had a special fondness for poetry. But were there any renowned poets from that age? Felix scratched his head, aware that Hogwarts' 4 founders were active in the medieval period, yet it seemed that the poetry of that time was inseparable from religious hymns. He continued reading. The river speaks to me, Creator, you endowed me with thought but not form. One day, I shall merge into the ocean. Felix. Upon reflection, it was quite artistic, at least enigmatic when read aloud. Rather than delving into its intricate meanings, he breezed through the text like a casual reader. In less than half an hour, he reached the end. Tisk. Felix clicked his tongue, unsure of what to make of it. Did lacking literary appreciation mean one wasn't qualified to study magic? He reclined in the armchair, gazing at the distant lake covered in ice and snow, recollecting the knowledge he had gleaned from the diary over the past few days. With his discerning eyes, he could easily identify which parts were more valuable to him. Though the diary had concealed much from him and even attempted to convey false information, he was still dealing with a fledgling Dark Lord who hadn't yet stepped out of school and whose every aspect remained quite immature. In this regard, Voldemort and his past self shared some similarities. Both had forcefully augmented their mastery in specific subjects through external assistance, achieving levels far beyond their peers. But when it came to understanding and insight into magic, they were still quite shallow. Unless you reached a certain level of mastery, you wouldn't possess the corresponding comprehension. Felix felt a pang of understanding. Most wizards spent their entire lives studying others' magic, lacking the means to make any significant improvements, not due to a lack of desire, but a lack of ability. Wait, I think I've figured something out. Felix suddenly sat up, his eyes wide with realization. Birds, rivers, creator, magic, consciousness. Felix swiftly opened Ravenclaw Manuscripts, Volume 2, to a particular page. He gazed at the familiar words. Stones turned into a little bird, chirping and chattering. Crossing mountains and lakes, it brought back daisies from the crimson fields. If we regard this little poem as a true account of Ravenclaw's personal experiences, can it be logically explained? The first line is undoubtedly about transfiguration. Perhaps Lady Rowena Ravenclaw, on a whimsical day, transformed a piece of stone into a lovely little bird. But what about the second line? Did Ravenclaw use magic to make it produce sounds? Felix Harp shook his head, connecting the contents of the following lines. This legendary little bird clearly traveled a considerable distance and brought back a daisy from the crimson fields. This was something beyond the scope of transfiguration. Perhaps Ravenclaw endowed it with some sort of essence, akin to life, soul, or something similar, allowing it to maintain a degree of autonomy even outside the range of the spell. He suddenly recalled his conversation with a part of the Sorting Hat that day. Sorting Hat, do you remember how you came into existence? Felix mentally asked it. Of course, oh, I have a vivid memory of it. It responded cleverly, and then, the shabby, ragged hat burst into song in his consciousness. That was over 1,000 years ago. I was just woven into form. 4 eminent wizards there were. Swearing to nurture young wizards to be stars. These 4 great wizards valued different talents and ideas. Gryffindor came up with a way. He took me off his head. All 4 poured their thoughts into me. From then on, I became the one to select and evaluate. After gaining the thoughts of the 4 founders, the Sorting Hat had practically become an independent sentient being. And how similar it was to the little bird that flew over mountains and lakes, bringing back a daisy from the crimson fields. The key here was autonomy. Both exhibited tremendous autonomy, akin to true life. Even outside the realm of magic, they could make independent decisions and perform complex actions. How could this autonomy be achieved through magic? Setting aside the realms of life and soul, which he couldn't quite grasp, Felix swiftly thought of a method he could accomplish: injecting memories. He had just acquired this knowledge from the diary. Felix waved his wand, causing a palm-sized pebble to fly in front of him. Then, he lightly tapped the stone with his wand, and it swiftly transformed into an exquisite, small swallow. However, upon closer inspection, one could see that the eyes of this swallow were remarkably lifeless, as though it were a puppet, every movement guided by the wand. Next, Felix simulated a brief memory for the swallow in his mind. He touched his own forehead with his wand, drawing forth a thin silver, shimmering thread. Felix infused this fabricated memory into the swallow's form, leveraging the knowledge from the diary to blend the two together. He simplified this process as much as possible, merely to test his theory. Under his gaze, the swallow's eyes grew more vibrant. Without his control, it flapped its wings and awkwardly took off. Yet, the next moment, it plummeted into the snow, leaving only its legs twitching. Felix pulled it out, and the swallow hopped and struggled through the snow, resembling a sparrow searching for food in the snow. His constructed memory was indeed of poor quality. However, he stared intently at the little creature before him. After about 2 to 3 minutes, faint threads of silver mist seeped from the swallow's form. The fabricated memory dissipated. It returned to its lifeless state. Felix waved his wand, turning it back into a pebble, lost in thought. Chapter 71, Christmas Presents. Felix Harp found the idea feasible. Through this simple attempt, Felix saw even more possibilities. He believed that with enough effort, he could achieve a level of enchantment akin to the slumbering guardian statues in the castle. However, he didn't believe he could create something as intricate as the Sorting Hat or a magical diary. The latter was different, of course, being a Horcrux that contained a fragment of Voldemort's soul. But the Sorting Hat? Its predecessor was merely a hat of Godric Gryffindor, not specifically crafted for sorting students. In Felix's imagination, perhaps during a shared afternoon tea, the four founders had questioned each other's talent selection methods. To resolve their disagreements, they decided to use a wisdom-infused magical creation for sorting. And thus, the Sorting Hat came into being. The Sorting Hat had endured for millennia, always present. It could communicate with people, possessed its own memories and personality, and in a sense, calling it a true life form wasn't an exaggeration. This brought to mind magical portraits that could also interact with people. Some simple portraits, like Sir Cadogan within the castle, possessed limited intellect and couldn't engage in complex, organized conversations. During his school days, Felix had experimented and found that the boastful knight could only provide 7 distinct responses, such as bragging about his glorious feats or challenging to a duel. Yet some portraits exhibited a remarkable level of magic. They could interact intricately with the outside world and retained a considerable amount of memory. To his knowledge, this included the portraits of past headmasters within the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, as well as portraits of some ancient pureblood family ancestors. This was because the portrait's owner imbued them with significant memories and magic, allowing these portraits to retain a personality similar to their original selves. But only similar, they weren't true life forms. The greatest distinction lay in the fact that the personality of the portrait wouldn't change over time. It remained fixed at the moment of its creation, much like a complex interactive program. This was fundamentally different from the Sorting Hat. The Sorting Hat undoubtedly conceals greater secrets. Dawn of Christmas arrived. Felix Harp emerged from his room dressed neatly. Underneath a small Christmas tree in a corner of his office, a pile of variously shaped Christmas presents had accumulated. Roughly estimating, there were nearly 100 of them. Moreover, there were several packages still on their way. During the time he was steeping his tea, 3 owls flew into his room through the window he deliberately left open last night. One of them had clearly flown a considerable distance, carrying a small, exquisite gift box in its beak. It landed exhaustedly on his desk. Felix had to administer a few drops of potion to it before it recovered its vitality. After consuming a few pieces of biscuit, the brown owl hopped towards him and lightly pecked at his fingertip with its sharp beak. "Do you want me to open the package?" The owl seemed to inquire, tilting its head at him and extending a claw, which held a small metal cylinder. Felix opened the cylinder and extracted a rolled-up parchment from inside. "Dear Mr. Felix Harp, my wolfsbane potion has finally been perfected. Just as White Elegance arrived at your place, I submitted the official formula to the Ministry of Magic. Barring unforeseen events, I shall soon be awarded the Order of Merlin 2nd Class, at the very least. I hope you'll attend the ceremony. Enclosed with this letter is a bottle of my latest wolfsbane potion for your discerning palate. Signed, Damocles Belby." Felix Harp swiftly wrote on it, "It would be my honor. Kindly inform me of the proposed date, and I shall attend punctually. P.S. Your Order of Merlin is well deserved." He placed the note back into the metal cylinder. "You've done well, White Elegance." The owl drank a bit of water and then spread its wings to depart. Felix opened the exquisite gift box, revealing a vial of potion. He uncorked it and sniffed lightly, still as foul-smelling as ever. Couldn't he consider adding a touch of sugar? Or is making potions unpalatable a quirk of all accomplished potion makers? He placed the potion into the ring on his left hand, adorned with a green gemstone. Then, he enthusiastically began unwrapping his presents. A significant portion came from his book fans and pen pals, mainly in the form of greeting cards. Felix sorted through them and set them aside temporarily. The rest were gifts from Hogwarts professors and students. Dumbledore had gifted him a personal alchemical manuscript, a compilation of his insights on alchemy. In return, Felix had given the headmaster a Muggle book titled 99 Inventions That Changed the World, along with a pair of knee-high wool socks embroidered with red lions. Professor McGonagall presented a book titled Quidditch Teams of Britain and Ireland, introducing the Quidditch teams of the British Isles and their various achievements. The book also contained a plethora of Quidditch maneuver illustrations. It seemed she wanted to draw Felix into the realm of Quidditch enthusiasts. Hagrid had gifted him a homemade short dagger, quite rough in craftsmanship, but with a rather special material, a unicorn horn. Tisk! Felix clicked his tongue, unsure of what to say. Professor Flitwick gifted him materials on ancient magic and invited him to discuss related topics whenever he had time. Felix readily sent a reply. Professor Snape's gift was a transparent vial, no larger than a thumb, containing around a milliliter of clear liquid. A highly effective Verita serum. You've truly outdone yourself, Professor, Felix said with amused delight. I hope you'll also appreciate my gift. Felix had given Snape a set of Muggle primary and secondary school laboratory equipment, including measuring cups, scales, and droppers. He thoughtfully included a copy of Code of Conduct for Chemical Experiments, children's edition, replete with illustrations, to ensure the professor wouldn't find it incomprehensible. Many of the young wizards at Hogwarts had also sent gifts. His assistant, Miss Granger, sent him a deep green knitted scarf. Harry Potter sent a large bag of chocolates, and Ron Weasley sent a box of buzzing Honeydukes candies. The most amusing gift came from the Weasley twins. It was a pair of wooden figurines hugging each other, a couple. They seemed rougher in texture than Hagrid's short dagger, and their facial features were merely painted on. Following the instructions, Felix tapped the head of the male figurine, and it yelped, after which the two figures began to perform a shaky, awkward dance. Though the twins explained it as an African round dance, Felix chose to outright ignore that. Aside from these, some lesser-known young wizards also sent gifts. Justin Finch-Fletchley, for instance, had sent a splendid feathered quill pen, equipped with multiple functions. Felix spent an hour to complete his letter-writing and gift-responding duties. He entered the Great Hall, where scattered young wizards occupied 4 elongated tables. On the Christmas trees, adorned with silver frost, hung various fascinating trinkets. Magic-imbued mistletoe and holly garlands dangled from the ceiling, releasing magical snow that drifted down. Professor McGonagall and a few other professors were busy decorating the Great Hall. Need any help? He asked. Professor McGonagall straightened up. Oh, no need, we're nearly done. She waved her wand, attaching a long ribbon of colorful fabric to the Christmas tree. Turning to him, she said, I quite liked your gift, Felix. Felix smiled. He had given Professor McGonagall a half-human-sized magical puppet, intricately designed with a variety of circuits that allowed it to take on 2 forms besides its humanoid form. It could transform into a majestic lion. Chapter 72, Luna Lovegood. Felix Harp leisurely enjoyed his breakfast, and one by one, young wizards joined him in the Great Hall. Their faces were filled with cheerful smiles as they bantered and joked with each other. The entire hall was brimming with a lively atmosphere. Leaving the hall, Felix walked in the direction of the Forbidden Forest and ran into Hagrid on his way to the castle. Hello, Professor Harp. Hagrid greeted warmly. Hello, Hagrid. I received your gift, and I quite like it, Felix said, particularly the material it was made of. Ha, glad you fancy it. By the way, that self-cleaning scrubber you gave me works like a charm. Cleans up the place real nice, Hagrid said in his booming voice. I don't have to worry about a thing, and it even cleans itself up. After the pleasantries, Felix reached the edge of the Forbidden Forest. He intended to gather some chestnut wood branches as his supply was running low. However, halfway there, he furrowed his brow. On the snowy ground lay a set of footprints leading straight toward the Forbidden Forest. Felix measured the size of the footprints. It seemed to be a young wizard breaking the rules. He followed the footprints. Walking through the snow, Felix heard nothing but the soft crunching of snow and rustling of leaves underfoot. Unbeknownst to him, he had reached the edge of the Forbidden Forest. This area was quite secluded, situated in the northwest corner of the forest, and it was already quite close to the main entrance of Hogwarts, the path young wizards took to Hogsmeade Village on weekends. Felix halted his steps, and everything around him seemed to embrace a quiet atmosphere. Snowflakes fell gently from the sky, and he looked up as if countless ice crystals were coming towards him. All was quiet, and the world felt as if it belonged to him alone. hissed Ting. A creature that looked like a horse, but was entirely black, emerged from the forbidden forest. It glanced at Felix with silvery white eyes, sneezed, then retreated back into the woods by flapping its large, bat-like wings. "A thestral," Felix exclaimed in surprise. These were rare magical creatures, often associated with the category of magical creatures known as invisible beasts. Only those who had seen death, experienced death, and understood death could see them. This characteristic made them somewhat ill-reputed, as thestrals were once thought to be omens of death, comparable to the Grimm, the large black dog omen. However, they were actually quite gentle creatures. Even more intrigued, Felix ventured deeper into the forbidden forest. After about 2 minutes of walking, he arrived at a clearing. Amidst the falling snowflakes, a young girl stood surrounded by a dozen emaciated thestrals. In her hands, she held a bunch of hay, feeding the thestral closest to her. He also heard her softly humming, appearing utterly content. Felix waited until she had fed the last bit of hay, then approached. The sound of his footsteps roused the young witch. The girl lifted her head. She had a mane of wildly tousled, waist-length golden hair, with both her eyebrows and eyes being a very light color. As he got close enough, he noticed that the young witch had her wand tucked behind her left ear. She wore a pair of spectre specs glasses and had a necklace made of butterbeer corks hanging around her neck. At this moment, her eyes were fixed on the suddenly appearing figure. Felix Harp felt a peculiar emotion welling up within him. This quirky little wizard, could it be a Ravenclaw? "What's your name and which house are you from, young wizard?" Felix asked. "Luna," she said with a voice that seemed like singing, "Luna Lovegood. That's my name. I've seen your lectures, you're a professor." "Yes, quite evident. Miss Lovegood, which house are you in? Ravenclaw once said that extraordinary wisdom is the greatest treasure of humankind." Felix understood, as expected, he chastised, "Why are you wandering alone into the forbidden forest? Don't you know how dangerous it is?" "They're not dangerous," Luna said dreamily, "thestrals are very friendly. Would you like to feed them together?" She suddenly crouched down, brushed away the snow, and grabbed a handful of hay, half green, half yellow. Turning her pale eyes to him, Felix noticed that her voice was almost devoid of ups and downs, but coupled with her ethereal tone, it felt as if she was singing. "No, thank you," he replied. So, Luna turned away and nonchalantly fed a handful of hay to a young thestral. It seemed to have just learned to walk, its limbs a bit stiff as it crouched low, extending its tongue to lick Luna's fingers. She hummed a strange tune softly, snowflakes landing on her clothes, forming a thin layer. Felix's mood became calmer, and he didn't try to disrupt the atmosphere. "Have your spirits improved?" Luna asked. "What? You were just bothered by a rackspurt." What did you say?" "Rackspurts, sometimes they float into your ears and befuddle your mind," she said. "I thought I heard one buzzing around here." Felix didn't think such creatures existed, but he was interested and asked her, "Could you elaborate a bit about rackspurts?" Luna looked surprised, one hand holding up her spectre specs as she peered at Felix from behind them. "Rackspurts, well, they're usually invisible, but when they want to do something to your brain, they emit a pink light in excitement." "So, you've seen them?" "Yes," she said with utmost certainty, as if stating a truth. For the first time, Felix felt a bit suspicious. He scanned the surroundings, but found nothing. After a while, the two returned to the castle together. As they walked, he asked Luna, "Didn't you go home for Christmas?" She replied calmly, "Father's on deadline for the Christmas special issue. But we've made plans to search for the Crumplehorn Snorkack during the summer break." "Another unfamiliar name, and your father is?" "Xenophilius Lovegood. He's the editor of the Quibbler." Felix didn't say anything. He knew the reputation of that newspaper. Standing at the castle entrance, Felix said to her, "I won't deduct any points this time. Go on, find your friends, and have a joyful Christmas." "I'm already quite joyful," Luna said with a happy smile. Then she looked thoughtful, "You've reminded me. I've encountered a new Gryffindor student before. She seemed friendly. Maybe we can be friends." "Really? You can give it a try," Felix encouraged nonchalantly. "I remember she was carrying a rooster at the time," Luna said in a whimsical manner, "but then, who doesn't have some peculiar quirks?" "What did you say?" Felix raised his voice, but quickly softened his tone, "Do you know her name?" Shaking her head, Luna's 2 strands of hair above her forehead fluttered, but her hair was very beautiful, like a bundle of dancing flames. And there's one more chapter to go, probably later. Chapter 73, Christmas Feast. Felix Harp couldn't believe his unexpected stroke of luck. Piecing together what Malfoy had said, he realized that the diary wasn't something Malfoy brought to the school himself. He was just an unlucky fellow who stumbled upon it after the second attack occurred. Now, he finally had confirmation. Felix nodded and turned to leave when suddenly he heard Luna's ethereal voice from behind. Christmas present. He turned around to look at her. What? Luna said quite seriously, I just realized that I haven't prepared a Christmas present for you. We got to know each other in such a rush. She casually rummaged through her pockets, and amid Felix's slightly perplexed gaze, she produced an oddly fashioned bracelet. With a hint of regret, she said, I made it myself. I was planning to make a pair. She extended her hand and handed it to Felix. Felix wasn't sure why he reached out to take it, but he did. Luna skipped away happily. As Felix returned to his office, he still held the bracelet in his hand. He leaned back in his chair, earnestly pondering how to reciprocate. He felt that a typical gift wouldn't quite suit her unique demeanor. In the end, he retrieved a book titled A Compendium of Worldly Jokes from his collection. For some inexplicable reason, he thought it matched well with the young witch named Luna. As he watched his owl fly off into the distance, he refocused his attention on the new piece of information. Gryffindor, fiery hair, first-year student. Putting these pieces together, he was nearly certain that it was a Weasley child. Their family's trademark red hair was quite renowned. And he vaguely recalled his assistant mentioning the youngest Weasley family member, Ron's sister, starting school this year. So, in a convoluted way, how did this tie back to the trio again? He remembered encountering a few red-haired young witches earlier in sensitive locations, either near Hagrid's hut or in the abandoned girls' bathroom. Deep in thought, Felix considered this as another lead for investigation. He was eager to find out who brought the diary and if there were any more such artifacts in existence. The younger version of the Dark Lord was cautious, never mentioning his connection to himself and Slytherin, which posed challenges to some of Felix's theories. As the evening grew darker, Felix arrived at the Great Hall. From a distance, he could see a beautifully adorned venue sparkling with vibrant colors. In addition to the decorations he had noticed in the morning, lanterns were now drifting above, casting showers of colored sparks from the mouth-like openings. He spotted the trio's figures, and Ron waved excitedly at him. Felix guessed it might be because of the gift he had given, but he didn't have much time to ponder as Dumbledore gestured to him. He walked over. The headmaster was dressed formally and quite amusingly tonight. His long beard was tied up with ribbons of purple and red, forming the shape of a gourd. Felix, happy holidays. Likewise, Headmaster Dumbledore. Dumbledore blinked and whispered, I received your gift, it's quite unique. I haven't had a chance to read the book yet, but just from the title, I can tell it's worth a read. I'm glad you like it. Amidst a burst of crackling fireworks, the feast officially began. As the headmaster, Dumbledore led everyone in singing a few cheerful Christmas carols. He then announced with a smile, eat to your heart's content, fill your bellies. An array of creatively shaped dishes appeared abruptly, roast turkey, sausages, meat stews, pork chops, kidney pies, peas in butter, toasted crumpets, and more, an extravagant spread. Young wizards crowded together, their forks gliding across the tables, leaving behind trails. Felix Harp, casting aside his worries, indulged heartily. Hagrid recommended a Hogwarts special eggnog to him. Felix took a sip, tangy and sweet, the alcohol content was mild. He went on to have a few more cups. Lockhart, on the other hand, swayed and trembled, his wavy hair waving in waves. Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore conversed in hushed tones, punctuated by soft chuckles. After reaching a comfortable level of fullness, everyone finally had time to chat. A humming sound filled the hall as Felix skewered a piece of raisin pudding. He caught sight of his assistant leading 2 young wizards out of the hall, sneaking away. Interesting, were they planning something? On the other side, Hermione held up 2 pieces of chocolate cake and announced her plan, I've put some ordinary sleeping draught in these cakes. All you need to do is ensure that Crabbe and Goyle find them, they're bound to eat them. Once they're asleep, you can pluck a few hairs from each of them and then hide them in the broom cupboard. Ron and Harry exchanged glances, they felt this plan had its share of flaws. Ron asked her, and what about you, Hermione? I've already got mine. Remember the dueling club? Millicent and I were wrestling, and I was putting up a good fight. Long story short, I got some of her hair. Hermione left to check on the situation with the polyjuice potion, leaving Harry and Ron to execute the mission. To be honest, I don't think it's very likely to work, Ron said with a troubled expression. Harry didn't hold much hope either. Yet, they could do nothing but huddle in the shadows, their eyes fixed on the entrance. After a while, a slightly bored Harry whispered to Ron, "When do you plan on asking Professor McGonagall for permission?" "Sooner is better," Ron replied without hesitation. "I can't wait to have a new wand." Professor Harp is truly considerate. Felix Harp had simply handed Ron 7 galleons and a note that read, "I've noticed your wand is damaged. I suggest you buy a new one, otherwise, you won't be able to attend next term's dueling classes. P.S. Consider it a reward for your courage." Harry received a book titled Dueling Compendium, one of the reference books Felix had used to compile the dueling course materials. Consequently, both of them learned that Professor Harp had taken over Lockhart's dueling club. They had privately discussed their high expectations for his courses. "I just hope the new dueling classes won't have any trace of Snape," Harry said with hopeful anticipation. The feast had been ongoing for over an hour, and little by little, young wizards began to leave. Felix Harp, as a professor, concluded his first Christmas feast at Hogwarts amidst the lively atmosphere. Chapter 74, Encounters. On the night of Christmas, as the bustle gave way to silence, the Hogwarts castle was enveloped in the cloak of night. In the office of Ancient Runes, Felix Harp habitually opened his diary and engaged in conversation with the young Dark Lord within. For the past couple of days, he had been trying to steer the conversation towards Salazar Slytherin, but the topic had always been diverted. Tonight, Felix decided to employ a different strategy. He needed to delicately set a trap, allowing the young Dark Lord to step into it on his own. For this purpose, he revisited several psychology books. "Something rather sensational happened today," Felix wrote. "What is it?" the diary asked with evident interest. Lately, it had been quite troubled. After each interaction, this astute professor would lock it away, leaving it completely cut off from external information. The attack on the Chamber of Secrets was reported. People are talking fervently, some even suggesting the dissolution of Slytherin House and stripping Salazar Slytherin of all honors. Felix felt like a grand spider, artfully weaving a web. The diary's pages immediately displayed a hasty scrawl, "Ridiculous discourse, utterly absurd." "Who is it? Dumbledore, perhaps? He's always had biases against wizards from Slytherin lineage." Felix smirked slightly, wickedly penning, "No, not him. It's a woman named Rita Skeeter, known for concocting rumors about celebrities." The name Rita Skeeter flickered on the diary's pages, appearing chaotic and menacing. She seemed to want to etch that name firmly in her memory. Within the diary, the young Tom Riddle was indeed angered. He couldn't help but wonder if the magical world had deteriorated to such a degree. After a long pause, the diary inquired, "And then? The Ministry surely wouldn't entertain such a preposterous proposal." "Of course not, but this matter has sparked extensive discussions within Hogwarts. Many young wizards have a rather negative opinion of Salazar Slytherin. Well, you could say it's extremely unfavorable." The diary couldn't help but write, "Salazar Slytherin is the greatest among the founders. Yet, later generations merely judge him superficially, desperately smearing his reputation." Felix thought of the immense face within the Chamber of Secrets, an aged, simian visage with thin, stringy facial hair that almost reached the hem of his robes. It had to be noted that it was Slytherin himself who had carved that. There was a possibility of self-glorification. He struggled to imagine what the real Slytherin was like, especially with all those serpents with their forked tongues constantly surrounding him. Felix offered a somewhat objective insight, "This illustrates the point quite well. You see, people tend to reject things they don't understand, much like Slytherin's serpentine accent." "I couldn't agree more, Felix Harp. Your perspective is truly insightful," praised the diary. Felix Harp modestly explained, "I've read some of Ravenclaw's manuscripts. Just through fragments of description, one can imagine the grandeur of that era. He sighed in his writing, 4 of the most talented wizards and witches coming together to shape a new era in the wizarding world." The diary echoed his sentiment, saying, "That's indeed a history worth remembering." Its tone shifted to a more peaceful one. However, shortly after, Felix deliberately or unintentionally commented, "I just don't understand why Salazar Slytherin suddenly had a falling out with the others. Was it truly a clash of ideologies? You know, the pure-blood ideology wasn't popular back then. And he secretly constructed the Chamber of Secrets, leaving behind a terrifying monster. I believe Felix wrote word by word, he self-destructed his own creation, it's a classic trait of a dark wizard. Tom Riddle in the diary couldn't help but counter, perhaps his chamber wasn't meant to purge Muggle-born wizards. Then what was it for, Tom? I must remind you that many of Slytherin's studies were gruesome and cruel, which influenced his character. Tom Riddle continued to refute, but he also cleared the fog of truth for the generations to come. Look at his subjects of study, fairies, giants, dwarves, centaurs. His achievements are enough to elevate wizards to supreme heights. It just requires a minor, inconsequential cost. Tom, are you his fanatic? Felix wrote. No, of course not. It's just that I partly agree with his ideology. Wizards and humanoid creatures are distinct concepts, right? The diary strained for objectivity in its tone. Moreover, any judgment detached from the context of the time is hypocritical and foolish. The moral standards of wizards back then were entirely different from now. You make a valid point, Felix wrote, but from what I understand, these precious magical records have not been passed down. Whether they're truly great remains uncertain. That truly is the greatest achievement. Within the diary, the young Dark Lord seemed quite impassioned, trying to convince Felix. How do you know? Felix wore a triumphant smile. I'm merely guessing. Don't deceive me, Tom. Your knowledge of Salazar Slytherin goes beyond my imagination, and your stance on him is overly protective. Felix began tightening the noose. It makes me wonder if you opened the chamber? Are you the true heir of Slytherin? He wrote word by word, the force almost as if it would tear through the paper. I need an explanation, or else, I'll have no choice but to hand you over to Dumbledore. In the diary, Tom Riddle was noticeably nervous. He despised this feeling of being exposed. After a long silence, the diary displayed a line of text. Is that what you think? That I lied to you? I thought we had established a sturdy friendship. Calmly, Felix wrote, that's why I've given you a chance to explain. From the perspective of the Dark Lord, as long as he didn't reveal the truth about the Horcruxes, everything could still be discussed. The diary rapidly and hastily responded, it's certainly not me. I'm a Muggle-born, remember? I have no connection whatsoever with Salazar Slytherin. Felix remained silent. He didn't reply with any words, just exerted a gradual pressure. In the diary, Tom Riddle couldn't endure any longer. He wrote again, but I must admit, I did stumble upon something during my school days. Yes, I acquired some advanced magical knowledge. Was it from Salazar Slytherin? Felix held his breath and asked. I guess so, the diary replied succinctly. Tell me, Tom, where did you place it? The diary remained silent. The young Dark Lord was in quite a predicament. He desperately wanted to refuse, but this professor was far too perceptive. He was backed into a corner. If he denied, he would undoubtedly be considered the culprit who opened the chamber, though he indeed was. His frustration with his own powerlessness grew, and he was on the brink of madness. But soon, he replied with polite, composed language, it was 50 years ago. I found a rather extraordinary room on the 8th floor of the castle. This chapter features a game of wits between the main character and Tom, filled with deception and falsehoods. It's rich in misleading elements and is intriguing to explore. Chapter 75, The Deceiver. It took about 20 minutes to read through the diary, which told a tale of youthful days and serendipitous encounters. During his time at school, he had stumbled upon a room on the 8th floor of the castle. It was a vast storage space filled with treasures collected by Hogwarts young wizards over centuries. I later inquired, and it was rumored they called this mysterious room the Room of Requirement or the Come and Go Room. The diary wrote, it's from here that I obtained that portion of information possibly hidden by some young wizard before me. Felix Harp smirked, jotting down in the diary, so, you didn't find Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets, but rather another hidden room? And it was in this Room of Requirement that you discovered Slytherin's research materials. The diary quickly responded with a few words, exactly so. Felix tapped his fingers on the table, pondering for a moment. He wrote in the diary, so, those research materials are still in the Room of Requirement? You didn't take them with you. I believe they belong to Hogwarts. Before I graduated, I left them hidden behind a bubbly, seemingly acid-splashed cabinet. It's easy to find, and I remember there's a stinky quin taped inside the cabinet. Next to it is a rather ugly wizard statue, the diary noted. Felix pursed his lips, struggling not to burst into laughter. Interesting, truly fascinating. The dialogue between them resembled an intricate game, full of lies and misdirection, a battle of wits. Prior to this, Felix hadn't dared to hope for information about the hidden room of Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets from the diary. It would have been unrealistic, akin to revealing himself as the heir of Slytherin. His goal today was, in fact, to attempt to discover one or two hidden spots of extracurricular research materials, as one of his speculations. However, the more significant likelihood was that Tom Riddle had already destroyed all records, a result Felix hoped not to see. Thankfully, the diary directly revealed the 8th floor room. His efforts had not been in vain. However, Felix had a hunch that since the diary chose to reveal this information, it probably wasn't of utmost importance, especially not to the Dark Lord. Nonetheless, he replied to the diary with a contented tone, "Thank you, Tom. I will investigate. If I have misunderstood you, I'll apologize." "Let's hope not," the diary calmly replied. With a hint of regret, Felix added, "People are unaware of the splendid era that Slytherin's research might have ushered in. That's why he's always portrayed as the embodiment of evil among wizards." "Tom, you did the right thing." The diary remained silent, the essence of Tom Riddle within it almost seething. And Felix appended, "Slytherin and Gryffindor are truly polar opposites. Godric Gryffinder's own virtues shine brightly: fairness, bravery, justice." The diary poured scorn into its words, "All just a fa-ade." It posed a pointed question, "Felix Harp, here's a riddle for you. Who caused more bloodshed, Slytherin or the lives fallen to the wand and sword of Gryffindor?" Felix's expression froze. The diary seemed to anticipate his reaction, and a deliberately bolded sentence appeared on the page, its mocking tone evident from the words themselves, "Oh yes, indeed. History has always been twisted. Gryffindor is a butcher. The wizards who died at his hands outnumber those of the other 3 founders combined." In the culmination of this conversation, the diary did not hold back its malice toward Gryffindor, a sword in one hand, a wand in the other, trampling over a sea of corpses, earning the title of the era's most remarkable duelist, Godric Gryffindor. Felix Harp closed the diary, his expression enigmatic. "Salazar Slytherin and Godric Gryffindor," he softly murmured the names of these former allies. Of course, Felix didn't believe that the diary spoke the complete truth, but he also didn't think that it would be all lies. From its tone and wording, there was some degree of credibility. "I need a guide, preferably someone who was there at the time." Felix suddenly thought of a name. "The Grey Lady." The beautiful, yet often aloof, ghost of Ravenclaw House, who had another name, Helena Ravenclaw. She was the daughter of one of the 4 Hogwarts founders, Rowena Ravenclaw, a secret that Felix had stumbled upon through the accidental circumstances of talking to the Bloody Baron. The entangled love and hate between these two could easily fill a sensational romance novel. Felix pondered. Even though he was a generation younger, she belonged to the same era as the Hogwarts 4, and surely knew many secrets from the early days of Hogwarts. On the other side, Harry lay in his dormitory bed, tossing and turning. Whether it was the information extracted from Malfoy or the mishap with Hermione accidentally using a cat hair-infused polyjuice potion, sleep eluded him. As the clock passed midnight, Harry drifted into a restless sleep. Suddenly, he felt something pressing down on his stomach, making it difficult to breathe. Opening his eyes, he was met with the sight of a house elf with 2 bat-like ears, its prominent green eyes almost as big as tennis balls. "Dobby!" Harry squeaked in a hushed voice, quickly checking his surroundings. His other roommates were still sound asleep. The next day, Harry and Ron arrived at the infirmary to visit Hermione. Last night, they had taken the polyjuice potion in an attempt to extract information from Malfoy. They suspected him of being the one who opened the Chamber of Secrets. However, things went awry when Hermione used cat hair that Millicent Bulstrode had brewed into a polyjuice potion. The consequences were severe. Her face was covered in black fur, her eyes turned yellow, and 2 pointed, elongated ears jutted out from her hair. As Harry and Ron entered the ward, she was pleading with Madame Pomfrey to hang a curtain around her bed. "Did you get any clues last night?" she whispered, mindful of Madame Pomfrey overhearing. "None," Harry replied in frustration. "I'm sure it's Malfoy," Ron asserted. "He didn't tell the truth. When we asked him about the chamber, he got all defensive and warned us to shut up. I'm really curious about that." Hermione sighed, her long ears drooping. Harry glanced around and whispered, I did get something, though. Around midnight last night, that house elf, Dobby, came to see me. Last night? Ron asked. Yeah, you were asleep at the time, Harry shrugged. Harry, Ron furrowed his brow thoughtfully, I have to remind you that house elves are extremely loyal servants. Obedience to their master is almost ingrained in their very bones. I've never heard of one like you described, one that... He struggled to find the right words. Seems peculiar. Harry offered. Ron nodded, and Harry continued, he is quite odd, but I think he respects me. Yes, respects. He told me that danger still hangs over Hogwarts. And then? Ron's curiosity grew. Then he started banging his head against the railing like crazy. Harry said rather exasperatedly. Chapter 76, The Next Legend. Early the next morning, Felix Harp received the research materials he had requested from the room of requirement. He easily located the cabinet Tom had mentioned, the one that was bubbling on the surface, like it had been splashed with strong acid. Using the levitation charm, he moved the cabinet aside and discovered a dusty wooden box hidden behind it. With a careful wave of his wand and layers of protective enchantments shimmering around him, he used the unlocking charm to open the long sealed box, revealing neatly trimmed parchment sheets stacked within. No curses, no dark magic, no traps. This left Felix Harp, fully armed and cautious, somewhat disappointed. Aside from the overpowering stench emanating from the half-opened cabinet, which forced him to cast a bubblehead charm on himself, the entire process was surprisingly effortless. Back in his office, Felix Harp eagerly began perusing the contents of the documents. Honestly, the process was somewhat distressing. The materials contained numerous anatomical diagrams of magical creatures, along with Salazar Slytherin's personal annotations. As Felix brushed his hand over the parchment, he almost seemed to hear the cries of these creatures in their moments before death. It reminded him of his own experiences delving into dark magic, and it felt as though his heart was submerged in foul-smelling black water, with invisible hands dragging him downward. Swiftly, Felix applied occlumency to shield his mind. He endured the discomfort and read through the parchment once. About an hour later. Phew! Felix Harp let out a long sigh, his emotions complex at the moment. From mere fragments of history in his own time, it was hard to grasp the weight of Salazar Slytherin's name. In a way, Felix even began to understand why Tom Riddle, at 16 or 17, had been so fervent and reverent towards Slytherin. It wasn't just about being a descendant of Slytherin. Looking at the parchment before him, it was more than a vessel of knowledge. Each piece of parchment contained Salazar Slytherin's thoughts and will when he wrote the materials. It was a kind of calm, even cold rationality, where every magical creature was merely material for study, devoid of any sympathy or pity. Yet, it was this absolute detachment that made Slytherin's research process incredibly systematic. Each line of text, each composition, held the utmost charm of magic. Even under the protection of occlumency, Felix couldn't help but be enchanted and daydream, his heart filled with the desire to follow in Slytherin's footsteps. It wasn't just the influence of magic, it was the powerful personal charisma radiated by a legendary wizard on the path of magic. Felix Harp resisted his reluctance and sealed away the materials completely. That's not my path, he admonished himself. Before him lay only 3 parchment sheets, carefully selected to match his needs. However, Felix didn't immediately begin his study. He stood up, walked to the window, and gazed at the view of Hogwarts in the distance. His mind was in turmoil. Tom, is this your scheme? Even in the direst circumstances, you can find a way to counterattack, Felix mumbled to himself. Many books in the magical world carried latent dangers, not everyone was qualified to read them. Just like the restricted section at Hogwarts, it contained numerous dangerous books. Not only was the knowledge within perilous, but many required a painful price just for reading. And Tom Riddle's intention was clear. By using the allure of Salazar Slytherin's own magical path, he aimed to influence and assimilate Felix Harp's thoughts. I can't defeat you, I can't change you, but I can find a more formidable presence to alter your thoughts. The winter sunlight was warm without being harsh, the courtyard snow was white without being blinding, and the cold wind brushing against the towers was chilling without being biting. Gazing into the distance, he softly said, Salazar Slytherin. In a sense, we are taking different paths to the same destination, both pursuing the pinnacle of magic. But I have my own way, and I won't step into your realm just because you've gone farther. People all start from being weak. Hundreds of years ago, didn't you also experience confusion about your path, much like how I feel today? Now, in my eyes, you are a steep and treacherous mountain, an unattainable legend. But time is on my side, the future is on my side. One day, I will walk alongside you and eventually surpass you. Felix Harp remained standing by the window, watching the sun rise and reach its zenith. As its light spread across every corner of Hogwarts, his heart regained its determination. This morning, Felix didn't ponder any magical questions, yet he felt he had taken a significant step forward in understanding magic itself. This progress was comprehensive, not embodied in any specific spell, but rather it gave him a sense of clarity. He knew that the magical theory bottleneck he had been stuck in for so long was finally loosening. Years of accumulation were now qualifying for a qualitative change in this moment. Felix Harp waved his wand, and a milky white light radiated from him, illuminating the courtyard below, the distant greenhouses, the snow-covered ground, and even the frozen black lake. The mottled patterns of swaying bare branches and the shadows of black stones by the lakeside disappeared in this moment. Beside the main tower of the castle, Dumbledore, with his disheveled beard, held a buzzing honeydukes candy. Lifting his head, his deep blue eyes, framed by half-moon spectacles, sparkled with a bright light. "Truly remarkable," he said softly. "Isn't that right, Fox?" A palm-sized phoenix, Fox, absent-mindedly preened its feathers. At this very moment, within the walls of Hogwarts School, a myriad of scenes unfolded. Gilderoy Lockhart slept soundly in his bed, savoring the leisure of the Christmas break. Professor McGonagall brewed a cup of coffee and perused students' grade sheets. Professor Flitwick waved his wand, savoring the intricacies of charms analysis. Professor Sprout tended to mischievous mandrakes in the warm greenhouse. Professor Snape, his face twisted in distaste, fiddled with a measuring cup while an illustrated booklet lay nearby. Hermione Granger stared into the mirror, vexedly tugging at the cat ears on her head. Luna Lovegood sat in the Ravenclaw common room, engrossed in reading a book of jokes. In the snowy landscape, two young wizards trekked through the snow. Harry suddenly felt a flash of white light before his eyes. He looked around, but found nothing. "Did you notice that?" he said to his companion. "What?" Ron raised his head, distracted. "Just now, it seemed like a flash of light." "Where?" Ron looked around, only to find nothing. The two continued walking through the snow in the courtyard, heading towards Professor McGonagall's office. A gust of wind stirred, carrying a few falling leaves and their faint voices. "Harry, do you think McGonagall will give me an excuse?" "Definitely, you're doing something serious. You should have gotten a new wand ages ago." And by a window in a castle tower, Felix Harp calmly sheathed his wand, his eyes free from any confusion. "The next millennium, I shall be a legend." Chapter 77, The New Wand. Bam bam bam. Professor McGonagall pushed open the door and saw Harry and Ron bundled up tightly. She welcomed them in, and Harry and Ron took seats next to the fireplace. "Potter, Weasley, do you have something to tell me?" Professor McGonagall inquired. Ron took out a wretched-looking wand from his robes. It was broken in the middle, held together only by a single unicorn tail hair at the center. Ron said hesitantly, "Professor McGonagall, I'd like to request permission to buy a new wand." "Oh." Professor McGonagall lowered her head and looked at the broken hawthorn wand, her tight bun meticulously in place. "Weasley, you should have gotten a new wand a long time ago. No wonder you've been having mishaps in class." Ron lowered his head, not saying a word. Harry chimed in, "Professor, we might need to use your fireplace to go to Diagon Alley." Professor McGonagall raised her head and glanced at them. "Of course, that's not a problem." She waved her wand, conjuring a silver cat that leaped out of the wand tip. The cat had patterns around its eyes similar to Professor McGonagall's glasses. "Weasley, come to my office," she said. The silver cat jumped out of the window and quickly disappeared from Harry and Ron's sight. Harry was still gazing at the window, while Ron stuttered, "Professor McGonagall, we can go on our own." He was met with a stern glare from Professor McGonagall. "Don't talk nonsense. I won't let two second-year wizards go to Diagon Alley alone," the Transfiguration professor said. Ron's face turned grim. Even though Professor McGonagall hadn't mentioned a name, his not-so-brilliant brain could figure out that she wasn't referring to the twins. Harry couldn't help but sympathetically glance at Ron. Their brotherly relationship was clearly strained at the moment. "Professor, what was that magic just now?" He changed the topic. Patronus charm, Potter. You'll have the chance to learn about it when you're in higher years, she replied. After a quiet wait, Percy Weasley's figure appeared in the office. Seeing his younger brother, he looked visibly surprised. Professor McGonagall, did Ron do something wrong? No, Percy, Professor McGonagall said. Ron needs to purchase a new wand from Diagon Alley, and I need an older student to accompany him. No one is more suitable than you. Percy's expression grew even more surprised as he looked at Ron, unable to resist asking him, where did you get the money? None of your business. Ron snapped. I'm your older brother. Let me warn you, if you dare to pull any. Percy. Harry interjected, turning to McGonagall and vaguely saying, it was a gift from Professor Harp. He turned his head to look at Professor McGonagall and continued, to honor the heroics of that night. Recognition dawned on Professor McGonagall's face, but Percy Weasley was even more perplexed. Ron Weasley, I'm proud of you. And you too, Potter, she said with an unusual touch of emotion. Percy was about to ask something, but Professor McGonagall added, off you go, come back soon. So the three of them stood by the fireplace, and within a burst of emerald flames, their figures disappeared. Half an hour later, they returned. Ron was carefully cradling a 14-inch wand in his hands, a look of happiness on his face. Percy had his arm draped over Ron's shoulder, indicating that their relationship had improved. As they left the office, Ron continued to chatter excitedly about his new wand. Willow wood, unicorn tail hair core, it's a perfect combination. Harry, look at its lines. Back in the common room, Harry was pulled aside by Percy, who whispered, Harry, can you tell me what you guys actually did? On the way, Ron accidentally revealed that he, Harry, and Hermione had received a special award for their contributions to the school. But when Percy pressed for more details, the two of them remained tight-lipped. Harry vaguely said, you'll find out when the new term starts, he's sure to surprise you. Meanwhile, Ron was busy showing off his new wand to the twins, and they ended up dragging him into a duel. Fred grinned mischievously. Ron, you need to get acquainted with your new wand quickly. Absolutely, yes. We're at your service, George chimed in, patting his shoulder. Hearing the twins' suggestion, Harry felt an instant spark of interest. He had seen a few simple spells in the Christmas gift, the Duelist's Compendium from Professor Harp. He was eager to give them a try. Let's go, Ron, he said. However, Percy wasn't interested. So Harry, Ron, and the twins left the castle and arrived at an open area by the Black Lake. The four of them took turns being opponents, casting spells at each other. With the new wand, Ron's spell casting was definitely smoother, though he still ranked last in this game. He was knocked down 3 times in a row. As for Harry, he defeated Ron and narrowly triumphed over George. But when he was dueling Fred, he stumbled and was hit by a petrification curse, freezing him in place. Ron grinned widely, so, this is what it feels like when Hermione uses Petrificus Totalis on Neville in our first year. He playfully poked Harry with his finger. When the spell was lifted, Harry retaliated, immediately grabbing a handful of snow from the ground and throwing it at Ron. Thus, due to irresistible forces, the duel game turned into a snowball fight midway. The four of them rolled around in the snow, having fun. After a successful sneak attack using his agility, Harry found himself surrounded by the twins. He dashed away in a hurry until he saw the figure of Professor Harp. It was quite a bizarre scene. Outside the chilly castle, Professor Harp lay on a rocking chair, leisurely reading a book. The chair creaked as it rocked back and forth. His head was adorned with blue flames that swayed freely, like ribbons. Hello, Professor Harp, Harry greeted. Felix closed the book, sat up on the rocking chair, and a pleased expression crossed his face. Hello, Potter. At that moment, Harry noticed that the book Professor Harp was reading was a collection of world jokes, which was quite unlike a magical book. However, it had a translucent pearl-like quality, much like the gift he once saw Professor Harp give to Hagrid. An idea formed in Harry's mind. Could this book also be a modified version by Professor Harp? Harry! Don't run! Ron and the twins caught up as well, and they too saw Professor Harp. Are you having a snowball fight? Felix asked. We're practicing dueling, taking a break now, Fred said. Professor, could you give us some pointers? Your performance at the dueling club was outstanding. Ah, not today. I've decided not to think about anything related to magic today, Felix blinked, but don't worry, once the term starts, I'll restart the dueling lessons. Oh, by the way, Felix glanced around, where's Granger? Isn't she with you guys? Professor, Harry stammered, Hermione, she's sick. Chapter 78, Visiting. Hospital Wing. Madame Pomfrey, I've come to check on Miss Hermione Granger, Felix Harp said. Oh, her, Madame Pomfrey grumbled at him, young wizards these days are causing so much trouble, using magical potions recklessly, showing no respect. Given her condition, she'll have to stay in the hospital for at least 3 weeks. Felix was quite intrigued as he inquired, can you determine the effects of the potion? It appears to be a concoction of mixed cat hair, utterly absurd. I have no idea where they found such magical ingredients, Madame Pomfrey remarked while pouring out half a cup of potion from a large bottle. On Christmas night, those 2 young wizards brought her here, and I was taken aback. I almost thought it was irreversible magical harm. Concoction of mixed cat hair. Felix pondered on those words. After a few moments, he gently suggested to Madame Pomfrey, Madam, I'm heading in that direction, shall I bring the potion to her? Felix pushed the door open and entered the ward. There were 7 or 8 beds in the room, but only one was concealed behind a white curtain. As Felix approached, the curtain opened from the inside. Madame Pomfrey? Have you come to deliver the potion? A furry head poked out, and the voice was unmistakably his assistant. Hermione and Felix's gazes met, and she froze instantly. Ah! The young witch let out a terrified scream, immediately retracting and pulling the curtain shut forcefully, causing the entire bed to tremble. But in that fleeting glance, he had already seen what his assistant looked like now. Her face was covered with deep brown cat fur, intermingled with her own hair. Several cat whiskers adorned her cheeks, and her eyes had turned ginger yellow. On top of her head were 2 upright pointed ears. Miss Hermione Granger, I heard about your predicament from Potter and Weasley and came to visit you, Felix said with a tone that couldn't help but carry a hint of amusement. He waited quietly for a few seconds, and a shaky voice came from behind the curtain, Professor, hello. I've brought your potion, and well. Felix said, if you don't mind, I can take a look and see if I can be of any assistance. Professor, you mean, you might be able to help me? Hermione's voice from behind the curtain was full of hope. Felix's mind was replaying her appearance, but he managed to maintain his composure. I can only say, let's give it a try. Your situation is quite rare. Hermione slowly opened the curtain, briefly lifting her head to glance at him before burying her face in her hands. Felix placed the potion on the nearby table and carefully studied the young witch's current appearance. This situation is truly quite rare. The preparation of the concoction of mixed cat hair is already difficult, and even the potion masters don't have much stock of it. It wouldn't be used lightly, especially with such a low chance of mishap. Hermione felt his probing gaze and asked softly, Professor, do you have a solution? Madame Pomfrey said I'll need at least 3 weeks to recover. Merlin, how many classes will I miss? The misuse of the concoction of mixed cat hair, correct. Felix Harp pondered seriously. This situation was indeed challenging. He extended his wand and lightly tapped Hermione's forehead, causing a circle of golden light to emanate from the tip. The young witch's face showed no change. Human transfiguration isn't working, possibly conflicting with the potion's effects. Interesting, well, I mean, troublesome. All right, let's try a more obscure spell. In Hermione's eyes, Professor Harp enthusiastically cast spell after spell, even taking out a piece of parchment to record the effects of various spells. This one won't do. This one has a slight effect, but it's not very noticeable. How about trying this? Hermione stared at Felix Harp, her expression indicating, are you doing this to help me? I see through you, Professor. Finally, a rather obscure spell began to work. Her brown fur rapidly shed and disappeared from her face, revealing skin that became fair and clean once again. Hermione sensed this change, first touching her face and then picking up a small mirror from beneath her pillow to examine carefully. Oh, my goodness! Hermione covered her mouth. At this point, her appearance had greatly improved. Most of the thick, lush brown fur on her face had disappeared, although the cat whiskers and the pair of pointed ears on top of her head stubbornly remained. Yet even this effect was enough to fill Hermione with immense delight. Hermione happily looked at herself in the mirror. Professor, what magic is this? A form of minor cosmetic transfiguration, able to modify minor imperfections on the body. Of course, it's temporary. The magic effect should last for about 2 hours, Felix explained. Is it human transfiguration? Hermione said with insight. She had intended to study that magic, but she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed now, as human transfiguration was an exceedingly complex magic. Difficult to the point that most adult wizards couldn't master it. You could say that, but its effects might not be as impressive as you imagine. It can only modify specific areas. You see, this spell was actually invented by a vampire. Its original purpose was merely to conceal their fangs. A vampire? Hermione asked with keen interest. With most of her trouble resolved, even if only temporarily, her mood had improved significantly. Yes, in the medieval era, vampires were quite despised. In order to blend in among humans, they devised this magic. But I must say, the effect is quite modest. It can't compare to human transfiguration or polyjuice potion. Nowadays, hardly anyone uses it. Professor, I heard that polyjuice potion can completely change one's appearance at will. Yes, indeed. One of my younger schoolmates possesses that talent. It's truly convenient. Felix glanced at her. That way, you wouldn't have to risk consuming the concoction of mixed cat hair. Hermione lowered her head, and her pointed ears drooped. Professor, You 3 brewed the concoction of mixed cat hair in secret, right? I'm referring to you, Potter, and Weasley. Hermione lifted her head, looking at Professor Harp with a surprised expression. Yes, Felix played with his wand, casually remarking, that was quite easy to deduce, especially when I recalled that you had specifically asked me for information about unusual potions. I introduced a total of 6 potent potions, but you clearly showed more interest in the concoction of mixed cat hair. The concoction of mixed cat hair can change a person's appearance, which indeed could be used to gather information discreetly. So, what I want to know is, who are your suspects? Felix Harp gazed at Hermione. After a prolonged silence. Malfoy, Hermione whispered. We suspect him of being the heir of Slytherin. Chapter 79, A New Approach to Learning Magic. Felix Harp felt a mixture of amusement and irony. Did Malfoy open the Chamber of Secrets? He indeed did. As far as he knew, the chamber had been opened 4 times this term. The first time was when Harry, in Professor Lockhart's office, heard the eerie sounds from the ceiling. The second and third times resulted in the petrification of Mrs. Norris and Colin Creevey respectively. And as for the 4th time, it was when Harry rescued Justin. Malfoy had taken possession of the diary after Colin Creevey was attacked. From this perspective, he wasn't entirely blameless. However, he wasn't the heir of Slytherin, and the true culprit was currently sealed within a box by him. Granger, I've had a rather in-depth conversation with Malfoy. I can confirm he's not the heir of Slytherin. But, Professor. The young witch protested somewhat reluctantly. Felix Harp said, the chamber's location has been discovered, and the creature inside has been dealt with. The only thing to worry about is this so-called heir of Slytherin, but he won't be causing any more waves. Please convey this to Potter and Weasley. As a professor, I believe your focus should be on your studies. Yet, Hermione keenly sensed something and couldn't help but ask, Professor, did you find any clues? Felix Harp merely replied vaguely, I've been keeping an eye on it. So, for you and the young wizards in the castle, the danger has ended, and the adventure should be over. Hermione held on to the professor's words, then turned to ask another question, Professor, about that lightweight transfiguration spell you mentioned, can I learn it? Of course, I understand it might be challenging. You want to learn this spell? Felix inquired. Yes, Professor. Hermione's expression turned serious. There are only a few days left of the holidays, and I don't want to miss classes. Without knowledge of this spell's existence, Hermione would have reluctantly accepted her fate, spending a comfortable 3 weeks in the infirmary. After all, she couldn't possibly attend classes with a cat's face, and that would be too embarrassing. But having witnessed Professor Harp's lightweight transfiguration, her mind became animated. If she mastered this magic, she could easily attend classes wearing thick clothing and a hat. As for the cat whiskers on her face, she could just remove them. Compared to the pain of missing weeks of school, that little discomfort was negligible. However, Professor Harp shook his head. Miss Granger, while the lightweight transfiguration spell might not be as difficult as human transfiguration, it's still not something a second-year wizard can master. But, Professor, Hermione persisted, we've already learned animal transfiguration, and I'm doing really well with it. Even Professor McGonagall is quite pleased. That's a different concept. The difficulty of regular animal transfiguration and the complexity of performing transfiguration on wizards are entirely distinct. Do you know why? Felix Harp gently probed. Because of the presence of magic. Hermione pondered for a moment before answering. Exactly, magic interferes with your spell casting, Felix explained. The same goes for transfiguring magical creatures, which is equally challenging. That's truly unfortunate, Hermione sighed. Felix Harp spoke kindly, Miss Granger, you're one of the few young wizards I've encountered who possesses both talent and a strong work ethic. Magic may seem subjective, but it has a rigorous logic that requires climbing step by step. So. He suddenly paused, his gaze shifting restlessly. His wand drew small circles in his hand. Hermione looked at Felix Harp, recognizing this as his habit when deep in thought. A glimmer of hope arose within her. Perhaps, the professor could come up with a solution? Felix Harp paid no attention to Hermione and took out a piece of parchment from his ring, quickly jotting down his thoughts. Hermione leaned forward, widening her eyes to read the contents above her. Professor Felix Harp began by writing lightweight transfiguration at the center of the parchment. From these words, he drew several lines, each corresponding to something she found either familiar or unfamiliar. Casting technique, incantation, gestures, understanding of the spell, manipulation and shaping of magical energy, levels of magical theory, she counted them meticulously, there were a total of 17 components. At this point, Hermione started to grasp the concept. Was he breaking down the factors affecting a spell? But what was the purpose? Felix Harp paused briefly, then beneath the casting technique segment, he added a few lines in small script, required wand flicking and shaking skills, refer to first and second year spellbooks, wand waving required, angle diagram attached. Hermione studied these contents. It was quite similar to what Professor Flitwick had taught in class, except for one significant difference, Felix Harp mentioned far more influencing factors. Many of them she had never heard of before. Furthermore, he listed essential theoretical knowledge. For example, under the level of magical theory segment, it read, prerequisite theory, basics of transfiguration, animal transfiguration, human transfiguration theoretical elements, attached separately, and so on a series of complex matters. Each point was elaborated further on another piece of parchment. For almost the next half hour, he continued this process. Soon, 2 parchments weren't enough, and the professor pulled out a third, then a fourth. It wasn't until Felix Harp set down his quill that 9 densely filled parchments lay in front of her. Hermione wore an expression of disbelief. For just one spell, the professor had written more than she'd put into her own published paper. Meanwhile, Felix Harp was reflecting on the process he had just completed. In essence, he had meticulously broken down all the theoretical knowledge and spell-casting techniques required for a spell into multiple distinct dimensions. Each dimension had specific requirements and judgment criteria. In simple terms, he deconstructed a major goal into a multitude of accessible minor goals. Completing this step simplified the rest of the process. The young wizards would practice each minor goal individually until they met all of them. Eventually, they would combine these achievements to master the complete spell. During this process, any obstacles the young wizards encountered would cease to be insurmountable, they could follow the diagrams and address their individual shortcomings, effectively compensating for them. For students with a strong foundation, like Hermione, she had already accomplished part of the objectives in advance. In just 9 pages of parchment, the professor had unveiled all the secrets of this spell. Of course, his approach wasn't suitable for the intuitive type of wizard. Often, they themselves didn't know how they learned a spell. Satisfied, Felix Harp nodded. Besides himself, who had undergone one level-up experience after another, how many people in the current British wizarding world could dissect and compartmentalize a specific spell as if they were reciting cherished memories or carving up a piece of meat? He couldn't forget the scene when he had achieved a breakthrough in his spell. After practicing the same spell 1,000 times, he finally reached a certain limit, and all his memories of practicing that spell surged in his mind. Every wand movement, every manipulation of magical energy, every test of potency, every validation of hypothesis. These seemingly insignificant insights erupted in his mind in an instant, countless sparks of inspiration twinkling like stars. Together, they formed a series of steps, elevating his spell casting to an entirely new level. Felix Harp looked at Hermione. "Miss Granger, I believe I have found a method." He spoke gently and calmly. If his assistant could learn the lightweight transfiguration through this approach, then he had complete confidence in teaching the upcoming dueling class. Felix Harp was eager to put this to the test. Chapter 80, Conversation. The next day, when Harry and Ron arrived at the infirmary to visit Hermione, they found her no longer gloomy as she had been a few days prior. Instead, she sported a furry face, enthusiastically waving her wand, and occasionally flipping through parchment on the table. "Hermione, what are you doing?" Ron inquired. "Naturally, I'm practicing magic. If all goes well, I might manage to learn it before the start of term." "Why rush before term starts?" Ron seemed puzzled. "Because it could help me solve a little problem," Hermione replied, squinting her eyes and speaking with a cheerful smile. And so, for half an hour in the hospital wing, Harry and Ron watched as Hermione repeated the same motion hundreds of times, occasionally stopping to record something on a piece of parchment. Felix Harp closed the door to his office and stepped out, looking neat and put together. Along the way, he felt a sense of melancholy. After revealing that he had successfully obtained research material and once again resisted the temptation of the diary's allure, the Tom within the diary had finally withdrawn. He had completely cut off his communication with the outside world. No matter how much Felix tried, it seemed that the other side had made up its mind to let him handle things. Even when he pressed a cluster of pale fierce fire against the diary, there was no response. "Tom, I refuse to believe you'd give up on yourself like this," Felix contemplated various thoughts. He even thought he might be waiting for an opportunity. So, he carefully sealed the diary once again, even inscribing warning runes on the box. Before going out, he placed his wallet, bound Vine edition, by the door, in case any unreliable young wizard decided to barge in and take the diary. "Perhaps it's time to let you have your final act, Tom." In the castle corridor, Felix encountered Peeves, who was up to his usual mischief. Peeves held an iron bucket filled with mud and was currently smearing layer after layer of thick mud onto armor. "Peeves, have you seen Professor Grey?" Felix asked him. Peeves looked at him, seemingly taken aback, then burst into a cackling laugh. "Oh, Professor, I haven't seen. I don't care about that nose-in-the-air woman. I believe someone knows, that repulsive stalker," he floated in mid-air, snarling and clawing. "Show some manners, Peeves," Felix said calmly. "Or perhaps you'd like to experience my magic again." "No, Felix Harp. You can't." Peeves' face showed a fearful expression, and he quickly vanished through the wall. Clang! The iron bucket Peeves was holding crashed to the ground, making a loud noise as the mud inside splashed out. Felix waved his wand, and an invisible barrier kept the mud at a distance of 3 feet. "Humph, Peeves, it's you again. I'll definitely request Professor Dumbledore to kick you out of the castle." A breathless, flushed man rushed down the corridor, swinging his fists and venting his anger hysterically. It was Filch, the caretaker of Hogwarts Castle. "Oh, Professor Harp, have you seen Peeves?" A furious Filch didn't find his expected arch-nemesis but rather an impeccably dressed Felix. "Hello, Filch. Peeves just left," Felix waved his wand, making the mud on the floor and armor vanish. "By the way, have you seen Professor Grey today?" "You mean the Ravenclaw ghost?" Filch sniffed. "Let me think. I think I saw her, a tall ghost, doesn't pay much attention to people, right? I saw one in the courtyard, not sure if it's her." "Thank you, Filch." Felix made his way to the courtyard, scanning around. At the end of the courtyard railing, he spotted a tall ghost hovering in mid-air. She noticed Felix looking at her, raised an eyebrow in surprise, and then turned to float through the wall. "Wait, Professor Grey." Felix crossed the railing and followed her down a secluded corridor. She finally came to a stop, suspended a few inches above the ground. She was strikingly beautiful, with waist-length hair and a silver robe trailing on the floor. But she also held her head high, exuding an air of arrogance and disdain. He had come across this ghost several times during his school days but had never spoken to her. He wouldn't even have realized the presence of this low-profile Ravenclaw ghost had it not been for his accidental encounter with the private conversation between the Bloody Baron and her. That's when he realized the seemingly inconspicuous Ravenclaw ghost had a much bigger background. "Professor Gray, I am Felix Harp." She nodded but didn't speak. Her gaze held no warmth. "I wanted to learn about the early days of Hogwarts, the stories of the four founders. The existing records are quite vague." "I'm afraid," she said, turning to leave, "I can't help you." "Wait," seeing her drift farther away, Felix called out, "I know you're Rowena Ravenclaw's daughter." She halted and turned to look at him. "You know about my heritage? Did you come here specifically for me?" "Yes, I." "Humph, another one." She swirled in midair, her lips twisting into a cold smile. "Another what?" Felix inquired, but he quickly realized that he probably wasn't the first to ask her about the secrets of Hogwarts. "Another ambitious person," she said sharply. "Every few decades, there's always one, trying every possible way to inquire, to gain my trust." "You mean Voldemort?" Felix asked. She abruptly stopped talking, a surprised expression on her face. Then she felt offended, floating a couple of feet higher and looking down at him. "Yes, I guessed it, the crown of Ravenclaw. Voldemort has always coveted the Founder's relics, but I don't care about those. What I really want to know." Felix's words were cut off as the ghost, with anger and a hint of stutter, said, The crown of Ravenclaw can grant wisdom. You don't understand its power. Countless people have coveted it. They want it so desperately." "The history of Gryffindor and Slytherin," Felix finished his sentence at the same time. Their words intertwined, and faint echoes reverberated in the empty corridor. "You don't understand its power. Gryffindor, history of Slytherin." Lady Grey was taken aback. "You want to know about those?" "Of course." "Ah, well," she floated uncertainly, seeming a bit at a loss. "Gryffindor. Slytherin. What do you want to know?" Finally, she asked somewhat awkwardly. Chapter 81, Millennia-Old Events. "Quite a lot," Felix Harp remarked. "Many of the books I've read mention the four founders, but they're either vague and contradictory or only contain bits and pieces with little reference value." He gave an example. "Take Salazar Slytherin, for instance. Many people fear him, dread him, calling him a dark wizard, but what's the truth behind it?" "The truth?" Ms. Grey countered. "What truth do you seek?" "Of course, the truth in your eyes," Felix replied, looking at her. The ghost seemed lost in reminiscence, pondering for a while before solemnly stating, "Salazar Slytherin was an exceptionally skilled wizard, deeply in love with his wife." Felix. Clearly, this wasn't the information he was after, but it was a good starting point nevertheless. "So," he continued along her topic, "there's scarce information about his wife, indeed. However, many people mention that Slytherin's appearance was grotesque, resembling that of a monkey." The lady looked at him with a hint of pride. That was a side effect of his magical studies. Slytherin's original appearance was strikingly handsome, but as he delved deeper into those dreadful areas, his appearance grew more and more intimidating. Felix suddenly understood. It was like a puzzle piece falling into place. Slytherin had been transformed over time due to his studies. His presence was often accompanied by snakes. He wore dark or emerald green robes and emanated an ever-present aura of bloodthirstiness. His eyes also became terribly terrifying. Felix speculated that Slytherin might have integrated bloodlines from certain magical creatures. His temperament grew increasingly extreme, and his disagreements with others escalated. There were more than a few explosive arguments, even his closest friend Gryffindor couldn't endure. But I must clarify, there was no outright conflict between them. He simply departed quietly, one tranquil morning, taking everything with him. He left behind the chamber, Felix reminded her. "Perhaps," she acknowledged, "but I've heard some rumors." Slytherin didn't hesitate to teach various cruel dark magics, something vehemently opposed by the other three founders. "So, there are whispers that he secretly taught these terrifying arts to select students he favored, in hidden places. So, the chamber was initially meant for instruction?" Felix thought, uncovering yet another mystery. According to his speculation, as conflicts intensified, Slytherin might have also relocated some of his particularly gruesome research into the chamber. Speaking of which, Felix had once secretly returned to the chamber, using Harry's Parseltongue ability scroll to carefully examine it. However, he found nothing except for the pit where the serpent usually rested. In conclusion, Ms. Grey summarized, but at least during his time at Hogwarts, he still upheld his initial promise, safeguarding the lives of all the school's staff and students, repelling various attacks. Unlike the past few centuries, Slytherin House has changed completely. What attacks are you referring to? Felix seized upon the key point. She drifted lightly, seemingly disdainful of Felix Harp's ignorance yet excited to enlighten him. She countered, do you believe that Hogwarts was simply established without incident? Felix didn't react much, merely gesturing for her to continue. Ms. Grey explained, by today's standards, the majority of wizards during that time were dark wizards. They operated under an apprenticeship system, where a senior wizard would mentor a few juniors. They roamed villages, identifying potential talents and nurturing them while using them as their lackeys. However, with the establishment of Hogwarts, especially after the four founders spread the magic of acceptance and the Book of Admittance across the British Isles, these wizards suffered a fatal blow. They lost their source of apprentices forever. The Book of Admittance, the magic of acceptance. Felix contemplated these terms. He had heard rumors of these magical artifacts. It was said that every young wizard's name who displayed magical potential would be recorded in the Book of Admittance. But the criteria for the Book of Admittance were stricter. Only when these children exhibited undeniable proof of their magical abilities would their names be included in the book. The sensitivity of the magic of acceptance combined with the strictness of the Book of Admittance ensured that Hogwarts always selected qualified students, without fail, for thousands of years. The establishment of a new order inevitably brings about the backlash of the old forces, Felix sighed, now understanding how Tom's bitter comments about Gryffindor in the diary came to be. The story from a millennium ago continued. Some wizards recognized the efforts of the four founders and willingly sent their children to Hogwarts. But others, the particularly extreme dark wizards, hid in the shadows. Whenever the professors and students were away or on vacation, they would repeatedly launch attacks on Hogwarts, leaving their victims' bodies in front of the castle. She shuddered. Naturally, Hogwarts retaliated. Among them, Gryffindor's response was the most intense. He wielded his sword and wand, defeating one notorious dark wizard after another of his time. He even openly declared that he was ready to face any challenges, whether through Muggle methods or wizardry. Felix listened with fascination. How could mere pieces of parchment capture the grandeur of that historical period? What about the other three? They were doing the same, but Gryffindor's fame overshadowed theirs. After a few years and the graduation of some students, their influence spread far and wide. Hogwarts' reputation reached the world, and there were few who dared to provoke it. Ms. Grey concluded the story with a mix of pride and nostalgia. Felix gained profound insights and sincerely expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Helena Ravenclaw. No. Call me by this name. The ghost before him suddenly became excited. Her transparent cheeks seemed less transparent. Before he could react, she passed through the wall and disappeared. Felix. Meanwhile, a low, raspy voice suddenly emerged, saying, do not utter that name. It's her taboo. Felix turned around to find a gaunt, extremely pale ghost before him. The ghost wore an ancient wizard robe stained with silver blood marks and had a massive set of shackles on. Long time no see, Barrow. Chapter 82, Return from the Holidays. The Blood Baron is the ghost of Slytherin House, and even the young wizards of this esteemed institution keep their distance from him. His appearance is truly fearsome, and Peeves the poltergeist is most afraid of him. Long time no see, Baron, Felix Harp greeted. The Blood Baron remained still, hovering in place, his vacant eyes fixed on the direction in which Professor Greengrass had departed. After a while, in his raspy voice, he finally spoke, hello, Harp. Felix looked at him, recalling an incident during a nighttime stroll at school when he inadvertently overheard a conversation between the Blood Baron and Professor Greengrass. The Baron was pleading for her forgiveness, while Professor Greengrass cursed him, ensuring he would never find redemption. It was also that night when he discovered the identity of Helena Ravenclaw. He pieced together the entanglement between the two. Helena had taken the diadem of Ravenclaw and had been too afraid to return home. As her admirer, the Blood Baron had been entrusted by Rowena Ravenclaw to bring her back. A fierce dispute arose between them, and tragically, the Blood Baron accidentally killed Helena. Consumed by remorse, he used the very weapon that had taken Helena's life to end his own. Baron, you said her name was her taboo. What does it mean? Felix inquired. The Blood Baron didn't answer directly. He simply said in a dry tone, I see you haven't fallen into the dark magic. In this, you are stronger than I. Felix's expression turned solemn, and he spoke softly, it was you who reminded me. Even without me, you could have broken free on your own. I saw the records you kept. Oh, Felix also found a glimmer of humor. That was a Muggle world psychological assessment form, a precaution I had prepared in advance to prevent myself from sinking deeper, but I must say, without you, I might have taken another month or two to realize the severity of the problem. The erosion of the mind by dark magic is subtle, and the data on assessment forms always lags behind. By the time anomalies are detected, the danger might already have occurred. The Blood Baron drifted away in silence. Felix gazed at his emaciated figure and shook his head in the end. The affairs between the two ghosts were beyond his involvement or mediation. Ghosts' inner conflicts were not easily unraveled. Ghosts were creations of death with lingering regrets and strong obsessions that kept them tethered to the realm of the living. Their existence hinged on these obsessions, and thus, their understanding remained rooted in the time when they were alive. In this aspect, they were somewhat akin to the portraits in the headmaster's office, but ghosts could change over time. Though change didn't necessarily guarantee favorable outcomes. According to Felix's estimation, if Hogwarts were to publicly dismiss Professor Binns, he might disappear on the spot since Binns' obsession was teaching. However, considering the humanity of such a method and the challenge of finding another knowledgeable scholar to replace him, these two dilemmas rendered the suggestion unexplored. He returned to his office and opened 3 selected manuscripts from the Slytherin records, studying them carefully. This material bore the distinct mark of Slytherin himself. He put forth a conjecture about whether it was possible to transform the unique talents of magical creatures into wizarding spells. This line of thinking had existed for centuries, as seen in examples like the disillusionment charm and animagus transformation, or the invisibility cloak and disillusionment charm. However, in reality, these developments in magical spells often occurred serendipitously. Only when future generations looked back did they notice the striking similarities between certain wizarding spells and the innate talents of magical creatures. And Slytherin sought to discover a method to reliably transmute the unique talents of magical creatures into wizarding spells. But clearly, he abandoned this path later on. Slytherin chose to relinquish this pursuit, and the young Tom also didn't take it seriously, as evidenced by him stashing these materials in the room of requirement, using them for pranks. However, Felix Harp found this quite intriguing. He committed the fragmentary information to memory, perhaps to be used in a future moment. Over the next few days, Felix flipped through books, watched films, and lived in leisure and comfort. He took the time to check on the progress of his assistant's studies and offer appropriate advice. Time flowed by steadily. Finally, the Christmas holiday came to an end, and a new term began at Hogwarts. On that evening, the Hogwarts Express brought the students back, gathering them in the Great Hall, which instantly became lively. After the purification of the Christmas holiday, it seemed the students had forgotten the attacks of the previous term, now enthusiastically sharing their experiences. My mom took me abroad to visit relatives, and I never thought I actually had a cousin at Ilvermorny. A young wizard exclaimed with excitement. Others eagerly questioned for more details. What's Ilvermorny? A magic school, similar to Hogwarts, but it's in the United States. Really? I thought there was only one magic school in the whole world. Another young wizard sighed. At the Gryffindor table, Hermione was dressed in layers of clothes, a knitted hat on her head, and a massive mask covering her face. Hermione, what's the matter with you? Katie Bell, a year older than her and a chaser on the Gryffindor Quidditch team, asked puzzledly. I caught a cold, cough cough. She said briefly. But I noticed the color of your eyes has changed too, a bit like a cat's. A young witch observed her closely. Probably due to magic, Hermione deflected the topic. Katie, how did you spend your holidays? Katie was indeed diverted, pouting. Stayed home, really boring except for being safer. Do you think there'll be more attacks? I read a lot of newspapers during the break. Don't worry, Katie. There won't be any more attacks, Hermione said confidently. How do you know? Cough cough, you'll understand in a bit, Hermione replied, and on the other side, Harry tugged at her sleeve. He whispered, Hermione, isn't your magic transformation complete yet? Honestly, your appearance is a bit odd. She sighed in frustration, not yet. I can manage to use it, but the effect is quite poor, and I still have a light layer of fur on my face. Maybe in another day or two, Professor Harp said. My progress has been fast. Ron tapped an empty tall goblet with his fork. But how are you going to eat? Not eating. Hermione replied indignantly. Ding ding ding. At the teacher's table, Dumbledore tapped a glass in front of him. The great hall gradually quieted down. Dumbledore stood up, his face radiant, and said, "Welcome back, young wizards. A bit delayed, I apologize." Chapter 83, Acclaimed. Before indulging in the feast, you shall endure the ramblings of an old man. Dumbledore cleared his throat. "First and foremost, it warms my heart to see you all sprightly return to the school and joyously share your experiences with your companions. Yet, I must mention that in the previous term, we weathered through some difficult months." The young wizards fixed their gazes upon Dumbledore's face, eager to hear what he had to say. "We faced 2 attacks, and one young wizard remains confined to a sickbed in the infirmary." Dumbledore paused, then suddenly raised his tone, "But thanks to a few individuals, through their diligence, they uncovered the truth and, most bravely, vanquished the beast within the Chamber of Secrets. We must not forget their names: Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, Hermione Granger." All eyes blazed upon the Gryffindor table, where they incredulously beheld the trio. "You're joking!" one of the twins exclaimed, his voice reverberating through the hall, enlivening the solemn atmosphere. Dumbledore was tickled, and he chuckled, saying with a cheerful demeanour, "Of course not, Weasley. But speaking of jests, it reminds me of a rather amusing troll and dwarf joke." Cough, cough. Professor McGonagall beside him erupted into a fit of coughing. "Ahem, well, let us return to the matter at hand. Their valour has earned unanimous praise from several professors. For this, I shall reward each of them with 200 points. Dumbledore declared. Snape couldn't help but emit a derisive snort. The Gryffindor table erupted into jubilation, their applause thunderous. The Weasley twins dashed over to Harry and Ron, enveloping them in a hug. Percy, from a corner, loudly exclaimed, "That's my brother! My brother! They'll also share the trophy for special services to the school." Hermione gazed at the awestruck Katie Bell and merrily remarked, "See? I told you there wouldn't be any danger." The hall resounded with chatter for several minutes before gradually subsiding. However, the majority of attention still fixated on the trio of Harry. On the Slytherin table, Draco Malfoy aggressively stabbed his plate with a silver fork, emitting a grating sound. "Potter! It's always Potter, everything's Potter. I've put in effort too," he glowered at Harry indignantly. Headmaster Dumbledore, a 7th-year Gryffindor student, stood up. "Can you elaborate? Did Salazar Slytherin truly release a monster in the chamber to rid the school of those he deemed unworthy of magic?" The accusation in this question was overt, and the Slytherin wizards directed their glares at him, almost wishing to curse him on the spot. However, the expressions of the other 3 houses' students turned silent and complex as they looked toward the Slytherin table. "I believe not, Mr. Xavier." Dumbledore's expression grew serious as he spoke. He first cast a glance around the students, calming the turmoil, before continuing in a composed manner, "The creature in the chamber, the basilisk, has existed for centuries, yet recorded attacks only comprise 2 from this year and 1 50 years ago. Prior to these instances, it had been dormant for nearly a millennium. We have reason to infer that these attacks were not the intended actions of Salazar Slytherin." Dumbledore swiftly moved on from the previous topic. "Tomorrow, I shall place the basilisk within the courtyard of the castle, and I shall also invite some reporters to enter the school. Please adhere to decorum, you may observe, but do not attempt to approach it, and the professors shall employ protective magic. Now, let us revel in this feast." Dumbledore settled back into his chair, and with a wave of his wand, the table began to fill with an array of foods. However, the young wizards' minds were not focused on this. Dumbledore's speech carried a wealth of information, and they were all buzzing with discussion ranging from Salazar Slytherin's character to the nature of the creature in the chamber, and to how the Potter trio managed to defeat it. "What does the basilisk look like?" a Gryffindor young wizard asked Harry. It's a massive serpent, and its gaze is deadly." "Awesome! How big is it? Is it bigger than when Lockhart conjured one during the dueling club?" Ron, his mouth stuffed and words muffled, interjected, "Hey mate, it's way bigger than that." The young wizard gazed at Ron skeptically. "Did you really get involved too?" "Dean, my role was much more significant than you can imagine." Despite his mouth being about to burst from being so full, Ron couldn't resist defending himself. Hermione Granger sat quietly by, not saying a word. "Hermione, aren't you hungry?" Katie beside her looked at the small witch wearing a mask curiously and inquired. "Not hungry," Hermione stubbornly replied. However, she soon produced 2 parchment papers from her pocket and wrapped up the beef pie on her plate. The girls stared at her dumbfounded, their forks hovering midair. The student tables buzzed with activity, and the teacher's table was not calm either. Some professors, uninformed, were trying to glean the details. Felix Harp dealt with Lockhart's incessant questioning, bypassing Professor Flitwick and approaching Dumbledore. Headmaster, concerning the pressure from some pure-blood families. You mean this? Dumbledore set down his utensils, quite interested. I have been in contact with most of the Board of Governors these days, and they all believe that me retaining this position would be for the best. And what about the Malfoy family? Lucius, regrettably, he's currently facing quite a bit of trouble. The other governors are not pleased with his past threatening actions and are inclined to remove him from the board. I've heard that he's turned to Fudge, the Minister of Magic. Yes, if all goes as expected, you'll meet him tomorrow, Dumbledore foresaw with keen insight. Felix nodded knowingly. The evening banquet concluded swiftly. The Gryffindor young wizards surrounded the trio of Harry, eager to inquire about the specifics. Ron was on a roll in that department. He began to vividly recount the events. From Harry's perspective, aside from the parts that required secrecy like the professor's involvement or the Gryffindor sword, Ron embellished nearly every other aspect to the maximum degree. Hermione quietly slipped away back to their dormitory and secretly devoured the 2 pies, returning with a satisfied look. So, that's why I was given detention earlier. I didn't expect Lockhart to fall so easily when I pushed him. Ron, spewing saliva, regretfully lamented. Hermione, hidden amidst the crowd, happened to overhear a young wizard asking Ron, "So you don't have detention anymore?" Ron's mouth gaped open, resembling a deflated balloon. Suddenly, he wore a crestfallen expression. Indeed, he had won honor for the house, but he couldn't escape the punishment for attacking innocent professors. In truth, Professor McGonagall had already informed him of the content and duration of his detention. After a circuitous route, he unfortunately ended up in Lockhart's hands. He had heard from Harry about the detention's content, writing replies to Lockhart's fans, which seemed light, but 4 hours of repetitive labor made one question the meaning of life. Chapter 84, Professor Serpent. In the first class of the new term, Felix Harp sensed the inner restlessness of the young wizards. They were all eager for the class to end so they could go to the courtyard to see the serpent creature. He cleared his throat, capturing the attention of the young wizards, and waved his wand gently, "Wallong chdng." Accompanied by a cloud of black smoke, a small snake with dark spots coiled around its body landed on the lectern. It hissed, its slender body constantly twisting. The young wizards looked up one by one, craning their necks to get a clearer view. Felix's wand glided across its scales, and the appearance of the small spotted snake underwent a dramatic transformation. Its smooth scales became thick and solid, giving off a metallic sheen, its color turned a vibrant green, emitting the distinctive radiance of venomous snakes. Even its body swelled quite a bit. It raised its flat snake head, and a pair of yellow eyes looked cold and fierce. "Professor, is this the serpent creature?" a student asked. "That's right. So, Potter and them defeated this little fellow." The young wizards in the audience expressed some disappointment. It seemed too small, just about 3 or 4 feet. Especially with the serpent creature crouched on the lectern, it seemed even more inconspicuous. Many young wizards suddenly had a feeling of "I could handle this." But the appearance of the serpent creature was indeed quite intimidating, especially those yellow eyes, which looked truly chilling. Felix didn't comment on their reactions and continued to explain, "The greatest threat of serpent creatures lies in their eyes, they possess a deadly gaze. In other words, when you see them, you might have already lost the ability to fight back forever." The murmurs in the audience quieted down. "And furthermore," he waved his wand, and the small serpent creature crouched on the lectern suddenly leaped off the table, causing the young wizards in the front row to jerk their bodies backward in unison. And as it arched in a half-circle in midair and landed precisely in the center of the classroom, the small serpent creature's body rapidly expanded. In an instant, it enlarged by more than 10 times. Before they could react, it had filled up more than half of the classroom's space. "Ah, ah, ah!" Many young wizards screamed, hastily dodging the enormous serpent creature that loomed over them. But soon, they realized that the creature's body had turned from solid to a form of black mist. A young wizard sitting on the floor summoned the courage to reach out, his hand went straight through the black mist. He raised his head to see that many people had half their bodies immersed in the mist, and now they were frantically moving out, terrified. Felix said with a wicked grin, "Well, this is the true size of a serpent creature." After a while, the young wizards realized that this thing posed them no harm and began to calm down. Several students sheepishly got up from the floor. One of them, a young witch named Campbell Jin, used her wand to stir the scales of the misty serpent creature, turning the nearby scales back into a mass of black mist. Many young wizards followed her curiosity. During this process, the misty serpent creature wandered around the small classroom, its massive snake body passing through desks, chairs, books, and people. But by now, most of the young wizards were no longer afraid. They playfully poked at it with their wands, causing various colored sparks to flicker within the hazy mist. After a few minutes, the serpent creature shrank back to a size of about 3 or 4 feet, its body transforming back from mist to a radiant green solid. "Professor, is this the true form of the serpent creature in the chamber?" a young wizard asked in an awe-filled tone. "You can interpret it that way." Felix conjured a chair and sat down. "Since you're curious about the serpent creature, let it teach you today." The young wizards exchanged puzzled glances, but at that moment, a voice similar to that of Professor Harp came from the mouth of the serpent creature. "Open your books to page 79 now. We will study an excerpt from the manuscript translated by the ancient runic expert, Calais Matthews, in 1842. This manuscript dates back approximately 7 centuries. Many young wizards were startled, but having had the prior experience, they managed to stay seated without falling off their chairs again. They stared with wide eyes at the diminutive serpent creature standing on the lectern with its upper body raised. They blinked in confusion and then looked at Professor Harp, who sat calmly in a corner. Numerous complex thoughts raced through their minds. The small serpent creature opened its mouth, revealing thin, dagger-like teeth. "Indeed, it's me, your ancient runes professor. So, what are you waiting for?" The creature suddenly approached the front row of young wizards, causing one of them to drop her quill. "Campbell, tell me, what did I just talk about?" "PR Professor, you just talked about the runic symbol EO, representing yew tree, symbolizing death and rebirth, and also signifying continuity and endurance," stammered Campbell Jin, a young witch. "Very well said, Ravenclaw 10 points, hissed the serpent creature. Campbell breathed a sigh of relief and sat down, patting her chest. "So, why aren't you writing it down?" The other young wizards began to furiously scribble. In the remaining class, the young wizards gradually warmed up to this somewhat eerie Professor Serpent. The serpent professor continuously roamed the aisles on both sides, occasionally approaching inattentive students, glaring at them with its yellow eyes, and loudly exclaiming, "Don't look at me, look at your books." Meanwhile, Professor Harp, sitting in the corner, wore a smile on his face from start to finish, his mood seeming quite delightful. As the class approached its end, Felix Harp stood up. He waved his wand, and amidst the reluctant expressions of the young wizards, he transformed their serpent professor back into black mist. "For your homework today, you are to recount the contents of this manuscript on a piece of parchment, using the knowledge you've gained in your 3rd and 4th years." Just as the bell rang to signal the end of class, the corridor filled with the sound of bustling footsteps and chatter. These young wizards were eager to rush out and head to the courtyard. Inside the 5th-year Ancient Runes classroom, the young wizards absent-mindedly packed up their belongings and left the room at a leisurely pace. "Hey! Campbell, come on, let's go see the serpent creature." Her friend called out to her, brimming with excitement, "I've been looking forward to this since my last transfiguration class." Campbell responded nonchalantly, "You go ahead." "What about you?" "I suddenly lost interest in the serpent creature," Campbell replied. The young wizards walking out of the Ancient Runes classroom with her nodded in agreement. They not only had a class with the serpent creature but also received a lesson on studying ancient runes from it. In the courtyard, quite a few young wizards had gathered, huddled together in a blurry crowd. In the midst of the young wizards was a massive serpent creature, about 40 feet long. Its body was as thick as an oak tree trunk, with scales the size of a hand's palm, giving it a rough appearance that glistened with a cold, icy green light. Chapter 85, Cornelius Fudge. Upon the flat, snake-like head of the serpent, a large hole pierced through its skull and upper jaw, leaving only 2 dark, empty cavities for its eyes. From the crowd, intermittent gasps of fear and astonishment could be heard. These wizards ranged from 1st and 2nd years to 6th and 7th years, yet in the face of the deceased serpent, they couldn't help but swallow nervously. One young wizard among them voiced the collective curiosity, "Potter and the others fought against this colossal creature? How did they manage?" No one answered his question. A Slytherin student couldn't resist moving closer, extending his hand, but an invisible barrier repelled him. As Dumbledore mentioned, Flint, a sharp voice interjected. The crowd parted to make way for Professor Flitwick. Despite his short stature, the young wizards of Hogwarts held great respect for him, for he taught with fervor and treated students from all four houses impartially. He approached the forefront, circling around the serpent. A truly rare magical creature, I must say. I believe Hagrid would have adored it. After the class ended, Felix Harp considered for a moment and then decided to go to the courtyard. Dumbledore had mentioned at last night's banquet that Minister Cornelius Fudge of the Ministry of Magic would be visiting today. Felix intended to observe this person up close. Rumors painted him as Dumbledore's puppet, devoid of his own opinions. However, Felix did not subscribe to this view. A person skilled in political manipulation, when in a vulnerable position, could be more unscrupulous than the most accomplished sycophant. He descended the stairs, preparing to cross the hall. Just then, a distant commotion reached his ears, and a group of 7 or 8 people approached him. Minister Fudge, please come this way, Professor McGonagall led the procession. Following her was a stout, short middle-aged man. He had a rotund and somewhat anxious appearance, with disheveled grey hair and a worried expression on his face. His attire was a peculiar mishmash, pinstripe suit, bright red tie, black long cloak, and pointed purple boots. He also held a dark green top hat under his arm. At a glance, Felix recognized him, Cornelius Fudge, the current Minister for Magic. Following closely behind him was a tall man dressed with a sense of arrogance, presumably one of Fudge's subordinates. Behind them trailed a middle-aged man with platinum blonde hair, draped in a long black traveling cloak. His face bore an icy, aloof expression that kept people at bay. He held something resembling a wand in his hand. Observing his distinctive hair color, Felix speculated perhaps he belonged to the well-known pure-blood family, the Malfoys? Following the Malfoy was a woman. Felix had actually crossed paths with her before Rita Skeeter. She had heavily applied makeup and was energetically directing her 2 assistants, seize the moment, seize it. Understand? Take more photos. The 2 young men with magical cameras nodded obediently. Felix couldn't help but chuckle, noting Rita's remarkable composure as a media figure. Rita Skeeter carried a messenger bag and, after passing through the hall, began to carefully scan her surroundings. Coincidentally, her gaze locked onto Felix's, and her pupils contracted suddenly. Her steps became hesitant and uncertain. Trailing behind her, Dumbledore walked slowly, bringing up the rear. He was the tallest among them all. At this moment, his azure eyes were fixed on the scene. Professor McGonagall noticed Felix ahead and halted. "Ah, Felix. Allow me to introduce you. This is Minister Cornelius Fudge, the Minister for Magic." With a slight huff, she continued, "And these 2 are Lucius Malfoy and Rita Skeeter." Professor McGonagall spotted Felix Harp ahead and paused. "Oh, Felix. Allow me to introduce you. This is Cornelius Fudge, the Minister for Magic." Afterward, she let out a light huff, reluctantly saying, "These 2 are Lucius Malfoy and Rita Skeeter." Fudge displayed enough enthusiasm, briskly advancing and extending both hands. "Felix Harp, I've heard so much about you. I've heard the French Minister of Magic mention your name on more than one occasion." Felix discreetly withdrew his hand. "Just wrote a few books, that's all." He kept his gaze on Fudge's eyes, but didn't perceive much enthusiasm there. He looked at Rita Skeeter and whispered softly, "Rita." This woman with her exaggerated curls greeted awkwardly, "Hello, Mr. Harp." She wasn't sure if she should pretend not to know him. What if revealing this person's secret led to trouble? But if Felix Harp hadn't been mistaken, in that instant, both Fudge and Malfoy's gazes subtly shifted. Truly perceptive, one might say a true player in the world of fame and prestige? Felix Harp nodded at Malfoy, they had no significant interaction. However, Lucius Malfoy, with his grey eyes, gazed at him for 2 seconds, then conjured a reserved smile. He extended his right hand. "Hello, Mr. Harp." Felix Harp felt surprised. He also extended his hand. "Hello, Mr. Malfoy." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Professor McGonagall resumed leading the way ahead. Felix had quietly maneuvered to the back of the group, walking alongside Dumbledore. The 2 remained at the rear, conversing in hushed tones. "Felix, abusing legilimency is not proper," Dumbledore blinked, "it will deprive you of much enjoyment and may lead you to grow weary of this world." Is this from your own experience? Everyone has their youthful days. Dumbledore didn't provide a direct answer, yet Felix had understood the underlying implication: young people often make mistakes. So Felix stated, I am young now, Headmaster Dumbledore. Moreover, I only briefly sensed his true emotions. It aids in better understanding the other person, doesn't it? Dumbledore didn't persist with the topic. He asked with genuine interest, what did you sense? Are you interested in the Minister of Magic's thoughts? Felix Harp counter-questioned. No, Felix. I can see through him perfectly well without legilimency. Perhaps, this is the only thing I can master without needing to learn actively, even after living for a century. Felix felt a bit surprised. Shouldn't Dumbledore not be discussing these things with him? When did their relationship become this intimate? The two fell silent for a while. As they reached the courtyard, Professor McGonagall was already standing with Fudge and others before the serpent. Felix Harp and Dumbledore didn't push forward, they remained on the outskirts of the crowd. Hagrid stood awkwardly in a corner. Felix Harp overheard some remarks from the young wizards and grasped the situation. Just earlier, Hagrid had been pleading with Professor Flitwick to undo the protective magic around the serpent. He wished to experience the charm of these creatures up close. Is this how magical creatures researchers generally think? So, Professor Ketleben has a few seconds left to reach the scene? Felix Harp thought, a bit out of tune. Allow me to share something with everyone. Sometimes, the author revises chapters. If it's just a few typos, it won't affect the comments for this section. However, if there are more substantial changes, like if I add a couple of sentences, it might affect the comments for this part. I've encountered this situation before, so I wanted to clarify. Chapter 86, Unexpected Events. At some point, Harry, Ron, and Hermione had also arrived. Hermione was still wearing that oversized mask and knitted hat, but her eyes had returned to their brown color. This meant her disillusionment charm was more proficient now, though it could also be due to the effects of Madame Pomfrey's potion. Ron held on to Harry and Hermione as they hid behind a pillar. He peeked out and whispered, Cornelius Fudge, Lucius Malfoy, and Rita Skeeter. What a day, having all three pests here at the same time. Harry asked, who's Cornelius Fudge? He's the Minister of Magic and my dad's boss. But he's a big shot, looks down on my dad's job, you know, dealing with Muggle stuff and all, never took it seriously. Ron grumbled. Hermione's eyes were fixed on Rita Skeeter, studying her from behind. Is that woman Rita Skeeter? She has quite the dreadful taste, Hermione quipped about her attire. I agree with you, I mean, even Lockhart has better fashion sense in that department, and she's not lacking in money. Merlin's beard. Ron suddenly groaned. What's wrong? There, look over there, Ron pointed in another direction, Lockhart's here too, all four nuisances gathered. Sure enough, Harry looked up and saw Gilderoy Lockhart in a splendid robe, his face adorned with a charming smile. He walked past young wizards, greeting Fudge and Lucius. He's like a peacock with its tail unfurled. Ron's expression was resistant. He had to report to Lockhart's office later tonight. Lockhart gracefully bowed, his smile radiating, Minister Fudge, Mr. Malfoy, a pleasure to see you both. Fudge hesitated for a moment, then extended his hands with a beaming smile, Mr. Lockhart, hello, I've read all of your books, I must admit, quite enlightening. Lockhart modestly replied, I merely did what I should, Minister. I can't simply turn a blind eye to unfortunate souls in trouble. Fudge had a contemplative expression, there aren't many responsible adventurers like you. Lockhart seemed about to say more, but Dumbledore stepped forward, his eyes twinkling, Fudge, perhaps we should first inspect the creature in the chamber. He waved his wand, dispelling the invisible protective barrier around the basilisk's remains. Oh, Dumbledore, yes, of course. Fudge adjusted his hat, turned to a tall, dark-skinned man by his side, and issued a command, Kingsley, you do the check. The man called Kingsley took a few steps past the railings, approaching the basilisk. He wore dragon-hide gloves and meticulously examined the creature's remains. Felix didn't approach, he spotted a familiar figure, Luna Lovegood, the Ravenclaw witch. He strolled over and stood beside her, Luna. I really like the gift you gave me, Professor Harp. Her eyes were fixed on Rita Skeeter's jewel-encrusted glasses. She sang song, I think her memory isn't very good. Why do you say that? She regrets leaving some important things at home. Luna said. Felix watched Rita Skeeter, who was directing her assistants to take photos, remaining non-committal. Have you become friends with the girl with the fiery hair? Luna glanced at him in surprise. We're already friends. She said thoughtfully, I think the rooster doll I gave her played a significant role. Really? Felix puckered his lips. Before long, Kingsley reported to Fudge, Minister, it's confirmed to be the basilisk, there's no danger anymore. Very well, Kingsley. Fudge prepared to step closer to examine the basilisk, but he was halted by the voice of Rita Skeeter. Minister Fudge, I think we should take a photo together for tomorrow's front page. Skeeter said with a smile. Oh, of course, no problem. The adult wizards lined up, and Rita Skeeter rushed over, dragging Lockhart who had taken center stage aside. This is your spot. Reluctantly, Lockhart stood at the edge. Professor Flitwick. Flitwick waved his hand and stepped aside. Snap. The shutter clicked, capturing the moment. Fudge, Dumbledore, Malfoy, Professor McGonagall, and Kingsley stood together with the massive basilisk in the background. With today's task completed, the group stood near the basilisk. Fudge took a few steps forward, belly protruding, as he carefully observed the creature. This thing has been at Hogwarts for thousands of years. How did it manage to hide itself from discovery? Professor McGonagall explained, through the network of pipes throughout Hogwarts the school has undergone several renovations, and the interior pipes are intricate and confusing. Very few can grasp the full layout, and it has never been thoroughly investigated. Fudge didn't speak, he whispered to Lucius by his side. Lockhart also approached, eyeing the basilisk. Doesn't seem that hard to deal with. I've encountered a water beast before, it could fill half a lake. He tapped the basilisk's fang with his wand, about to say something cheeky, but his wand immediately emitted a sizzle sound. Oh, Merlin! He frantically waved his wand. The young wizards watching nearby quickly retreated more than 10 meters, as if fleeing a disaster. However, the Minister for Magic, who was looking down at the basilisk's head, suffered the misfortune. A drop of saliva and venom mixture, accompanied by a thread, splattered onto Fudge's face. His piercing scream echoed through the air. Lucius Malfoy quickly erected a magical barrier and watched the spectacle with cold eyes. He retreated with magic, but after taking only 2 steps back, he was blocked by a ring of golden light. Felix, at some point, had raised his wand. Young wizards, step back. Several professors were doing the same. Protective magic from Flitwick, McGonagall, and Dumbledore adorned the courtyard in a colorful display. Hagrid extended his massive fan-like hand and lifted the fallen young wizards, then pushed them away. But Lucius, Fudge, and Lockhart were the closest. They were enveloped by layer upon layer of magic, and a droplet of saliva-laden venom struck his armor charm, producing a sizzle sound. His face paled as he exclaimed, "Stop, you fool!" Lockhart shook his wand a few times before realizing what he had done. He stood flustered in front of Fudge, desperately trying to do something. "Oh, Minister Fudge, I'm sorry." But Fudge's scream grew louder. His face turned pitch black, and the spreading black mark on his face visibly expanded. The scene was a tangled mess. "Silence!" Dumbledore shouted, dispersing the magic blocking his way. He took a few steps forward and placed his wand against Fudge's face. Layer after layer of golden light emanated from the wand, halting the expansion of the black mark. Dumbledore examined it carefully. "Further treatment is needed, Fudge. I'll take you to the infirmary." "No, take me to St. Mungo's. My face is ruined." "Gilderoy Lockhart, I'll have you thrown into Azkaban number % and... number % and..." Fudge spat out a string of expletives. "Oh, dear," Professor McGonagall pressed her lips together, staring at the frantic Fudge, struggling to resist the urge to cast a stunning spell on him. Finally, the Transfiguration Professor shouted at the young wizards around, "All of you, leave this area and go to class." The young wizards scattered like birds and beasts. Rita Skeeter eagerly seized her camera, pressing the shutter button like a maniac. Her mouth stretched wide, her 2 enormous gold teeth glistened in the sunlight. "Look at that woman, I can practically see her molars." Ron, hiding behind a courtyard pillar, pointed at Rita Skeeter and said, "She's got a big story today." Chapter 87, Is Everything a Curse? Absolutely thrilling. I never even dreamed of such a plot twist. Fred and George muttered to each other, taking a detour and hiding in the bushes, peeking through the gaps to catch the commotion. Dumbledore held Fawkes' hand. "Fear not, Fawkes. You'll be all right. You promise, Dumbledore? Half of his face turned pitch black. I promise you, Fox. Fox's expression gradually eased, and he drifted off to sleep. Dumbledore withdrew his radiant fingers and turned to Kingsley. We need to take him to the infirmary. But Minister Fox said. The basilisk venom needs to be dealt with swiftly, Dumbledore stated. The man named Kingsley quickly acquiesced. I'll follow your lead. Dumbledore turned to Flitwick and McGonagall. Phileas, Minerva, stay here, maintain order, and remove the basilisk. The two professors nodded in agreement. Hagrid volunteered to carry Fox, and with Dumbledore and Kingsley, he strode purposefully towards the direction of the infirmary. Lucius took advantage of the chaos to find his son, Draco Malfoy. What's the truth about the chamber? Lucius inquired. Potter and his gang did it. Dad, Potter's a Parseltongue, and that's how he found the chamber. Draco said, his expression sour. Parseltongue. Lucius was genuinely taken aback. He had thought that it was his discarded diary given to the Weasley girl that had been discovered. Have they found out who opened the chamber? Lucius asked vaguely. No, not yet, Draco said, fearful, glancing at his father. He stuttered and didn't mention his brief episode of being controlled by a dark magical item. Is that so? Lucius didn't catch this minor detail. His expression became enigmatically profound. Rita Skeeter wanted to capture the Minister of Magic's dire situation on film, but when she glanced at the scene with Ludo Bagman, after some consideration, she quickly settled on her true target. With comrades like these, you had to mess with them. Click. 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 Ludo Bagman was at a loss, shielding his face. Hey, stop it. Stop it now. Yet, Rita Skeeter became even more enthusiastic in her photography. Her creative fervor was exploding, but sadly, due to her reservations, she had not brought herself writing quill and parchment. She glanced secretly at Felix, who was silently observing all of this. This reassured Rita Skeeter. It seemed he didn't care about others. Next time she came to Hogwarts, she would be fully prepared. Merlin's beard, Professor McGonagall must be furious, Hermione said, hiding behind a massive column. Harry and Ron looked at their Transfiguration professor. Her face was contorted almost beyond recognition. The situation had escalated to Ludo Bagman rushing forward to wrestle the camera from Skeeter, but seemingly, relying solely on physical strength, Ludo Bagman wasn't a match for her. Skeeter's 2-inch-long nails left several scratches on his face. My handsome visage. Ludo Bagman was close to losing his mind. Professor McGonagall had to step forward to separate the two, her lips trembling in anger. Professor Lockhart, I urge you to leave this place immediately. As for you. She looked at Rita Skeeter with disdain. Oh, you don't need to worry about me, Professor McGonagall. Rita Skeeter brazenly spoke, I'm just wandering around. It's been many years since I returned to the school. Quite nostalgic. Suit yourself, McGonagall couldn't attend to her at the moment. She coordinated with Professor Flitwick to remove the basilisk. Felix Harp looked around and saw Lockhart fuming like an enraged bull. He had no interest in getting involved. He turned and headed in the direction of the infirmary. After a while, Lockhart had calmed down completely. He suddenly realized that he was facing an unprecedented crisis. He tidied his disheveled hair and said to Rita Skeeter, Skeeter, we need to talk, one-on-one. The woman glanced at him arrogantly. She held her greatest treasure, the magical camera, and handed it to her two assistants. Guard it, and keep your distance. Her assistants left, leaving only Lockhart and Skeeter in the open space. Unbeknownst to them, the twins and the trio watched, holding their breath. Rita Skeeter disdainfully cast a glance at Lockhart. She smirked, taking on the stance of a victor. What do you want to talk to me about? I think there's no need for that. The renowned best-selling author. Lockhart's handsome face twisted, but he looked around and said in a low voice, we don't need to escalate this to such a point. I can offer you a sum of galleons as compensation, as long as you never mention this matter again. Rita Skeeter gave him a sidelong glance. 2,000 galleons. Lockhart said painfully. No response. 4,000. 10,000 galleons. You greedy woman. Rita Skeeter put on a stiff smile, but she still didn't yield. She leaned in and said, Lockhart, you might want to think about it first. Consider how much the reputation of a great author is truly worth. And, she toyed with her nails, also think about how to clear your name from attacking the Minister of Magic. It was an accident. Lockhart gritted his teeth as he stared at her, but she left satisfied. He clutched his wand and considered making a move several times, but in the end, he gave up. He returned despondently to his office. The lively courtyard once again regained its tranquility. The twins exchanged a glance and silently left. Behind a pillar, Harry and his friends exchanged bewildered looks. Dirty money dealings! Hermione exclaimed indignantly. Ron shrugged, that's normal. My dad got wind of the Malfoy Manor search way before today. You think why? Harry looked in the direction Lockhart had left, unable to help asking, do you think Lockhart might end up in prison? Ron answered without hesitation, hard to say, but if I were Fudge, I mean, as the Minister of Magic, I can't afford to lose that man. Don't you find it too coincidental? What? Everything that happened today was accidental, wasn't it? Considering that the basilisk has been dealt with, he could have smoothly sailed through a whole year, then write a book like My Year at Hogwarts and earn a fortune in galleons. You mean, the curse of the mysterious figure? Ron caught on. Hermione blinked, quite interested. A rather intriguing notion, Harry. Maybe the curse's true nature is to amplify the probabilities of various accidents. We could investigate. Ron wore a pained expression. Hermione, don't you think you're too busy lately? Let me calculate, classes, assignments, weekends teaching Muggle studies, grading papers, studying special transfiguration, and now you want to research curses. Hermione snorted and retorted, don't you think unraveling mysteries is quite fulfilling, Ron? Meanwhile, Rita Skeeter, who had initially been leisurely enjoying the scenery, doubled back after rounding a corner in the courtyard. Her gaze searched relentlessly. Lockhart had moved quickly, and she had lost sight of him. However, she soon spotted an opportunity. Hey, you three! Young wizards, stop for a moment. Chapter 88, All is Forgotten. Rita Skeeter hurriedly stopped three curious young wizards in their tracks. Do you know where Professor Lockhart's office is? I need to speak with him, she said, flashing them a forced smile, her thoughts already far away. Harry, Ron, and Hermione looked at her somewhat puzzled. Why was this woman back again? Hermione didn't respond, but she glared at Rita Skeeter with frustration. However, when Ron noticed her gaze shift to Harry, he quickly spoke up, next to classroom 2 in the basement. Satisfied, Rita Skeeter departed. As she walked along the corridor, a strange feeling lingered in her mind. The way that girl had looked at her wasn't exactly friendly. But who cared? She wasn't anyone of importance. Rita could easily weave her into an article if she pleased. Ron. Hermione's voice was exasperated. Listen to me, don't let Harry get involved with that woman. She'll dig up Harry's entire family history, Ron explained. The young witch's tension eased a bit. It was then that Harry realized he seemed to have taken a whirlwind journey and come out unscathed. In a dim underground corridor, Rita Skeeter's figure disappeared for a few seconds. Then, a beetle flew out from the darkness, fluttering its wings as it skillfully made its way to the side of classroom 2 in the basement. The beetle hovered in midair for a few seconds before staring intently at the door plate that read Defensive Dark Arts Gilderoy Lockhart. Silently, it slipped through the crack in the door. Lockhart paced around his office in circles, his expression frustrated. Even the row of portraits on the wall wore worried frowns. The beetle landed on the edge of one of the portraits, looking down upon him. Damn it, number %, and Lockhart had lost his usual suave demeanor. He repeatedly ran his hands through his hair, his once golden curls becoming increasingly unruly. Maybe I can do something about this, just like I used to. I'm quite adept at it, remarkably so. Lockhart muttered to his full-length portrait. The portrait Lockhart gave him a thumbs up, showing a mouth full of white teeth. But what about the charge of attacking the Minister of Magic? Merlin's beard, this is absurd. It was an accident, just an accident. I won't let someone falsely accuse me, even if he is the minister. I'm not someone to be trifled with either. I have a massive readership, they'll support me. Lockhart pondered for a while, feeling a bit reassured that he wouldn't end up in Azkaban. That lifted his spirits somewhat. But if my readers find out I've been deceiving them? He shivered involuntarily. Everything seemed to be back to square one. How was he going to deal with the trouble caused by Rita Skeeter? Lockhart's irritability resurfaced. He regretted seeking higher book sales and agreeing to be the professor of defense against the dark arts for Dumbledore. Old fraud. After a while, Lockhart sat down in his chair and began scribbling on a piece of parchment. The beetle spread its wings and approached from another side, landing near a stack of published books. It crawled past a pristine velvet handkerchief and hid behind an exquisite narrow-necked goblet. From this vantage point, it had a clear view of what Lockhart was writing. Ms. Rita Skeeter, with a calm heart. After writing just a few words, Lockhart suddenly crumpled the parchment into a ball and fiercely hurled it away. The paper ball knocked over the delicate goblet on the table, revealing the beetle hiding behind it. For a brief moment, Lockhart and the beetle exchanged a gaze, a profound sense of absurdity filling their minds. Its markings were identical to the gem-studded glasses of that woman, Rita Skeeter. How could this disgusting thing be in my room? Under his scrutiny, the beetle quickly made its escape. But Lockhart didn't think much of it. He absent-mindedly picked up a stack of student assignments and smacked it down. Smack! Yet the beetle remained unharmed, and in fact seemed to enjoy the game even more. It crawled to the edge of the table, took flight with a flutter of wings, and quickly distanced itself from Lockhart. Hey, I don't believe this! Lockhart exclaimed, chasing after the pesky beetle. After dodging a few times, the beetle was suddenly swatted to the ground by Lockhart. He stomped on it with his foot. Finally, it was dealt with, and his frustrated mood lightened considerably. Wait a moment, this sensation. Lockhart soon realized that something was amiss. A dazzling light began to radiate from the solace of his feet, and his feet were involuntarily lifted and pushed back. A woman's head emerged, quickly followed by her limbs. His eyes widened as he stared, and an overwhelming sense of absurdity washed over him. The patterns on her body were the exact same as the jewelry glasses worn by Rita Skeeter, the detestable woman. Rita Skeeter. You. Lockhart was dumbfounded, his foot still on her shoulder. He retreated in fear, stumbling back and colliding solidly with the table. Rita Skeeter lay on the ground, her face expressing embarrassment. She hadn't anticipated things would develop to this point. Lockhart, the complete imbecile, had stumbled upon the 1 in a million chance, and what luck was this? After years of peering into countless secrets, she was now caught by an idiot. Did he perhaps hold some prejudice against beetles? Meanwhile, Lockhart's expression shifted between doubt and uncertainty. His hand was reaching for his wand behind him. He stalled for time. Rita Skeeter. I never would have thought you were an animagus. Merlin's beard. An illegal animagus, sneaking into my room to spy on me. He reached for his wand in a quick motion. With his wand in hand, victory was already in his grasp. But when he turned around, Rita Skeeter was already charging at him, teeth bared. Thud. Skeeter's plump body collided with Lockhart's, prompting him to emit a pained cry. They wrestled together, and the figures in Lockhart's portrait on the wall screamed in unison. Get off me! Lockhart struggled desperately. Huff, huff. Rita Skeeter gained the upper hand due to her size. With one hand restraining Lockhart, the other pulled a wand from her pocket. She pointed the tip of the wand fiercely at his forehead, reciting incantations like a madwoman. All is forgotten. After a moment, Lockhart's expression grew vacant. When he snapped out of it, Lockhart found his thoughts jumbled. What was I thinking about? Right, that woman Rita Skeeter. I need to write her a letter. I have to agree to her demands, or my career and reputation will be ruined. Merlin's beard, one trouble after another. I never should have come to Hogwarts. Lockhart stood up, and his office was once again neat and orderly, though the figures in the portraits on the wall looked rather listless, lacking vitality. On the other side, Felix Harp, along with Dumbledore and the others, pursued them to the infirmary. Dumbledore summoned Fawkes once more, the little phoenix glancing reproachfully at its master before begrudgingly using its tears to heal Fawkes. At least there are no lasting effects. If news of the minister being attacked at Hogwarts were to spread. Madame Pomfrey poured a vial of black potion and administered it to Fawkes, whose cheeks took on a healthy hue. Based on what I know of the minister, he won't divulge it, Kingsley said, but that woman, Rita Skeeter, she's a problem. Don't worry, I'll have a talk with her, Felix said calmly, studying Fawkes' complexion, and discreetly plucking a strand of its feathers. Not that he intended to do anything with it, it was just that the opportunity was too rare. Pluck it or not, who knew if it might come in handy later. Chapter 89, Philosophies. Kingsley looked at Felix Harp, hesitating slightly. I know your name, Felix Harp, but she's not an easy person to deal with. That woman is as bold as they come. Even if it's Minister Fudge himself, she might not listen. Felix remained silent. Dumbledore observed the scene, blinking his deep blue eyes. He connected this with Rita Skeeter's attitude earlier, and he had some guesses forming. The old man bent down to carefully examine Fudge's condition and said, "The basilisk is indeed a dreadful creature. Even without considering its gaze, its venom is extremely rare." "Indeed," Kingsley nodded. "But even the most potent venom pales in comparison to the desires of the human heart, just as Voldemort." Dumbledore said calmly, "As his power grew, so did his desires, crossing one boundary after another until he had no restraint left. Voldemort has glamorized his actions. He once said, 'Magic is might.' Felix, what's your take on that?" Felix replied in a light, drifting manner, "Magic can bear many things: ambition, dreams, power, authority, awe. But these are just landscapes on the journey. You can pause briefly, but ultimately, you must move forward. Personally, I believe that magic is just magic, without the need or necessity to attach other accessories." He lifted his head, meeting Dumbledore's calm gaze. Kingsley listened with puzzlement to the conversation between the two. How did they transition from a basilisk to a mysterious figure? Wasn't he supposed to be dead long ago? Knock, knock. The infirmary's door swung open, and Lucius Malfoy tapped on it with his wand. He raised his head slightly, keeping half his face in the shadows. "Dumbledore, I need to speak with you privately." "Ah, welcome, Lucius, welcome." Dumbledore stood up eagerly and walked out with him. Felix also took his leave at an opportune moment. Walking through the corridor that connected the Great Hall, Felix happened to catch a glimpse of Rita Skeeter's figure. She seemed extremely flustered, her makeup smudged on her face. What was going on? "Rita." Felix emerged from the shadows, startling her. "Felix Harp. You, I." Rita Skeeter stammered. Something was amiss. Felix looked into her eyes, his pale blue eyes faintly glowing. Nervous, fierce, relieved. What had she done? He hesitated whether to delve deeper. There was a risk of being discovered. But Rita Skeeter lowered her head to avoid his gaze. "Apologies, Mr. Harp, I have something to attend to, a deadline to meet." She hurriedly left. "Rita," Felix called after her, "regarding Minister Fudge's injury, I hope it won't cause too much turmoil." Rita Skeeter turned away from him, a cunning smile playing on her lips. "Mr. Harp, or should I say Felix, are you asking me to conceal the truth? As long as you don't exaggerate or distort the facts, you know my stance." Once she was gone, Felix sighed. He should refocus his attention on magical linguistics research. However, there was also the matter of the dueling class that needed resolving. With the new term starting, he had to finalize the schedule and curriculum for the dueling class. After having lunch in the Great Hall, Felix descended into the castle's underground, ready to discuss the teaching content with Professor Snape. Snape, clad in his black robes, welcomed him with an expressionless face. "Please, have a seat, Felix." Snape lifted the hem of his wizarding robe and sat across from Felix Harp. He waved his wand, causing a few pieces of parchment to float onto the table in front of them. "These are some of my..." Snape stared into Felix's eyes, "insights." Felix picked up the parchment and examined it carefully, playfully remarking, "Professor, didn't you even offer a cup of tea?" Snape curled the corner of his mouth, "You've never drunk anything I personally handed you." Felix pursed his lips and fell silent. During his school days, Snape had frightened him with Veritaserum, and this Christmas, he had received a small bottle of highly concentrated Veritaserum. He didn't dare to try any drink he received from him. He carefully read through the contents on the parchment. "Professor, are you suggesting that we learn one spell per class?" Felix looked at Snape with some confusion. "Felix, many spells related to dueling come with a certain level of danger. If you don't slow down, they will bring you various unexpected surprises." Snape emphasized the word surprises. Felix pondered for a moment. "So, one class every 2 weeks. That means we'll learn 2 spells per month." Snape said indifferently, "In one school year, you can learn more than a dozen spells. As long as they're well balanced, they can provide complete protection." He added with his usual sarcastic tone, "Some students graduate without even being able to perform a proper shield charm." Indeed, that was the reality of Hogwarts. Peace had lasted for too long, and young wizards were learning spells just to pass exams. Once the exams were over, obscure spells were left by the wayside. According to the normal teaching order, 4th-year students should have mastered the shield charm. Unfortunately, this spell was taught in the dark arts defense class, and as for that class at Hogwarts, it was a complex situation. Many 5th-year students reached the peak of their spell-casting abilities, as according to the requirements of the ordinary wizarding level, OWLs, exams, core subjects had to be examined, which naturally included dark arts defense, charms, transfiguration, and other practical courses. However, after 5th year, students started choosing advanced classes based on their grades and career plans. Some less academically inclined students might only take 1 or 2 courses. If they happened to choose theory-heavy subjects, their spell-casting ability would plummet drastically, like a dive. By the time they graduated, they would likely have returned most of the spells they had learned to their professors. Felix brushed his ring on his left hand and pulled out a stack of parchment, saying, "Professor, this is my teaching plan for the first spell. I'd appreciate any feedback." Snape took the parchment, casually flipping through 2 pages, but then his expression became serious. "This is..." Snape buried his head in the parchment, immersing himself in the magical skill tree that Felix had constructed. He occasionally wielded his wand, making motions in the air. "Felix, is this how you understand the spell?" Felix replied gently, "It's just my personal understanding of learning spells. There might be some gaps." Snape's finger traced the parchment, swiftly reconstructing the spell in his mind. After a while, he waved his wand, emitting a dazzling red light that sent a chair 3 meters away flying, breaking it into pieces mid-air. "Professor Snape, what was that?" Felix asked him. The spell he just cast wasn't too strong, in fact, it was too weak. It didn't even match the disarming charm's intensity when he defeated Lockhart. Snape contemplated deeply within himself and then slowly opened his eyes. "I just suppressed my knowledge of the disarming charm and reconstructed it according to your design." It suddenly dawned on Felix. Snape was not only a potions master but also had a profound understanding of spells. He had used memory magic to suppress his own understanding of the disarming charm and then relearned it according to Felix's plan in an extremely short time. This wasn't particularly difficult for Snape. He had all his accumulated magical knowledge, related theories, and techniques. After some contemplation, he effortlessly cast the spell according to Felix's plan. A different young wizard wouldn't be able to do something similar. Snape's action further validated the feasibility of Felix's theory. The current success rate remained astonishingly at 100%. However, Felix's focus shifted soon enough. He began to inquire about the practical techniques of memory magic from Snape. He had something to attend to in the morning, so Chapter 2 would have to be moved to the afternoon. Chapter 90, Classroom Clarifications. Felix Harp remained in Professor Snape's office until the conclusion of the first afternoon class before hastily departing to teach the 7th-year wizards. Standing at the podium, he gazed down at the young wizards from all 4 houses. Less than 20 in total. Tisk tisk. Truly too few. Since the beginning of the school year, Felix had already discussed with Professor McGonagall about reasonably relaxing the students' grades, allowing some of the outstanding students to join his advanced class. He did this with the thought that every additional student counts. Perhaps he could use his strong charisma to convince one more young wizard to join the scholarly family of ancient magical texts. However, this subject had been lukewarm before his arrival, with very little enthusiasm. Except for those aspiring to study ancient literature or aiming to work in the Department of Mysteries or the Ministry of Magic's archives, few others showed interest. In his 7th-year class, there were either the top students who pursued perfection relentlessly, striving to select every available option, or the underachievers who luckily snagged an acceptable grade in ancient runes. For example, Marcus Flint was the epitome of an underachiever, having only chosen 2 courses in his 7th year, Care of Magical Creatures and Ancient Runes. It was only through a loophole created by Felix that Marcus even managed to get into the Ancient Runes class, otherwise, he would have had just 1 course. As Felix knew, the 7th-year Care of Magical Creatures class involved extensive knowledge about the care and breeding of rare magical creatures, requiring students to study and memorize a vast amount of material. Considering Marcus Flint's brain, equivalent to a troll's, Felix couldn't fathom how he passed. From the podium, Felix waved his wand, causing a dozen rolls of parchment to flutter about and land before the corresponding students. He commented, "Overall, your performances are steadily improving. However, I must remind you that according to the usual NEWT examination standards, you'll need to translate an entire ancient manuscript. This means that during the exam, you might encounter exceedingly obscure ancient runes that you won't find covered in your 5 years of coursework. Professor, how should we deal with that? A Ravenclaw witch asked, sporting a pair of distinctive, thick glasses. Miss Vila, this involves a bit of exam strategy, such as inferring word meanings. Inferring word meanings. Vila pushed her glasses up and asked with confusion. In the 6th and 7th year Ancient Runes curriculum, a considerable portion is dedicated to explaining the evolution of ancient runes. Take EO, for instance, it underwent 7 versions, each with slight differences in meaning and script. However, if you understand its evolution logic, you'll discover its core meaning hasn't truly changed. Vila nodded, well acquainted with this knowledge. And Professor Harp continued, hence, as long as you know one version of an ancient rune, based on its core meaning and the context, you can make reasonable inferences. Even for runes you've never encountered, you can make logical inferences based on the word forms. This requires utilizing about 27 common evolutionary forms. Of course, magical runes that have unique powers aren't included in this range, they require separate memorization, though their numbers are small. Beside her, Marcus had a look of despair, wondering what on earth they were talking about. Why do I recognize every word, yet when they're strung together, it's like reading gibberish. I understand, Professor Harp, Vila said excitedly. In this class, she was the only one with a genuine passion for ancient runes. She aspired to tread this path, with her research focus being on translating ancient texts. This inclination was influenced by her family. Her grandfather was the vice president of the Ancient Runes Association. When she returned home for the Christmas holiday and mentioned that the new Ancient Runes professor at Hogwarts was Felix Harp, her grandfather's amused expression was truly entertaining. He simultaneously cursed Felix Harp as a heretic who had strayed from the path, yet on the other hand, he bashfully admitted, he does indeed possess genuine talent. You might reluctantly consider learning from him. This internal conflict elevated Professor Harp in her mind, placing him on the same level as her own grandfather. Let's continue. After addressing routine questions, Felix's gaze fell upon Marcus. Flint, your grades have been hovering around acceptable, which worries me greatly. Marcus wore a mournful expression. He had indeed put in considerable effort into ancient runes, even keeping an ancient runes textbook in his bag while training on the Quidditch pitch even if he had only opened it once. At least he showed the attitude, though he never cared this much about other subjects. Unfortunately, he wasn't cut out for it. Marcus wanted to quit, but whenever he saw Felix, he trembled uncontrollably, lacking the courage to act on his intention. Professor, I'll work hard. Marcus stuttered. Very well, come to me with any questions. Felix began the formal class. In this relatively small classroom, the top students and the underachievers were clearly demarcated. The top students grew more engaged as they listened, while the underachievers grew more bewildered. Marcus stood out as an anomaly. He was an underachiever, yet he forced himself to exude the appearance of a top student. The class rushed by. With a stack of parchment in his hands, Felix left. It contained the 7th year students' assignments. Today, he received holiday assignments from 3 different years. Felix planned to fully harness the enthusiasm of his assistant, allowing her to excel by handling the 3rd and 4th year assignments. In the evening, Felix absent-mindedly perused Professor Flitwick's Christmas gift, a manuscript on ancient magic. The parchment bore 2 types of handwriting. One was extremely ancient and distant ancient runes, while the other was Professor Flitwick's additions and annotations, containing his research insights into the magic. Very insightful. However, as per Professor Flitwick's admission, he didn't possess any particular talent in ancient runes. Thus, this incomplete ancient magic was a collaborative effort between him and the previous ancient runes professor, Professor Babbling. When Professor Babbling left Hogwarts for a vacation, the research stagnated. Sending this manuscript to Felix also extended an invitation for collaborative research. Felix waved his wand, and a faint blue light akin to a river of stars swept through the air and landed on a quill. This brown quill transformed into a toothpick, then rapidly expanded to the size of a wand. As Felix infused it with magic, the quill grew to around 7 feet and remained stationary. The effect seems akin to combining the shrinking charm and the engorgement charm, yet fundamentally lacks the high consumption, danger, and intensity of ancient magic. Instead, it's more akin to modern simplified magic, with both power and magical energy consumption having a limit. Could it be that completing its parts is a simplification magic approach? Felix wrote and drew on the parchment, preparing for a long battle. Reconstructing ancient magic wasn't an easy task. I truly wish I had a teacher. He pondered somewhat wistfully before going to sleep. And there's the third installment. Working hard on typing more. Chapter 91, Detention and Discovery. Just a few hours ago, Ron experienced a heart-pounding journey into detention. At 8 in the evening, he nervously knocked on Professor Lockhart's door, stuttering as he explained he was there for detention. Is that so? Lockhart appeared a bit under the weather. Oh, right, of course. You little troublemaker. He pulled Ron into the office and pushed him into a chair. As for your punishment, let me think. How can we make you sincerely repent and shed tears of gratitude, thanking the great Gilderoy Lockhart? Ron stared at him in astonishment. Was Lockhart's overconfidence getting even worse? I've got it! Lockhart exclaimed suddenly, pulling out a stack of bulging envelopes from a cabinet in the corner of the room. Professor, what's this? Ron swallowed nervously, hoping against hope. These are letters from enthusiastic fans. I've collected a few my favorites. You need to copy them all out. Lockhart said triumphantly. Things were taking a turn for the worst. Ron felt that these letters combined were thicker than the 2 hefty books Malfoy had to copy. He opened an envelope and took out the paper. The beginning read, Dear Gilderoy, I am your most adorable and faithful reader, Moriya. I fall asleep every day with your book in my arms, because it has your most charming photos. Oh, Gilderoy, your curly hair tickles my heart, and I can't wait to have a great adventure with you in my dreams. Ugh! Ron nearly gagged. Are you feeling sick? Lockhart asked him. And no. All right then, start copying. This is your punishment for attacking a professor? No, it's a reward allowing you the privilege of experiencing my greatness alongside my readers. Lockhart's words today were surprisingly straightforward. Ron had thought he was more of a peacock, the kind that would hide its rear when opening its feathers. But he had no choice. Ron had to force himself not to think about what the nonsense he was copying even meant. However, after just writing 2 lines, he felt nauseous again. So, he shifted his focus to Lockhart, trying to distract himself, making his mind whirl to think about other things. 2 seats away from him, Lockhart was also unfolding a piece of parchment. He dipped his quill into an inkwell and started writing elaborate, flowing letters. Muttering to himself, Merlin, I'm terribly unlucky, I have to apologize to the foolish fudge. Ron spent the night in trepidation, for Lockhart seemed like a different person tonight. He didn't hold back anything, revealing many secrets. Whether it was complaining about Dumbledore deceiving him or resenting Professor Snape stealing his limelight. He even mentioned his school days, recalling a Valentine's Day when he spent a fortune on a heap of cards for himself, only to have it go unnoticed, leading to 2 months of misery. Finally, midnight came, and Ron mustered the courage to ask if he could leave. Lockhart glanced at the clock on the wall. Is it really this late already? Off you go, put the letters back in the cabinet, and continue tomorrow. Ron carried the stack of letters, huffing and puffing, to the large cabinet. He tried pulling it open, but the door wouldn't budge. Professor Lockhart, the cabinet is locked. Lockhart grumbled a few words, waved his wand, and after the 3rd attempt, the cabinet door finally popped open with a loud thud, narrowly missing Ron's nose. Ron opened the cabinet, finding several small drawers inside. He wasn't sure where to put things, but he didn't dare ask. He had to open each drawer one by one, searching for the right spot. As he was flipping through, he came across a piece of parchment clipped together. The top line of text caught his eye. Records of a visit to an ancient Armenian wizard, note, adventure with a werewolf, ... He skimmed through it. If you disregard the fact that the protagonist is an ugly, elderly Armenian wizard, the story itself is quite captivating. There was a short passage in the middle that seemed to record someone's words. Yes, the people in that village are miserable. They are constantly threatened by werewolves. The initial reason was that they killed a young wolf pup that had attacked their livestock. It's truly pathetic. Ron's heart started racing. He didn't know why, but he discreetly pulled out a few pages from the middle of the document. He didn't dare take the one on top. Lockhart's voice echoed from afar, what are you dawdling for? Just a moment, Professor Lockhart. Ron tucked the pages he had pulled out into his robes and then haphazardly scattered the fan letters into 3 different drawers before hastily closing the cabinet. "PR Professor, I'm leaving now." Ron quickly exited Lockhart's office. On his way back, his heart was still pounding heavily. Back in the common room, which was nearly deserted by now, he hid in a corner and carefully read the 3 pieces of parchment he had taken out. After reading for a while, he felt somewhat puzzled. Although the content of the story seemed somewhat familiar, it was just a regular interview. Did Lockhart also work as a journalist? Ron returned to his dormitory and saw Harry already asleep. He casually stuffed the parchment into a book and went to sleep. Over the next week, the atmosphere at Hogwarts was peaceful and serene. With no worries about attacks and no exam stress, young wizards and witches enjoyed a dreamlike weekend. Hermione finally removed her mask, now only needing to wear a hat to cover her cat ears. She looked completely normal, and she breathed in the fresh air in deep gulps. Her cheeks were rosy from the cold, but she had no intention of putting on a scarf. "Lavender thought I had some terminal illness," Hermione said, taking deep breaths. She looked at Ron. "Who's Lavender?" Ron asked. "She's my roommate." Ron imagined for a moment and uncertainly asked, "Is she the one with freckles all over her face?" "Not her, Ron. I thought you'd remember the wizards in our year at Gryffindor." Hermione retorted sharply. "I remember, it's just a face I can't put to the name." "Do you know Dean Thomas?" Ron asked in response. "Of course. Have you talked to him?" Hermione tightly shut her lips. That evening, Felix Harp guided Hermione through the process of enhancing a bead bag. Felix looked intrigued as he examined the parchment in his hand. "You intend to create extra compartments inside? For storage purposes?" "It's a good attempt, but it also increases the complexity." "Professor, do you think I can manage it at my level?" Hermione asked. If you want to do it on your own, you'll need at least," Felix thought for a moment, "you'll need to study 21 practical magical scripts in a targeted manner, become proficient in crafting specific magical circuits, and also have a basic understanding of alchemical theories. I can compile a reading list for you." Felix rapidly wrote down a series of reference books, and Hermione's mouth suddenly turned bitter. Chapter 92, Discovery. On Monday morning, as young wizards passed by the notice board, they suddenly noticed the updated content displayed there. A young wizard read aloud the parchment pinned to it. "Scheduled for this Thursday at 8 p.m., the second dueling class of the semester will take place. All grades of students are welcome to attend." The signature was that of an elegant name, Felix Harp. Why is it Professor Harp? Wasn't it Professor Lockhart? Perhaps Professor Harp wrested control of the dueling club away from Professor Lockhart. That would be big news. Don't jump to conclusions. It might be a collaboration, just like Snape in the last class he was invited by Lockhart. Whispers and discussions filled the air beneath the notice board. The trio stood not far away, Harry's expression brimming with excitement. "It's finally about to begin." Ron, equally eager, said, "I hope we learn some powerful spells. Honestly, I've been feeling sick all week." Harry looked at him sympathetically. "Did he make you copy fan letters again?" "Yeah, non-stop." Ron made a disgusted face. "Especially from this woman named Moria. Her letters are the most and seem to be Lockhart's favorite. I could recite some full paragraphs by now." "Please don't." Harry quickly intervened. Ron grumbled, "I've learned quite a few secrets from those letters these days, Hermione. I know him better than you do now. But it shouldn't be like that." "Why would he do this?" Hermione asked, puzzled. "I think he might be hitting rock bottom. He's been writing an apology letter to Fudge every night." Ron speculated, revealing that Cornelius Fudge hadn't responded to him these days. When Harry and his companions arrived at the Dark Arts Defense classroom, Professor Lockhart stood by the door, his expression pensive. As they passed, he grabbed Ron's arm. "Do you think I've changed quite a bit lately?" Ron's eyes widened with surprise, and he stammered, "And no, I haven't noticed, Professor." Why do I feel something's off?" Lockhart puzzledly let go of Ron's arm, and the trio slipped into the classroom. Seated at their desks, Harry said, "He's realizing something's not right, there's definitely something going on. Maybe he's under the Confondue's charm? Many spells have similar effects." Hermione analyzed earnestly. "Possible. Every time I'm alone with him, I want to hex him. Ron grumbled with resentment. Oh, those 3 pieces of parchment, do you have any leads? Harry suddenly remembered something and asked Ron. Not really, just a regular interview. What's that? Hermione asked with curiosity. Ron briefly explained their origin, and she was about to ask more when class started. In the Dark Arts Defense class, Lockhart continued his teaching performance. I need a volunteer. Today's scenario is the most crucial and thrilling part. Young wizards collectively lowered their heads. Ron Weasley, it's your turn. Lockhart called Ron to the stage. Thanks to last week's detention, this time he finally didn't get the name wrong. That's right, just like that, Ron. You're an innocent villager plagued by werewolves. You're pleading for my help, yes. Make your expression even more bitter, excellent. With a pained expression, Ron played his part as a prop in Lockhart's story. Now comes my inner monologue, a crucial part. Listen carefully, all of you. Lockhart shook his head and put on a concerned look, elongating his voice as he spoke. Oh, the wretched souls. They face the constant threat of werewolves, all because of slaying a young wolf cub that had attacked their livestock. What have they done wrong? It's truly pitiable, lamentable. My conscience cannot allow me to remain indifferent. The performance continued, Lockhart puffing his chest out, seemingly basking in the villagers' admiration. But Ron's face turned pale as a sheet. Even until he returned to his seat, his expression remained one of dazed bewilderment. What's wrong with you? Harry nudged him with his elbow. Was the impact too much? He'd played a vampire for 3 straight weeks, after all. Later, I'll tell you later. Ron huddled in on himself, avoiding Lockhart's gaze. On the other side, Felix Harp was teaching the 4th-year wizards. Today, we'll be learning the final set of practical runes. When the time comes, your magical puppets will be able to utilize their full effects. The twins in the audience raised their hands eagerly. Professor Harp, is there any advanced knowledge? Felix smiled. What would you like to learn? Like, more practical runes beyond these? Fred asked. Felix blinked at the twins. They seemed to have a knack for ancient runes. He could tell from the Christmas presents they'd given him. Of course, they weren't using runes but rather alchemical thinking. If some of you have the capacity, I'd be willing to teach more. Felix promised. After class, Felix called the twins over. I'd like to know if you have clear plans for your future, Felix inquired. We want to open a Weasley's Wizard Wheezes shop. The twins said in unison. Something like Zonko's joke shop? Felix asked. Sort of, but Zonko's ideas are still stuck in the last century. We want to create more novel and exciting things. Fred said. Yes. We have plenty of great ideas, but due to our abilities, most of our designs can't be realized. George looked quite regretful. Great plan. But I assume you don't have professional guidance, do you? Felix asked. Well, we found some books around the house when we were little, methods for creating small gadgets and gags. And we've done a lot of research at the library. It's been a huge help for us, Professor Harp. Fred said with a mischievous grin. Library? Or restricted section? Felix didn't say anything, but the twins' reputation was quite renowned in the teaching circles. He simply extended an invitation. Next year, I'll be starting my own Ancient Runes Club. Are you interested? The twins exchanged delighted glances. Absolutely, Professor. George suggested, Professor, can't your Ancient Runes Club start a bit earlier? Felix shook his head ruefully. There's less than half a year left in this school year, and my attention is divided due to various matters. So, I'll have to postpone it until next year. But if you have questions, you can come to me. Felix said. Chapter 93, Dueling Class. You're saying Lockhart took credit for others' achievements? Hermione asked, her face filled with astonishment. Keep your voice down. Ron said. After dinner, the 3 of them huddled in a corner of the common room, discussing in hushed tones. Ron rummaged through his bag and pulled out 3 pieces of parchment. Take a look, Hermione. The young witch immediately took them and began reading. After a while, she looked up, stuttering, how is that even possible? I mean, how did Lockhart manage to get others to sell their stories to him? Harry suddenly spoke up, it might not be that they sold them willingly. He could have forcibly taken them. Ron and Hermione stared at him blankly. This speculation held many hidden layers. Time swiftly moved to Thursday. The Great Hall was redecorated, and around the central square gilded stage, young wizards packed in tightly. When Felix, Harp and Snape appeared together, standing at the center of the stage, the young wizards had mixed feelings, surprise and regret intertwined. Professor Snape. On stage, Felix glanced at him. Snape shook his head with an expressionless face. In response, Felix took a step forward, tapping his own wand. Quiet, young wizards. Our class is about to begin. Felix spun in place, and wherever his gaze landed, the crowd hushed. Before we begin, there are a few things that need to be explained. Felix's gaze remained steady, his voice resonating in the ears of each young wizard. First, Professor Lockhart, who was originally responsible for the dueling course, has graciously entrusted me with the course due to personal commitments, making me fully responsible. The young wizards exchanged whispers. I don't think so. Dean Thomas turned to Neville beside him. Honestly, I think Lockhart's been more scatterbrained this semester. He's even forgetting lines during his performances. I think it's just stress getting to him these days. Sometimes I get like that too, nervous and my mind goes blank, Neville whispered softly. Speaking of which, I was quite surprised that Malfoy didn't burst in and drag him away. After a brief pause, Felix continued, Second, Professor Snape will serve as a guest instructor, providing guidance and suggestions for our dueling course throughout. The murmurs in the audience grew louder. And thirdly, it concerns the dueling course itself. After discussing with Professor Snape, we both agreed that the course's schedule and format should be fixed. So, from now on, our classes will take place every other week, on the second and fourth Thursdays of the month, at 8 o'clock in the evening. As the young wizards absorbed this information, Felix waved his wand. The ceiling of the Great Hall dimmed, while simultaneously, a milky white light descended like an inverted bowl, enveloping the stage and the silhouettes of the young wizards. Some of the murmuring voices seemed to merge with the expanse of a wide wilderness, becoming faint and indistinct. Now, we shall begin in earnest. Felix extended his hand, inviting Snape. Amidst a solemn hush, Snape spoke with his characteristic monotone. Wizard dueling is an ancient tradition that, over time, has been tamed into a refined art within the confines of certain rules that exclude much of the bloodshed and brutality. Dueling has become a means to showcase a wizard's charm. Many young wizards noticed that in this environment, Professor Snape's voice strangely held an added allure. Ron whispered, I've always thought Snape had a talent for telling ghost stories. What did you say? Hermione cocked her head. But she soon discovered, to her surprise, that her voice turned faint and subdued. It's the effect of magic, Harry said, but the other two could only see his lip movements. But the foundation of dueling remains. Many spend their lives as clueless about dueling as a troll, clumsily waving their wands, competing in magical strength and the volume of their voices. At this point, Snape's gaze fell upon the young wizards of Gryffindor House, laden with sarcasm. But dueling itself is a refined skill. If you're willing to spend even a fraction of time, you'll realize that the World Wizarding Dueling Championship publishes related guidebooks every few years. Snape, today, rare as it was, explained his perspective on dueling. While his words left the young wizards somewhat bewildered, they sensed Snape's reverence for dueling. Halfway through, Snape couldn't resist his habit of subtly implying something about a certain professor. He said, though Hogwarts hasn't focused on dueling and combat magic traditions as Durmstrang has, much of the related content has been incorporated into one course. Snape lightly raised his wand, his eyes fixed ahead, and from between his teeth emerged a few words, indeed, Defense Against the Dark Arts. But this course has never fulfilled its intended purpose over the years, which has led to some students lacking even the basic ability to assess danger. Amidst a solemn, suppressed atmosphere, many young wizards felt as if they were back in a potions class. This professor always possessed the ability to single-handedly manipulate the surrounding atmosphere. Next, Felix clapped his hands, drawing the young wizard's attention back to him. Today's lesson is the disarming charm. We witnessed its effectiveness in the first dueling class. It's a highly useful spell. Felix enumerated some of the advantages of the disarming charm, simple and easy to learn, with significant impact. It's low in danger, whether for daily practice or informal dueling situations. Who has mastered this spell? Sparse arms went up, mostly from the older students. Lower than I anticipated, Felix shook his head. He summoned a 7th-year Gryffindor student. Professor Harp, my name is Albert Burke, the acne-ridden student said excitedly. I'm preparing to become an Auror at the Ministry of Magic. I've been preparing for this for 2 years. Felix understood in his heart. With Felix's signal, Burke waved his wand, Expelliarmus. A red spell cut through the air, executing a standard disarming charm. Next, Felix elaborated on the learning methods for the disarming charm, using Burke as a subject, having him repeatedly attempt the incantation, and pointing out crucial aspects. Under his demonstration, many young wizards gained a basic understanding of the spell. Next, Felix waved his wand, and from a corner, hundreds of pieces of parchment flew out of a suitcase, landing accurately in front of each young wizard. Harry deftly picked one up, looking at the dense descriptions and casting techniques, his scalp felt like it might explode. He looked up at the stage, where Professor Harp calmly said, "I don't believe you can master a spell within these mere 2 hours. In fact, if there are 10 successful examples, I'd be surprised. The content on this parchment is for your practice and reference after class. I will explain its usage shortly. Now, let us proceed with formal practice." Chapter 94, Dueling Class. Young wizards, I need you to stand in the 4 directions on the stage according to your respective houses. Felix Harp waved his hand to lift the sound restriction charm. The students in the audience were puzzled. Felix walked to one side of the square, gold-plated stage, and announced, "Slytherin, gather here." Then, he moved to another side, "Ravenclaw, gather here. Gryffindor, gather here. Hufflepuff, gather here." As Felix walked around the stage, the young wizards understood the professor's instructions and quickly moved into position. "Ginny, over here." Ron called out to his sister. Harry turned his head and saw Ginny standing hand in hand with a Ravenclaw girl, motionless in their spot. The girl wore a peculiar necklace with bottle caps strung together, and her light, golden hair was tousled. Like Ginny, she remained still. Harry even thought that she might not have grasped the situation, as she stared wide-eyed at the young wizards passing by her. Ron pushed his way through, with Harry and Hermione following closely. "Ginny, come on." Who's this?" Ron looked at the Ravenclaw girl in front of him. "I'm her new friend." The girl's gaze slid over him, briefly paused in front of Harry, and then settled on Hermione. "I know you. Many say you should have been sorted into Ravenclaw." She stared intently at Hermione. "Is that so?" "I quite like Gryffindor," Hermione replied. Harry and Ron exchanged a glance. Harry cautiously said, "I think we should get moving." Most of the young wizards had taken their positions, making this group quite conspicuous. Even Professor Harp looked over. Ron pulled Ginny along and the girl suddenly said, Luna Lovegood. "That's my name." Harry, who was lagging behind, had to stop and introduce himself. I'm Harry Potter." "I know you," the girl named Luna said. "Really?" Harry muttered. The scene before him was a bit awkward. He hastily added, "See you around." Then he went to catch up with his friends. Luna casually made her way to the Ravenclaw group. She waved at Ginny on the other side. "Who's that?" Ron asked Ginny. "My new friend," Ginny replied. Seeing Harry still looking at her, she blushed and lowered her head. "Our families actually live quite close to each other, but there's a mountain in between." "White Ridge Mountain?" Harry asked with great interest. He had visited the burrow this year and learned about this name from the twins. According to Fred, one of their childhood dreams was to ride toy broomsticks over White Ridge Mountain. Ginny quickly glanced up at Harry and whispered, "A bit more north. Their house is on a mountaintop." On stage, Felix Harp withdrew his gaze, muttering to himself, "Luna, the witch with red hair, could that be the youngest Weasley daughter?" As the last young wizard took their position, Felix spoke up, "Next, we'll move on to group exercises. You can choose your own partners, preferably from the same year." The young wizards sprang into action again. Felix and Snape descended from the stage, tidying up the disorderly lines. Pairs, with a 5-meter gap. Like a silent, gliding bat, Snape drifted behind Harry and Ron, who were engrossed in conversation. Snape rolled up his sleeves, and with both hands, he smacked them firmly on their heads. "Pay attention, you two." Harry and Ron grimaced as they watched Snape's departing figure. Ron puzzledly asked, "How does he manage to walk without making a sound?" 5 minutes later, the young wizards were neatly lined up in formation. "Watch me closely and recite the incantation with me," Felix Harp, who had returned to the stage, said. Be careful not to aim your wands at your partners. Wave your wands in a small arc, then thrust quickly, like this. Disarm. On stage, a brilliant red light shot out of Professor Harp's wand like scorching lightning. The young wizards in the audience chanted in unison, "Disarm." Very good, continue. Disarm. Pay attention to the angle of your wands. Keep going. Disarm. Excellent, Felix said. Next, we'll delve into the theoretical aspects of spells. I'll cover only the most crucial. After approximately 20 minutes, the young wizards were getting the hang of waving their wands, but no one had succeeded yet. Felix and Snape exchanged a few quiet words. Then Felix said, "Young wizards, take out the parchment I provided you with." The young wizards looked puzzled as they retrieved the parchment. "I've had a discussion with Professor Snape, and your problems primarily center around these 7 issues. I will go through each one, and you can compare them on your own. Bach, come up to the stage. I need your assistance." After 20 minutes of explanation, Felix's throat felt a bit dry. He knew, though, that his words would only impact some of the top students. For most young wizards, learning magic relied more on feeling and repetition. So, for the next half hour, he and Snape kept moving through the crowd, giving specific guidance. "Miss Pett, your thrust lacks decisiveness. Think about my demonstration and then consult point 7 on your parchment. Mr. Warren, your incantation pronunciation is off. Yes, an incantation isn't mandatory, but that comes after you've mastered it. Ah, you're Nawi Longbottom, right? You're too nervous. Confidence is key. Picture yourself successfully casting the spell. Yes, I suggest you imagine it 20 times in your mind." Every 10 minutes or so, they called up a few examples of mistakes for demonstration. Felix noticed that showing errors was more effective than demonstrating correctness. After a laugh, many young wizards realized they had made the same mistake. Of course, those who were teased received extra points as compensation. "Thank you, Nawi, your problem is quite representative. Also, Gryffindor gets 5 points. And you, Miss Vera, your movements are too stiff." Everyone, no laughing. If Miss Vera displays even a tenth of her talent for ancient runes, she'll amaze you all. Ravenclaw, 5 points. Marcus, well, let's just say, don't imitate him. We should appreciate his courage at least. Slytherin, 5 points. Felix wiped his brow. Guiding wasn't the challenge lay in preserving the young wizard's self-esteem and praising them creatively. "I should prepare a list of compliments, listing every possible reason. That way, I won't need to think on the spot." Finally, an hour and a half into the dueling class, a 5th-year young wizard succeeded. Chapter 95, Dueling Class 2. Felix Harp breathed a sigh of relief, finally achieving a success. Stepping onto the stage, receiving praise and earning points going through the routine, Felix felt that even with just this one successful example, the lesson was quite fulfilling. But soon, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th young wizards stepped forward, demonstrating their disarming charms to the professor. Absolutely splendid. Felix Harp watched as a 7th-year wizard gracefully cast a delicate spell. He praised them against his inner reluctance. Felix Harp thought to himself, "They need encouragement, they need encouragement." Severus Snape strolled over, his tone laced with sarcasm. Their success stems from exposure to similar spell-casting techniques and theories in other classes. In fact, I've never anticipated students below 5th year mastering this spell in class. Professor, we shall see. Severus Snape smirked, "There's only a quarter of an hour left." Just then, a disarming charm caught the attention of both of them. "That's Hufflepuff, who is it?" Felix Harp turned around. Among the successful 4, there was no young wizard from Hufflepuff, making even him, who wanted to treat everyone equally, unable to do so. The Hufflepuff students automatically made way, enthusiastically shouting a name in unison, "Cedric! Cedric!" A tall and lean wizard walked to the front, his face slightly pale, his features handsome. He wore a Hufflepuff house robe. "Felices, step forward and let's applaud for the 4th-year student who mastered the disarming charm." Hufflepuff gains 20 points. Felix Harp recognized the face Cedric Diggory, the top student in the 4th year. Katie Bell, sitting beside Hermione, tiptoed and kept her gaze fixed on his figure. "Do you know him?" Hermione asked. "Of course. He's the Hufflepuff Quidditch seeker." Wood thinks highly of him, believing he might take over as captain next year. And don't you think he's rather handsome? Katie Bell said. Is that so? Hermione glanced at her. Ron whispered to Harry, so, he's your competition. Harry nodded, looking at the red sparks on his wand, feeling a bit disheartened. That guy is really popular, Ron observed, looking at the direction of the Hufflepuff house. The young wizards were enthusiastically applauding and cheering. He said somewhat enviously. On the gilded stage, Diggory stood beside Felix Harp. Felix Harp realized that Diggory was only half a head shorter than himself, standing at about 5 feet 6 inches tall. Diggory, you haven't learned the disarming charm before, have you? No, Professor Harp. Tell us, how did you master this spell? Felix Harp asked encouragingly. Professor, I practiced for a few minutes each time, comparing my issues with the notes on parchment. The part about the mindset of spellcasting mentioned there was very helpful for me. The part about confidence? Felix Harp inquired. No, it's the phrase disarming, not harmful that helped me, Cedric said. Felix Harp understood, correctly grasping the incantations is vital for our spell practice. At least in the early stages of learning magic, we need to channel our emotions effectively. In the following time, both Felix Harp and Severus Snape remained busy. However, even by the last 5 minutes of the class, only 7 young wizards had managed to master the disarming charm. It's not surprising that the younger wizards below the 4th year level struggled, considering their various limitations. A mere 2 hours wouldn't allow for significant leaps. Yet, even the 6th and 7th years, who were nearing graduation, showed rather average performances. Most of them merely produced bursts of red sparks from the tips of their wands. This, even some exceptional lower year students could manage. Felix Harp quietly noted down a list of names: the twins, Autumn Jong, Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, Alia Spinnet, Draco Malfoy, Eddie Carmichael, Anthony Goldstein, Padma Patil, Hannah Abbott. Though these were 2nd to 4th year students, they displayed exceptional magical talent, standing out as the cream of their respective houses. In the final 5 minutes, Felix Harp pressed the pause button, gathering the young wizards once more. He waved his wand, causing the ceiling of the hall to revert to its original state, and the milky light transformed into twinkling stars. Many young wizards felt as though they had experienced a vivid dream. As we conclude our dueling class, I must remind you all. Felix Harp's gaze swept across them, seemingly reaching every single one. The time in class is always limited. You must invest more effort into practicing spells. Don't complain about your lack of effort only when danger strikes. Felix Harp waved his wand, and from a corner, a suitcase flew out again, releasing hundreds of packets of information. Each packet was made up of 4 sheets of parchment stuck together. Harry opened the packet in front of him, finding densely packed writing. This is the detailed information on the disarming charm, encompassing various spell casting techniques and objectives. You can cross-reference each point during your free time, and if you encounter parts that are difficult to understand, seek the help of a professor or an older student. There are also some forms in here that provide reference for assessing your spell casting level. I'll need you to hand these in before the next class, Felix Harp blinked, emphasizing his point of concern. Given Felix Harp's nature, teaching was not the only goal. He also aimed to gather research data. Certain data like how a certain someone learned the disarming charm weren't necessarily significant since they lacked representativeness. However, when the number of students expanded to hundreds or thousands, with ample samples, the information that the data could reveal intrigued him. Professor, do those of us who have already learned the disarming charm still need to complete this? A 7th year wizard said reluctantly. Learned? Felix Harp expressed confusion. Yes, I've already learned the disarming charm. Look, Expelliarmus. He swung his wand, and a thin red light shot from the tip. Felix Harp and the young wizards watched as the red light traveled over 10 meters before gradually disappearing in mid-air. The wizard looked at them rather smugly. Felix Harp pondered for a couple of seconds. Since the class was over, there was no harm in delivering a mild blow to the students' egos, right? So, he raised his head calmly and said, I was planning to cover this part in the next class, but since the opportunity is here. He suddenly swung his arm, his wand striking forward like a sword. A wrist-thick spell shot forth, spanning half the hall and directly striking the castle wall. Chapter 96, 3 Brooms. The light of the spells glowed like crimson dawn, casting a rosy hue on the faces of every young wizard. As if tangible curses were pronounced, crackling sounds echoed, refracting from the castle walls into a dozen twisting serpentine arcs of deep red electricity. These serpents extended onto several nearby suits of armor, causing the wielded long swords to be relinquished one by one. Whizzing sounds. The blades of the long swords traced arcs through the air, striking the makeshift golden-plated stage Felix Harp stood upon, leaving behind several deep craters. The wizard frowned with bewilderment, his expression lost as if wandering through a dream. Who am I? Where am I? What have I done? Why am I seeing this? Felix lowered his wand and addressed the now silent students below, his tone casual. The same spell cast by different wizards can have entirely different effects. I was planning to tell you this when you've gained a certain understanding of dueling and at a more appropriate time. However, it seems that time isn't quite now, he added. The young wizards felt as though they had swallowed a dozen ice mice candies, a chilly sensation running down their spines. Is this professor really not just discouraging students? Look at that wizard, he looks utterly befuddled. PR professor, how did you manage that? Asked Albert Burke, his confidence slightly shaken. Influenced by his family, he had always aspired to become an Auror, honing his skills in dueling spells from a young age. Even his Auror uncle had praised his talent, but now he found himself plagued by self-doubt. Was his decision too hasty? The outside world might be even more dangerous than he'd imagined. He and Professor Harp were only 3 or 4 years apart, but he didn't believe he could reach this level of disarming charm proficiency in 3 or 4 years. It's a lost cause. What right does he have to be confident about becoming an Auror, about battling dark wizards? Won't he just get blasted by a dark wizard in the end? Various thoughts swirled in his mind, but Professor Harp provided timely reassurance, saying, Mr. Burke, you need to shift your perspective. For ordinary spells, like everyday magic, mere proficiency is quite sufficient, but for protective spells, the ones that will keep you safe, you need to invest a lot of time and effort. It's never too much to emphasize that. As far as I know, aspiring Aurors undergo rigorous training. For instance, the shield charm might require them to practice it 1,000 times or more. Felix looked at him, but that's something for after you become an Auror. At your age, your spell work is already quite impressive. Burke fell into contemplation, recalling his sparring sessions with his uncle. He had always been just a little short, always feeling like he could defeat his uncle with just a bit more effort. Yet for the past 2 years, he had always fallen just a bit short. It dawned on him suddenly that becoming an Auror wasn't as easy as he had thought. Thank you, Professor Harp, Burke said to Felix. On the other side, Cedric Diggory raised his arm in inquiry, Professor, can we achieve mastery through repeated practice like you? Hope glinted in the eyes of many young wizards. Professor, if you say it's possible, we'll definitely work to enhance its power. Snape scoffed at the question, but he was equally curious about how Felix would respond. Well, it's not an easy question to answer. The power of spells involves many factors. Once you go back and carefully study the learning materials in your hands, you'll begin to understand what I mean. I've noticed that most people don't set high demands on themselves, content as long as they can use the spell with some success. But beyond just being able to use it, there's also skillful application, wandless and silent casting, adjusting based on personal habits. Felix Harp shook his head. There are too many techniques to delve into. Felix clapped his hands. All right, I'll delve into this topic in more detail in the next class. Today's lesson comes to an end. The young wizards left the hall as if in a daze. The impact of Professor Harp's magic tonight was enormous. They could never have imagined that the same spell could yield such vastly different results when cast by different individuals. Professor Snape approached, somewhat surprised and reserved. Felix, I didn't expect you to be so selfless. Felix remained silent. Was he truly selfless? No, the contents on parchment were merely a guarantee of the minimum requirement for them to learn the spell, and it didn't affect him at all. Even though he might select some exceptional students in the future to impart more advanced knowledge, how many would truly succeed? Felix didn't fear the emergence of prodigies. On the contrary, he looked forward to more brilliant young wizards appearing. His strength did not solely lie in a single spell. So, Felix quipped, Professor, maybe I'm cultivating my own influence to win their favor. Snape's expression suddenly froze. He carefully observed Felix, trying to determine the truth behind these words. Cough, don't get nervous. I was just making a joke. Harry, Ron, and Hermione walked along the way back. Ron held the disarming charm material and said, "Is this thing really useful?" "Of course, I learned the levitation charm the same way," Hermione with her knitted hat remarked. Harry asked her, "Do we need to fill out various forms like you did back then?" Hermione had to explain, "That was to help us pinpoint our weaknesses and practice more purposefully." "Harry, I think you're close to mastering it." "Just sparks though," Harry said somewhat dejectedly. "Oh, Harry, that's a sign that the disarming charm is about to work. It's mentioned in the material." "Maybe you'll succeed next time," Hermione assured him. Hermione's words lifted Harry's spirits. Perhaps he should put in a bit more effort once he gets back? The influence of the second dueling class on Friday morning was still rippling. However, many young wizards were already spreading the word that Professor Harp blasted a section of the hall wall with the disarming charm. This led Felix to notice, during lunchtime, that some students who hadn't attended class were looking at him strangely. Fortunately, the weekend arrived quickly. Felix accepted Professor Flitwick and Professor McGonagall's invitation to a gathering at the Three Broomsticks. Upon entering the pub, he was surprised to find Snape there. "Felix, come over here." Professor Flitwick stood on a chair, warmly welcoming him. "We were just discussing Damocles Belby." Felix took a seat and curiously asked, "Has the news been announced?" "I mean, about the Wolfsbane potion. You know about it too." Upon receiving confirmation, Professor Flitwick said with a hint of nostalgia, "Belby was exceptional when he was in school. I actually recommended that he pursue the path of spells, although he ultimately chose the field of potions. At that time, he was a favorite of Professor Slughorn." Chapter 97, Exchange. Observing Felix Harp's pensive expression, Professor Flitwick explained, "Slughorn was the former head of Slytherin House, and like Professor McGonagall, he taught potion making." Felix nodded, though he hadn't interacted with this potion master before, he'd only heard the name, and it didn't quite click for him at the moment. Flitwick continued, "It's said that he's thoroughly enjoying his retirement. Of course, he had high standards for quality of life even when he taught at Hogwarts." "Professor Flitwick." "Felix, you can call me by my name." Professor Flitwick waved his hand. "We are colleagues now, aren't we?" "Well, all right, fellows," Felix said. "Same here, Felix. We don't need to be so formal in private," Professor McGonagall added. "So," Felix addressed her, "Minerva," and the Transfiguration Professor smiled warmly in response. Then, he turned to Snape. Snape stared back with an emotionless expression, his gaze as though fixed upon a stone. But Felix was most familiar with him. He drawled, "Ah, Severus." Snape's lips quivered in irritation. Flitwick suddenly found great interest in the view outside the window, while Professor McGonagall surveyed the room's decor with intrigue. Amusement danced at the corners of their eyes. The awkward atmosphere didn't linger for long. A graceful woman with a handsome face approached. "A small glass of gorge water." "Mine," Professor McGonagall's voice declared. "A glass of shimmering berry soda with ice and an umbrella." "Ah, thank you, Rosmerta," Professor Flitwick smacked his lips. "A glass of still water." Snape silently took it. Ms. Rosmerta looked at the newly arrived Felix. "This guest, what will you have?" "Oh, wait, you're Felix Harp." Felix gazed at her with confusion. He had indeed visited the Three Broomsticks during his school days, but apart from ordering drinks, he'd never spoken to her. Rosmerta looked at him. "Mr. Harp, you have no idea how famous you were during your school years. Many people sat here discussing your exploits." Felix self-deprecatingly quipped, "Let me guess, not in a flattering way." "No, many people admired you." She didn't elaborate, just smiled lightly. After all, good and bad reputation are inseparable companions. Invite one, and the other tags along. "What drink would you like?" "A glass of butterbeer, that's what I'm accustomed to." Flitwick extended an invitation, "Why not join us for a drink as well, madam, and sit with us?" Rosmerta looked at the scattered tables in the tavern. "Sure, thank you." In no time, she returned, handing Felix a glass of butterbeer. Rosmerta settled in the empty seat next to him, with a glass of gin in front of her. This lady, graceful in her mannerisms, took a few sips and reminisced, "Running this pub all these years, my greatest joy has been eavesdropping on conversations. Of course, not eavesdropping in the sneaky way, but in these situations, they don't discuss secrets." "We understand your meaning." Indeed, generations of young wizards come and go, and only the most outstanding ones leave behind names that are truly memorable. Let me think, in recent years, the most famous is certainly Mr. Harp, but there are a few others as well. Rosmerta mentioned a name, Bill Weasley. He should be from your year, right? She looked at Felix Harp. That's right. I remember, he got 12O.W.L.S, and that was a topic of great conversation back then, Rosmerta said, and his brother, seems he was the captain of the Quidditch team, then went off to work with dragons. Professor McGonagall's face tightened. She had always been bothered by this fact. He should have made it to the national team. Charlie had the potential. But that wasn't what he wanted, Minerva, Flitwick said. As professors, we should be proud of him. I do. McGonagall's face flushed as she stammered, I just feel regretful that there haven't been promising talents for the national team these few years. She had always been a Quidditch enthusiast. There's also a girl named Tonks. Her metamorphmagus skills are quite remarkable, Rosmerta continued. Now that I think about it, many of them are Gryffindor students. Flitwick interjected a bit awkwardly, actually, Tonks is from Hufflepuff House, but what I want to say is, Ravenclaw also has many exceptional graduates. Rosmerta blinked, of course. They excel in various fields and are truly exemplary. Snape huffed, Ms. Rosmerta, I must remind you that Slytherin House has the fewest members and yet has won the most House Cups. Severus. Last year's House Cup went to Gryffindor, and it's highly probable this year as well, McGonagall retorted with defiance. Snape made a low tch sound. Seeing that the heads of houses were about to argue, Rosmerta quickly changed the subject. Each house has many outstanding students, that's a fact. By the way, what were you all talking about just now? Flitwick helped smooth things over. We were discussing Damocles Belby. Severus, you've probably seen the formula for the Wolfsbane potion. I've seen it. Clever concept, though I don't find researching such potions particularly useful. At least it solves the problem of werewolves, doesn't it? From a political perspective, yes. It fills a gap, Snape said with his customary sarcastic expression, but unless the price of the potion drops below 7 galleons, a simple chain is more practical. In the wizarding world, werewolves were practically synonymous with poverty, and nobody wanted to hire them. So werewolves either lived in seclusion or associated with the dark side. In other words, at the current cost, not many werewolves could afford it. In terms of its current effects, the Wolfsbane potion can only ease the pain of the transformation during a full moon, allowing the werewolf to retain their sanity. But it can't cure them. And yes, it's indeed costly, Felix said, recalling information he'd learned from his correspondence with Damocles Belby. McGonagall clicked her tongue, but it's still something. If back then she glanced at Snape and stopped mid-sentence. She thought of her former student, Remus Lupin. He too was a werewolf, but his relationship with Snape was far from good, it was actually quite terrible. Though curious, Rosmerta wisely didn't press further. The conversation continued, and after a while, she got up to attend to other customers. For the next while, the professors discussed their respective classes. Felix spoke about the recently concluded dueling lessons, expressing disappointment in the overall skill level of the young wizards. He said, the disarming charm isn't actually that difficult, but there are very few who have mastered it. After detailed inquiries from Flitwick, a different perspective emerged. Felix, perhaps they simply haven't grasped the concept of dueling. If you ask me, pick any senior student and you'll be surprised at the number of minor hexes they know. Felix was taken aback for a moment, this perspective hadn't occurred to him. During his school days, he had no interest in insignificant hexes with little practical use. Are you suggesting that they don't use the disarming charm because they don't know it? Or perhaps they don't value it? After all, the effect of that spell doesn't appeal much to young wizards. Flitwick, an experienced charms professor, understood the mindset of young wizards well. Only those hexes with exaggerated and amusing effects are their favorites. Flitwick counted on his fingers, trip jinx, jellylegs jinx, tickling hex, gum blasting hex, booger hex, there are too many to list. Despite school rules forbidding them, these hexes have been passed down from one generation of young witches and wizards to the next. Felix realized, maybe I should inform the young wizards about the distinction between dueling spells and minor hexes. Severus, what do you think? Snape didn't speak, but his silence indicated agreement. Subsequently, Flitwick asked Felix if he would join the next dueling class. I was a dueling champion in my youth as well. He said a bit sheepishly, don't worry, it's just one class. I just want to share my experiences with the young wizards. Felix looked at Flitwick and happily said, of course, Felix. McGonagall couldn't help but interject, if you don't mind, Felix, I'd also like to demonstrate the applications of transfiguration in dueling to the young wizards. Chapter 98, Confession and Aid. As Felix Harp returned to the castle, a satisfied smile adorned his face. With several professors joining his ranks, his dueling course was growing stronger by the day. Perhaps in the future, he could invite more professors to join in the fun? Especially that afternoon, when he received a message from the owl named Snowy. Dear Felix Harp, the ceremony for my award is scheduled for February 4th at 10 in the morning, Saturday, located in room 3 on the second floor of the Ministry of Magic, to the left of the Wisengamot Administration Services office. I invite you to attend as a guest. Damocles Belby. Felix wrote a reply, estimating the time and realizing he had about half a month. In the evening, after tutoring Hermione Granger in ancient runes, Felix handed the young witch a glass of pumpkin juice. Typically, after the ancient runes class, his assistant would spend some time in the office, partly to unwind from the mental exhaustion of the pensieve and partly to engage in interesting conversations or answer questions. Today, they brought up Gilderoy Lockhart. Hermione held the cup and asked, Professor, what's your view on Lockhart? How do I see him? Felix raised an eyebrow. His assistant had been on the job for half a year, and he understood her conversational habits quite well. This was one of her ways of extracting information. Your opinion of him as a person, his teaching, his books, and such. Felix glanced at Hermione. Professor Lockhart is a very talkative individual, quite the showman. That's a trait we don't share, even though we both don the mantle of authors. Hermione pressed further, so, how do you evaluate his books? You must have read them, right? I have indeed, Felix said, they're not particularly useful for me, but for students, there's quite a bit of value in the methods he offers for dealing with danger and discovering it. Actually, I appreciate his approach of integrating knowledge into his stories. Maybe I'll try that myself someday. Felix looked at Hermione with genuine interest, and her brow furrowed. But, she hesitated, her voice faltering, don't you think there's a stark contrast between the books he writes and his behavior in the classroom? A strong sense of incongruity. Perhaps, Felix judged noncommittally, it's evident that his books contain elements of fiction and ambiguity. But we can only fault his personal integrity. At the very least, he did research while writing. But what if, Hermione nervously proposed, a thin layer of sweat forming on her forehead, what if his stories were stolen from other people's minds? The office fell silent for a few moments. That's a very serious accusation, Miss Granger. If your claim holds true, the person committing such an act would be sent to Azkaban, Felix said sternly. Granger, I need evidence. Trembling, Hermione reached into her robe and pulled out a crumpled piece of parchment. This is what we found in Professor Lockhart's office. She struggled to speak. It was Ron who had done the deed, but she and Harry had mutually decided not to lay all the blame on Ron alone. Felix looked at her with a somewhat surprised expression. He now understood why his assistant had been sorted into Gryffindor. She was a restless and fiery witch. The type who would barge into a professor's office without a second thought. Upon reflection, Felix Harp realized that his practice of setting the binding vines at the door whenever he left his office was indeed quite prescient. As he perused the documents, one name caught his attention, Old Wizard Visit to Armenia, note, Werewolf Adventure, ... Why are there two different types of handwriting? He muttered to himself, flipping through the pages. He soon noticed the discrepancy. There were a dozen or so pages of parchment, with most of them neatly written in Hermione's handwriting. However, 3 pages bore a different style of handwriting. Hermione swallowed, finding it difficult to admit her violation of school rules. Take your time, I'm listening, Felix said calmly. Here's what happened. Ron was in detention in Lockhart's office, copying fan mail as a punishment. He stumbled upon some hidden information, realized something was off, and secretly took 3 pages with him. Based on the content of these pages, we suspect that Lockhart's books might not be based on his own experiences but rather stolen stories from others. We decided to gather evidence in secret and investigate the truth. Felix listened attentively. In the following week, Ron kept taking portions of the information during his detention. Felix was impressed by their audacity. And Lockhart didn't notice. Lockhart hasn't been doing well lately. His memory is poor, and he's been quite scatterbrained. Also, after we got our hands on the pages, we would quickly transcribe them and return the originals the next day. These 3 original pages are what we consider important evidence of Lockhart stealing others' stories. Felix wasn't sure whether to applaud their careful planning or reprimand them. It seemed his words about focusing on their studies hadn't quite sunk in. He pulled out the 3 original pages and immediately recognized the writing style. It was the work of a professional quick quotes quill. These quills had a distinct trait: they would often record words according to the owner's intentions, even twisting, altering, and embellishing dialogues with vivid descriptions of gestures and expressions. Felix had witnessed the power of such quills at Rita Skeeter's house. He studied the pages earnestly. Crooked wizard, my head hurts, as if a spoon is constantly digging in my brain. What's happening to me? Daring adventurer, it's quite normal. Here, have some juice. It'll do you good. The crooked wizard painfully drank the juice spiked with an unknown potion. Daring adventurer, let's continue talking about the werewolf story. You've been chatting about it in the pub these days. Forgot already? I treated you to quite a few drinks. But I want more details. By the way, can I take a look at your memories later? After all, readers need an immersive experience. Crooked wizard, I don't know, something's off, there's a problem. Daring adventurer, how could that be? Look at me, I can help you. The adventurer raised their wand. Felix's expression grew somber as he finished reading the 3 pages of parchment. The situation was more serious than he had anticipated. He outlined a rough logic. Lockhart spotted a target at the tavern, spent a few days getting to know them, or, in other words, befriending the unfortunate individual. Then, either through an ambush or a potion, he managed to control the person. Afterward, Lockhart used memory magic or some sort of veritaserum-like substance to extract the entire story. What do you want me to do? Felix asked calmly. Expose his true nature, of course, Hermione answered without hesitation. Usually, the content of a quick quotes quill can't be used as evidence. However, Felix continued, as long as we know what he's done, the situation can be handled. I will inform Headmaster Dumbledore. With his abilities, he'll handle it properly. If need be, I can resort to less proper methods. Hermione hesitated. Is there anything else? Felix inquired. Professor, it's Ron's trouble. We need your help. Chapter 99, Handling. Felix Harp became serious. What's happened? He even suspected whether Ron had been discovered by Lockhart and taken away directly. Lockhart was, after all, an adult wizard, and being an adult wizard meant he had undergone a full 7 years of magical education even if his current performance was ridiculously weak. But it couldn't be ruled out that he had delved deeply into a certain branch of magic. Hermione's words put him at ease. Ron is fine for now and hasn't been found out. But during Friday night's detention, Lockhart acted very strangely. Strangely? Yes, Lockhart suddenly jumped up and cursed Rita Skeeter in the evening. Ron said that the way he looked was something he had never seen before, and his expression was terrifying. Hermione repeated Ron's description. In fact, Ron was almost scared out of his wits at that moment. Lockhart vented for over 10 minutes, warned Ron not to talk about today's events, and then sent him away. Felix Harp pondered, connecting Lockhart's recent odd behavior, his encounter with the flustered Rita Skeeter, and Lockhart's intense hatred towards Skeeter displayed the previous night. On the second day after the Christmas holiday ended, Minister Fudge was injured during his visit to the serpent creature. He accidentally came across the frantic Rita Skeeter, who happened to be walking from the castle's underground upwards, and that direction coincidentally led to Lockhart's office. He seemed to have connected the dots. It was clear that she had done something to Lockhart. It was possible that their conversation had gone sour and then turned physical. Lockhart's memory had been failing lately, he was irritable, and his speech was incoherent. So, could this be the aftermath of the Obliviation curse? Lockhart was hit with Obliviation? This would explain why over a week had passed and Rita Skeeter had not mentioned a single word about that day's incident in the newspaper, even letting Lockhart, her arch-nemesis, off lightly. He had only hinted for her not to create a rhythm, distort the facts, but that didn't prevent her from causing trouble for Lockhart. This wasn't characteristic of that woman. So, tonight, Weasley is going to the detention. Felix Harp grasped the key point. Judging from Lockhart's behavior, he had clearly regained his memory. If Ron rushed to confront him, it was hard to guarantee that something wouldn't happen. No, he said he had a stomachache and asked Professor McGonagall for leave. Hermione said. Felix Harp nodded, that was quite clever. Whether it was Lockhart discovering Ron stealing information or thinking that Ron had seen too many secrets, either scenario could lead to extreme actions. I understand your point. I will talk to Professor McGonagall and take charge of Weasley's upcoming detention. Professor, is this appropriate? Hermione inquired. Of course, detentions don't have strict guidelines on how to be carried out. As long as I provide a suitable reason, like needing some young wizards for testing my new teaching tools, I should be fine. Felix Harp winked. Some young wizards. Hermione had doubts about the phrase some. Wasn't the goal to solve Ron's problem? Yes, but I can't make it too obvious. After all, the investigation will still take time. I plan to gather all the young wizards who have been given detention recently. Felix Harp showed an expression of resignation. Professor, the teaching tool you mentioned, could it be? The young witch stared at him with wide eyes. Oh, it's the one you saw during the Christmas holiday. But if you don't tell, and I don't tell, who would know if it's already completed? Felix Harp smiled gently. Hermione suddenly felt that Professor Harp was smiling quite cunningly. After she left, Felix Harp fell into deep thought. A moment later, he wrote down his speculations on a piece of parchment and then waved his wand to summon his patroness a swallow. Dumbledore, I think you need to take a look at this. The silvery, small swallow held the rolled-up parchment in its beak and flew out of the window. Felix Harp leisurely tapped the table with his fingers, tap tap, tap tap. Just a few minutes later, a phoenix with golden red feathers all over its body abruptly appeared in his room. On its claw was a tiny note that read, "Please hand over the information to Fawkes, and leave the rest to me." After seeing off Fawkes, Felix Harp curiously gazed at the spot where it had vanished. The phoenix truly deserved its reputation as a top-tier magical creature, its various magical talents made him eager to study it further. Early the next morning, Felix Harp found Professor McGonagall. When he mentioned that his research on the new teaching tool was at a critical point and that he needed some students' assistance, Professor McGonagall was very supportive. "Do you need me to arrange for Gryffindor students to help?" "No, just hand over all the currently detained young wizards to me. It would be good to involve them in the process and let them learn something as well." Felix Harp presented his idea. With hardly any effort, Professor McGonagall agreed. She handed Felix Harp a list. "This is the latest list of students under detention, and all the names are on it." He thanked her politely and left. On his way, in a secluded spot among some bushes, Felix Harp encountered Percy Weasley. He had a vague recollection of Percy. "Professor Harp." Percy looked somewhat guilty as he looked at Felix Harp, with a girl standing beside him. "Mr. Weasley, Miss Cravette. What are you doing here? This place was rather remote and not commonly visited." Professor, Percy. I mean, Mr. Weasley, and I were patrolling. We were exercising our prefect authority." Percy stammered. "You two wouldn't mind helping me out, would you?" Felix Harp looked at the young couple without giving away his suspicions. "Of course," Percy answered. Felix Harp took out the list of students. "Could you inform the heads of houses for the corresponding houses about the names on this list? Ask them to change the detentions for tonight and afterward to my office." Percy nodded, and the two of them swiftly departed like co-conspirators. Gryffindor Common Room. Yesterday, Ron had stayed in the dormitory the whole time, pretending to be sick. To make the effect more convincing, he had boldly taken the enhanced version of Ice Mice, and his face turned a deep shade of blue. He looked as if he had been buried in icy snow for hours. In the end, he had indeed fallen ill and had spent the night in the infirmary. He had just returned. Ron was wrapped up tightly, sitting with Harry and Hermione at a table. Ron asked in a low voice, "Hermione, did Professor Harp really agree?" Hermione sighed in exasperation, "You've asked 7 times already." "To answer one last time, yes." Ron said, "I really can't figure it out what happened with Lockhart that night. He acted so." He thought for a moment before uttering a word, "mad." Just as they were discussing, Percy walked in. Approaching the trio, he handed Ron a message from Professor Harp. "That's great." Ron jumped up excitedly, his troubles were finally over. Whether it was Lockhart himself or Lockhart's supporters, he had finally rid himself of them all. Percy looked at his youngest brother in confusion, wondering if the twins had frozen Ron's brain. Being in detention was all the same anyway. Chapter 100, The Trial. On that evening at 8 o'clock, a line of young wizards stood in the office of Ancient Runes. Felix Harp leaned against the desk, one hand stroking his chin. He surveyed these mischievous troublemakers. There were quite a few familiar faces. A total of 9 young wizards, and surprisingly, 4 of them had red hair: Ron, the twins Fred and George, and Ginny. The other 5 were Luna, Graham Montague, Marcus Flint, Eddie Carmichael, and Stebbins. Not a single house is missing, Felix spoke up. Let me think, Fred, George, Graham, Marcus, you 4 were in a brawl on the Quidditch pitch. Luna Lovegood, Ginny Weasley, you snuck into the Forbidden Forest to feed creatures. Eddie Carmichael, you were caught selling banned potions. And Stebbins, Felix raised an eyebrow in surprise, you wrote over 100 love letters to the same girl. And of course, Ron Weasley, for improper behavior and pushing a professor. Felix approached them, each one was talented in their own way. Professor, they attacked us first, Fred said. You were spying on our team's training. Graham Montague exclaimed. He was in the same year as the twins and played Seeker for Slytherin. Didn't you do the same? Don't tell me Walden was just taking a stroll. Some wizards watched the scene with interest, while others kept their heads down in silence. The 2 youngest girls, Luna, played with her butterbeer cork necklace while staring intently at the argument, and Ginny remained quiet, her head bowed. Silence, Felix said. Arguing won't change the fact that you are all standing before me. I've called you here today for some testing work. I need you to uncover any potential issues with it. He glanced at everyone. I think this will be much more interesting than copying materials or dealing with weeds. Felix flicked his fingers, and 9 pieces of parchment floated in front of the young wizards. Fred looked at the parchment in his hand. It was exquisitely crafted, emitting a faint magical glow. Apart from the intricate patterns engraved around the edges, the center was blank. Oh, by the way, you'll need some makeshift desks and chairs. Felix drew his wand, and the various odds and ends on the table transformed into small desks and chairs, hopping and shifting. At Professor Harp's gesture, the 9 young wizards took their seats. Marcus Flint, being the largest, looked like a giant sitting on the ground. Felix had to adjust the height of his desk and chair. Several of them stared at the blank parchment. Professor, what are we supposed to do? One asked. Felix explained, the parchment before you is my new teaching tool, and your task is to answer the questions written on it. Of course, before you can use the tool, you need to activate it. To do so, place your wand on the parchment and say, I enjoy ancient runes. The young wizards on the chairs gazed at Professor Harp as he spoke. The twins exchanged a glance, attempting to convey something through raised eyebrows and winks. Ron raised his hand. Professor Harp, I haven't studied ancient runes, and neither has Ginny and her friend. Felix Harp spoke gently, no worries, what you have now are just prototypes. The questions about ancient runes on them are not too many, and many are common knowledge in the magical world. Then, he looked at everyone, you'll find that all the questions are multiple choice. You just need to use your wand to tap on the answer you believe is correct, and it will give you feedback. This process will be quite enjoyable. Let's begin, young wizards. Among the young wizards present, Luna had the least burden. She excitedly took out her wand and tapped the parchment, saying, I enjoy ancient runes. Under the gazes of the other young wizards, a faint light emanated from the parchment. Shortly after, words appeared in the previously blank space. Welcome to the answering space. A few seconds later, the writing vanished, and the first question appeared. Do you prefer leaves or thorns? Luna cheerfully tapped the leaves option. Do you prefer exploring, protecting, or serving? Luna's wand tapped the exploring option. Do you prefer thinking, touching, or feeling? Luna pondered for a moment, then chose the feeling option. The other young wizards quickly caught on, realizing that it wasn't too difficult. They eagerly started attempting the questions. There was an incident in the midst of this. When Fred tapped his wand on the parchment, he unconsciously said, I solemnly swear. He was promptly nudged by George. Oh, I enjoy ancient runes, Fred quickly amended. On the other side, Ron looked at him, slightly puzzled. Why are you so passionate about ancient runes? And why swear? Nevertheless, everyone began answering. Soon they discovered that the questions weren't fixed. Some were easy, asking about feelings or basic magical knowledge, while others were more challenging, involving knowledge from various subjects. Additionally, the feedback from the parchment varied depending on the type of question. For instance, when faced with the question encountering a snake-like creature, how would you respond? Ron confidently chose the defeated option and even showed it to Ginny. However, the parchment displayed several blood-red words. Your fate is lamentable. If there's a next time, run faster. Luna burst into a fit of night owl-like laughter at the spectacle. She laughed so hard she was practically out of breath. Ginny patted her back to calm her down. Ron seemed a bit annoyed. Marcus Flint faced mostly questions related to ancient runes knowledge. The earlier questions were relatively easy, and each time, the parchment praised him with "You're amazing, you're the next runic expert, incredible victory." Then, he proceeded to answer 7 consecutive questions incorrectly, causing the parchment's evaluations to plummet. Somewhat poor. Did you really study? What's in front of you, a giant maybe? His face visibly darkened. However, the next question was about magical history. When was the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy signed into effect? Marcus struggled for a while and chose the first answer, 1637, purely a wild guess. The parchment displayed several exaggerated sketches of figures, depicting them ganging up on a large, monstrous-looking being. Accompanying the images was explanatory text. The statute was signed into effect in 1689. If you don't want to be treated like a monster, remember this. Marcus rolled his eyes. Who has time to remember that? Eddie Carmichael's questions were mostly about the consequences of selling banned potions. In 1927, Dark Wizard Campos sold subpar babbling beverage potions. What happened later? He looked at the options. When he bought supplies, another dark wizard killed him. He was sent to Azkaban and sentenced to 10 years, he got away with it and retired peacefully. Eddie Carmichael eagerly chose the last option. Sudden dark red writing appeared on the parchment, resembling dried blood. Campos was attacked by his partner while buying supplies, later captured by Aurors, sentenced to 10 years imprisonment. Eddie swallowed hard. But it wasn't over. The next line read, Campos died after only 7 years in Azkaban. Most of the other young wizards encountered similar questions related to their own misdeeds, making them sweat profusely while answering. Behind his desk, Felix Harp leaned back in his chair, looking at the exquisite scroll in his hand, a wide grin on his face.